Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcoming you to another exciting edition and a live broadcast that only the College Genesis could bring. And so this is going to be another explosive subject matter. So get prepared, buckle your seatbelts, and get prepared to be thrilled, entertained, educated, and humored, and all these things. As the College Genesis pulls no punches, and we tell things the way it is. Now, as a warning, right? If you're soft and you basically live in a glass house, turn the channel. If you cannot take dish out, and you could dish out, you can't take it, please turn the channel off to go to another channel. Go to a channel that basically tell you what you want to hear and make you feel good about yourself and whatnot and your nothingness. But if you want the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, then stay tuned. Because I guarantee you, right? I always say, if you're not pissing people off, you're doing something wrong. Okay? If anytime you listen to somebody and they're telling you everything you want to hear all the time, they're lying to you, they're deceiving you, they're being a charlatan, they're telling you what you want to hear, and they set you a trap. The Bible says, beware of the tongue that flatters. So if someone's trying to flatter you all the time and tell you something and everything like that, if you walk away from a broadcast, anytime you walk away from any broadcast feeling good, right, in the state of the world we're in right now, there's something really wrong. But when you listen to this show, you feel challenged. You feel at least you're thinking. I could tell people are thinking. Kyle, I never really thought about that. Gave me some insight. I thought about what you said, but I just didn't. I was just too scared to think these things. And that's what we do at the show. We talk about the subject matter that's tough and the hard decisions, the difficult decisions that's going to have to come down to our survival on this planet. And so, therefore, we don't have time to worry about people's feelings anymore. I don't have time to worry about anybody's feelings anymore. Your feelings will get hurt, and hopefully, by me telling the truth, you could better yourself. Well, it's just like tonight, the reason I want to start with talking about Akon CIty and Akon and stuff like that is because it speaks to a bigger problem in Black America and Pan-Africanism is in general, right? I think too much of it is based on people fantasizing and people basically not being serious about anything in life and what basically and going by what people feel good and anything you could tell somebody to make them feel good and stuff like that. It's one thing to do that, right? It's one thing to have people act on it, right? I mean, everybody wants to be Hugh Hefner and live in the Playboy mansion and stuff like that, but that's not reality. Reality is you got to go work that 9-to-5 job. You got to pay bills, and it's better for you to friggin' just find a woman and settle down. But there's some people that basically, no, I'm gonna hold out because I want to live like who I want to have a different woman. I want to be 80 years old with a 20-year-old wife and everything. That's not you. It's not gonna happen. So again, with this Wakanda fantasy city Akon came up with, right? That was taken seriously by certain segments of the Black community. That basically, hopefully, we have people on it tonight to talk about the Akooon situation, how people lost money in the Akooon. I think I don't know who somebody I know had lost $1,000 in the Akooon situation and invested in this Akooon this project called Akon CIty, and the city itself is to this day is one little plot of land somewhere with a marker on the ground. It's freaking disgusting. And nothing ever happened. Nothing got off the ground and everything like that. This guy was basically selling a thing. What is your Cash App? I don't have a Cash App, but my PayPal is my name. Hold up. My PayPal is, I put my PayPal up there, is my name at Dwayne McCall. I believe that's how you do it. You put at my name on the PayPal. They somehow, some way, I was involved with this crypto thing last year, and they canceled my PayPal. I can't get PayPal anymore. I mean, not PayPal. I can't get Cash App anymore. They canceled my Cash App. I don't know. I can't use Cash App anymore. So I use PayPal and Venmo. But that's how I receive money. Money from my thing. I never know how to use my Zelle link and everything like this. I never have anybody send me money or anything like that. So if they do send me money, it's just like direct. So I don't know. I never did that, so I don't know even if that works. If somebody, whoever it is, Wise, whatever your name is, if you want to send money to that at Dwayne McCullough and see if it works and tell me if it worked, then I'll know it worked and whatnot. I know it works. I don't know if it works or not. So, but that's what I think my PayPal is. If it works, then I learned something new. So I never, I appreciate the donations because I could use the money to do better things with the show and expand this platform and stuff like that. I would like to have some more banners and a whole bunch of stuff I'd like to do with this thing. But yeah, it has to be monetized. If people believe in me enough to support me with their dollars, and I tell you what thing, I'll never misuse people's money. I'm not here to get rich off this or make a living off this or whatever like that. But if you want to grow this platform together, and it's like your platform, it's your platform. You want to make this your platform, a place where you can come in and be heard. Because like I said, we let all voices be heard. You don't have to be a Pan-Africanist with me. If you're a Black person and you're decent and you're civilized and you believe in your your history, the only thing you have to do for me is believe in your heritage and believe in your culture and believe in our ancestors and whatnot. And don't throw our ancestors and our heritage and our way. Now we're brothers and sisters and we got something in common. In order for you to be have something in common somewhere, you got to have a common history. My history is my ancestors were taken brutally from the coast of West Africa and Central Africa and brought to the United States. Hey, focus, what's going on? And brought from the shorelines of Africa and labored here under a brutal system called slavery and then Jim Crow and everything like that. And out of that came one of the greatest people that world's ever seen, called the African American. So now if you share that with me, then we're brothers and sisters, or if you share, or if you want to be my extended family, if you're of Black African descent, you're one of me. If you were from the Caribbean, your ancestors were slaves in the Holocaust and everything, the Mafa, then you're a brother and sister, If you basically of African origin or Black African descent and everything, you're one of me. So you could be part of this and be part of what I'm talking about. But if you say that you are not African, if you say something like you were already here in America, like the slavery never happened and all this kind of stuff like that, which is blasphemy, and you are not only my brother, you are my sworn enemy. Anybody who says that is my enemy. There's no let's talk about something. No, we have absolutely nothing to talk about. If you deny your ancestry and your heritage and everything, your bloodline and everything, and what your ancestors went through, you are a race traitor, and you do not deserve anything from me. Stay away from me. No, we don't want to. We have nothing to talk about. That's one thing you see about Collar. Collar doesn't hang out with race traders. I don't want nothing to do with them. Don't come near me. Don't come like that. I do not hang on race traders. If you can't be proud of what you are, I don't care what it is. Let me tell you something, folks. More than likely, did it go through? Something came. Let's see. Service PayPal. Yes, thank you. Thank you. It worked. Okay, it worked. Thank you, brother. Keith. This is Keith. Okay, Wiseman. His name's Keith. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It does work. Okay, it does work. It does work. Hey, my first. Oh, I actually, when I had Cash App, I had a member, a B.A.O member sent me. He liked the show I did with Bomani one night. He was like, "Kyle, I gotta send you something. Kyle, what's your Cash App?" I was like, "Yeah, here, like that." And he sent me $50 from the UK. My boy Barrington from the UK, from the United Kingdom. He said, man, he said, I've been to B.A.I.O for years and whatnot, man, but I heard you on Bomani show the other night, and I said, I got to support you, man. You on point. You on point. I said, look, I'm just a humble person. When people are into personalities and big names and stuff like that, I'm not that. But I do say what gives me the B.A.I.O could actually win, because I'm not asking nobody to get up and do anything. All I ask you for is like, okay, there's some people who could live on the continent, right? If we were unified together, and traded among each other, and technology could link us all together. So basically, if let's say we could build communities in America and the African continent and stuff like that, and we could basically have millions of people in our database when if we could float junk bonds and raise our own stocks and bonds and create our own banks and financial system, we'll be okay. You'll say, "Oh, how are you going to do all this, Kyle?" It's very easy. All you have to do, all we need is organization, And because we got so many people online misleading people, we can't get organized, because people come up with every cockamamie thing and stuff like that. The latest thing is this stupid thing about reparations, which is wasting a lot of time. Time we could be organizing and building banks and building financial institutions and stuff like that. We're listening to some stupid ignorant woman called Rhett Carnell, whatever, talk about reparations and stuff like that, which they know is never going to happen. But it's just a way for them to stay relevant and stay in the black people's eye and everything, because they know black people are ready for something big. And so therefore, we're talking about Akon CIty tonight. Akon got into the whole thing where everybody started talking about Wakanda. We need our own Wakanda. Wakanda. Let me tell you something, how it all started, right? And you can believe me. If you don't want to believe me, you don't believe the story and whatnot, I'll put the story up on from the B.A.I.O social network. Let me see. B.A.I.O social network. Let me sign in first. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Accept. Count. View your site. All right, I'm going to do something, folks. I have the Black African Infrastructure Social Network up, right? And I'm going to read a blog. Well, first of all, I'm going to go to the B.A.I.O Social Network, and let's tell you what this is all about, what I am all about, what the colonization is all about. I'm going to get down to the basics, right? And like I said, the B.A.I.O is open to any person, any black person that wants to join. Could join the B.A.I.O social network and everything. I don't care where you're from, whatever like that. You could be Cameroonian, Nigerian. You could be in the UK. You could be anything like that. As long as you're black and you believe in black unity and black nation building, you could join the B.A.I.O. And that's why what I do is I create something that we can all unify. In the B.A.I.O, we don't have divisions based on where you come from and stuff like that. We don't have that. I have Zambians, Nigerians, South Africans. We all brothers and sisters and everything like that. So we don't have that. So I will deal with the Africans who come here acting like savages, right? That woman that basically said that to her brother and a doctor. She's supposed to be a doctor, a nurse practitioner, a doctor, right? Do you understand how serious it is? But you see that savage Mike O the other night. We're trying to say, well, what did she say? Yo, you're a doctor. You're responsible for people's lives. You know what I'm saying? You know that talking like that should not even come out of your mouth. You're a doctor. Everything about you should be life and beauty and enhancement. Everything. The fact that this lady, a woman, could be that foul and call somebody a slave and they need to go back to slavery and all this stuff like that. That's evil, And these people come over here from the gutters of West Africa, at the very gutters of West Africa, and it's time. I don't know. I can't do nothing about it, right? But some of these people have to go. Hey, if you can't come over here and be civilized, and civilized, we don't need you here. That's the truth. That is, it's not like she was working a cashier at 7-Eleven. You're a friggin' doctor. You're responsible for people's lives. How do we know you're not going to give somebody you got that hatred in you? You're not going to give somebody the wrong doses of medicine to kill them or make them sick. All that it has to do. She's never going to work in the medical profession again. She never will. She threw her whole life away because you came over here and couldn't stop being a savage for one bit and pretend to be civilized. So, like I said, you see people like Zongo and Mike O, you know, two of my favorite savages on the show, talk about, oh, we got found out what pissed her off and whatnot, you know. So it's like this. She called him a slave, happening Mama Diallo. That she doesn't belong in this country. She don't belong in this country. She's not civilized. People who think like that, you know, don't belong in this civilization. She's a savage, you know. I don't care how you call her a prostitute. She's a nurse. She's a doctor. She's supposed to be on a higher level. Patients, and I work in a healthcare professional too. You're gonna have clients that's gonna say something to you. Me as a professional, I know I got to be on a certain level. You know, they'll say, so I got to be on a certain level, right? You're on a certain level when you're a professional. This is America, Audrey. This is not this ain't savage Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? This is the United States. When you're out here and people's medical care is in your hand and whatnot, you have to be of certain character, you know, and you try to pay with an EBT. That's a lie. I don't think he tried to play with an EBT card. I don't know. I don't think the brother didn't sound that ignorant to pay with a damn EBT card, whatever. He probably gave us the wrong Medicaid card, you know. She wasn't taking Medicaid. She probably said, look, we don't take Medicaid for this. You got to basically get something like this. And that's what the argument came from. It wasn't an EBT card, it was a Medicaid card. See, like I said, man, a savage is like Audrey. They don't understand anything. Audrey couldn't be civilized if you friggin' took her to civilization classes, you know. There's certain things you don't say, especially if you're a doctor or a nurse practitioner that's close to a doctor. You know, you don't talk like that. You're not talk on that level. You don't talk in that gutter talk. Yeah, she's in a position of power. She's a doctor. She could basically a threat. She's a threat to the public now. You know, healthcare. I don't know what healthcare professionals you talking about that spit on and call everything. I don't know where you come from. I have no idea where you come from. The healthcare professionals are called names when I mean, yeah, you got in the psych wards and the mental wards that happens when but she's dealing with the public. Why is that coming on the public? I can see it was in the psych ward or something like that, or a prison or something like that, you know. But then like people like Audrey want to lie. Oh, they were spit on. Like black people walking around spitting on them and all kinds like that. And that's why she act like that when you know. And we're so sick and tired of these Africans. You know, some of these Africans that come over here with their friggin' with their entitled mentality, like they owed something. We don't owe you shit. We don't owe you anything. You know, we don't have to love you. We don't have to like you. We don't need you for anything, you know. If people feel like the way she does about Black America, and she needs to take her ass back to her home country, you know. She needs to take her back to her own goddamn country, and work for like $2 a week and whatnot, whatever she is. She don't belong in a civilized society, you know, around our people and everything like that, you know. So that's what I want to say about that, you know. And so about this Akon situation. Now I know those people that lost money in Akon, Akoon and stuff like that and let me tell you something. And this is where I started having my my wake up call about certain things about Pan-Africanism. I believe, and I still believe this to this day, and I more believe like that if you're a Black American, African American, why does a guy sound like a Pookie? You know, he said he was out of line too. You know, it doesn't matter if you're out of line and whatnot. She's a friggin' doctor. You don't say stuff like that. You know, they were both wrong. When Africans will never admit when they're wrong. That's a savage right there. Savage will never admit when he's wrong. He'll friggin' cut your throat and drink your blood and whatnot, you know. Call our FBA. If you come into B.A.I.O and say you're FBA ADOS, get the hell out of here. You're not joining. You know? Yeah, I'm not an FBA ADOS. I don't believe in that nonsense and whatnot. So these guys just came over the last couple of years, FBA and ADOS. I'm African American. That's what I am. I'm not no FBA ADOS and all this kind of stupid stuff like this. I don't get along with African savages. I don't get along with FBA savages. You know, they're both savages to me. You know, they're both savages. I like civilized people. You know, I like civilized people. You're civilized, we can rock together, you know. He said FBA slander. What's this FBA slander? There's no damn FBA. FBA is only in your goddamn mind. It doesn't exist. FBA, you know. And what gets me is the good black African Americans, big like me and whatnot, the people that own businesses, the people that do things and whatnot, we don't believe in that stupid FBA stuff. That's the gutter people. It's not a lineage, you know. Because I don't agree with the FBA, if it's such a lineage, then why are people calling me a tether? I'm 100% African American. My ancestors go back 400 years to this in this country, but yet people are calling me a tether. You know, it's a friggin' joke. You know, it's a friggin' joke. You know, it's a joke. It's a way, as an excuse to get out of just basically. You know what it is, FBA is? They know a lot of people. And like I said, if we would have had this off years ago, right? Although I don't agree with FBA, I do believe Pan-African movements. If you don't listen to Pan-Africanists, people should come from your background. You know, I believe in that. Like I said, I don't agree with black people from America following behind blindly to people like Dr. Akooon, Dr. Mumby, and all these other people. They don't know us. They don't know our history and everything. Their problems with Europeans and white people are completely different from ours, you know, and they put their interests first before our interests. And not only that, if we keep following after them, we're putting ourselves in danger listening to these people and whatnot, you know. We have to have people that know our people, know what's best for our people, both the ones that want to stay in America, those who want to visit the continent. They should be led by your own people, you know. You should be your own people that's leading you, you know, the people that you came up with, people that have to share your same cultural background. You know, that's the only thing I would take from the so-called FBA movement. Yeah, when movement like that, like I fully expect when I'm dealing with Liberians that they're always going to, African the same way. They basically, you go to Liberia and whatnot, no matter how much they think I'm great, they love me over there. I know I could never rise in their politics or whatnot because I'm not a Liberian. And rightfully or wrongly so. I don't know what it is, but I will never be a Liberian. I'll never basically be accepted as far as like holding office or any sort of friggin' leader over there because I'm not Liberian. No matter how much I say, people say, "Oh, Colin, you're a real Liberian now." And whatnot. You know, I know that means nothing. The bottom line, when it really comes down to it, whatnot, you know, I'm never going to be a Liberian, and they're never going to trust me to that position. We should be the same way as far as being Black America, right? Somebody like Akon should not be leading us, you know? Somebody like Dr. Akooon should not be leading us. Somebody like Dr. Mumby should never lead us and whatnot. That's the way it is. Everybody wants to see Black America as this big prize. Everybody could be a leader. Like, we don't have any standards, right? Kamala Harris is not African American. She didn't come from our heritage and everything like that. But people already projected her over us. We made a mistake with Barack Obama. Barack Obama's not one of us. So why is he like this? And this is not being me xenophobic. This is just right. If I'm basically go to South Africa and everything, and I say, yeah, man, talk to stuff like that, but I can't basically be a South African leader. I can't do like that. I said, I'm not talking like I'm just talking about common sense. But the friggin' AOS FBA people are doing it out of hate. I'm saying that's just common sense, you know. And I don't believe in this. Oh, we're all black, bleeding black power. When I know the Afro-Cuban, the Afro-Colombian, and all the other people have their own way of thinking. I've studied too many people, and like I said, just like when we have these savages, Zongo and Mike at night, they're completely oblivious to the racism and stuff like that goes on in Black America. You know, these people, these guys, black as the ace of spades, will go out there and try to get themselves, go out into in the middle of America, try to get themselves a white girl. They end up getting killed by the Ku Klux Klan and stuff like that. What the hell happened on that? And we know better than that. We know basically, okay, you know, we know there's lines and stuff like that between us and white people, and we get along with white people. You know, I get in business and everything like that. White and black people can get along together. We live in the same neighborhoods, suburbs, everything like that. But the bottom line, the white people respect that the black man in America has a certain sense of what we call agency. You know, in other words, okay, he's a black man. There's things I can't say around him. There's things that he's not gonna be down with and everything. There's things that I'm that I can't be down with, you know, and he can't be down with. But we get along together. We're cool. He's a cool guy. You know, that's having agency. Basically with the black immigrants coming here and they want to take black America's natural agency. Say, oh, wait, there's lines are drawn right here between black and white. I'm still a black man and everything. I got it like this. I can't just go at the now. They basically make it seem like, see, if you get rid of your agency, then white people will put you back in chains. You're nothing. You know, you can't defend yourself. You can't do anything. You are what they say you are. But if you say no, I believe in education, I believe in this, and you say, look, my family comes from this. I live in this neighborhood right here. These are my dreams, everything like that. No, I don't believe in that. You know, it's like you ask a black person, what does he think about abortion? You know, well, of course, black people believe in abortion and whatnot because it's a liberal agenda. And a black man says, no, I don't agree with late-term abortion. I think it shouldn't be there. Oh, man, yeah, you mean you got an opinion? Yes. Having agency means you have an opinion. You have your own worldview that you got to get to know that person to do it. But when you basically think the black man in America shouldn't have no agency, that he just should be a yes man and just say whatever is whatever. I get the black vote because whatever like that. This is what black people like. When I like this stupid Kamala Harris with Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, I just get them twerking and do some booty shaking and whatnot. You know, now to reach out to black people, she's recruiting all these kind of degenerate rappers and everything like that. You know, so because she don't think we have agency that. That also part of the agency in Black America is, like I said, is what Black America care about this country. We do care about this country. We're Americans, you know, but we're not Americans like white people are. White people are unfair Americans. In other words, basically, when America does wrong, we'll condemn it. But for the most part, black people in America celebrate the 4th of July. We celebrate America, and we made a conscious decision to be part of this civilization called America, right? But with limits, you know, that's our agency. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we believe in America, but we also understand we have a long ways to go here. We got to always watch our back and stuff like that. That's being black in America. You know, what people don't want is they want us to be American and basically forget our struggle. They want us to forget our everything that we stand for and stuff like that. That's what the danger about black immigrants. They come here, they don't know the history. So they don't understand why we act the way we do, why we are the way we are. And they're trying to complicate the relationship between blacks and whites. Because whites will say, see, why don't you be like this Nigerian? Well, he don't have our history. So a Nigerian or whoever, Ghanaian, whoever like that, is not going to think like you. We know, black people know. Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. One time, there was After Hours Club in Norfolk. Just said I'm getting old. Because I forgot the name of this club. I forgot the name of the club. It was an After Hours Club I used to go to all the time. Then I started working in one, and I forgot all about this club, right? It was After Hours Club, right, in Norfolk, right? And anyway, one day I was standing outside the club, right? I was standing outside waiting for one of my friends, right? Well, a friend, a girl, female, outside, right? I was waiting for her to come up, right? And the brother came up, right? And he just looked around, right? And he saw some white guy standing outside one night. And you know what he said to me? He said, "Are we good in there?" He goes, "Are we good in there?" Now, I know as a black man in America what exactly he means. Are we good in there? In other words, basically, are we welcomed in there? Because we understand that if you go to certain places, you know, you might get looked on, you may feel uncomfortable, you know. Is there some of us in there? And it's ridiculous. Then a couple of years ago, this is back in 2021 when I first came back from Liberia, right? I went to this restaurant called 21 Street Surf Shop, 21 Street restaurant in Oceanfront, Virginia Beach, right? They had good food. And I had the pasta, Cajun pasta with lobster, chicken, and shrimp. It was delicious. Creamy pasta, it was delicious, right? Well, anyway, I drove up, right? And I said, should I go in there, right? Then I saw a black couple come out. I said, okay, it must be cool in there. I seen a black couple coming out, right? Okay, I know. Okay, black people in there. And then when I was coming out, right, a brother was sitting in his car, right? He saw me. He said, hey, bro, is it okay I can go in there? I said, man, go in there and have a good time, whatnot. But it's bad. It's just like a decent brother one night, working class brother one night, like he was just out. It was Saturday, right? So he was out for a Saturday trying to treat himself to a nice dinner and some drinks and stuff like that, you know? And so I understand as a black man, you know, in my agency, what he's talking about. Are we okay in there? That means, are we welcomed in there? You know, we understand the law says that we should go any place, but most black people avoid that. So when we hear about stuff like, you know, we went there and the people were really nasty, the racist one, black people won't go there because we don't want to put ourselves in those situations, those embarrassing situations. So we won't go there. We say, okay, you know, this is what happened to me, and it gets around, and black people are like, oh, we ain't going there. And a lot of businesses went out of business like that. They don't treat their black people right, and it gets around and whatnot. You know, that's it. We're done. You know, you ain't gonna get our dollars no more. You know, that's having agency and ownership of your what you do and what you say and what you stand. You understand? And so the bottom line, and why is that? Now, if that was a Nigerian that came up in the car, he wouldn't ask me that. He just go right inside. Of course, he doesn't have the history. We understand, yeah, there's a history behind that. You've seen that in the movie 48 Hours where Eddie Murphy was like, went into an all-white bar and the music stopped and whatnot, you know. That's reality, you know. But a lot of Africans and black immigrants don't understand that, you know. They just say, oh, white people are just people. No, it's not like that. No, it's not like that. It's always that line of demarcation and stuff like that. Sometimes good, sometimes we overreact. I get it, we overreact and stuff like this. But the bottom line is we understand why some of our people think like that. You understand? So if you're going to lead Black America and lead Black Americans, you know, okay, Boris said, there's no Nigerian-owned restaurants here in America. There's no Nigerian. That's another thing. They have this imaginary restaurants. Where are these Nigerian restaurants? Can you give us a website? They don't exist, you know? You know, say, so the bottom line is, yeah, there's Nigerian restaurant. No, Nigerians will go to places, right, and they'll be spitting in their food and some of everything, and they don't even know it. You know? You dumb, stupid savages. They'll go to restaurants. Oh yeah, everything's good, and they're back in the back pissing in your food and spitting in and everything. You know? Yeah, so African, nobody eats African food in America, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, there's no like this. There's Ghanaian restaurants across America. No, that where? I put up the Black-owned app, you know, Blaps. Now, I did find a bunch of Ethiopian restaurants. You know, I studied this stuff. I found Ethiopian restaurants. I saw some Nigerian restaurants. They're trying to like it, but they're not really thriving. They're struggling. How, you know, they only been in business for like a year. They're like startups. They're not going no place. They're not making money. Now, Jamaicans have restaurants. You know, Jamaicans have Black people. Black America got soul food restaurants. We got a lot of them where I live at. You know, and so like that. Yeah, they have little hole in the wall places in Harlem and stuff like that. But there's no real, thing like that. There's the American public is not really eating Nigerian food and stuff like that. You know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. So, but the point I'm trying to make is this agency, you know, it's agency. So we understand, okay, it gets around. This place is nice, man. And next thing you know, you wonder why Black people, you see large groups of Black people in Olive Garden, Red Lobster and stuff like that, because word gets around. These people take care of us. They treat us well. So they get our business. You know, Red Lobster would be nothing if it wasn't for the black dollars. You know, in Virginia Beach. See, we got Black restaurants in Virginia Beach that are now competing with Red Lobster and the top white restaurants here. So like that. And one thing we like doing as Black people is going out to eat, you know, going out to eat in nice restaurants and going out on dates and stuff like dinner dates and stuff like that. We like that, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. Oh yeah. There's a lot of Nigerian restaurants in Brooklyn. Okay, Audrey. Okay, then you woke up. Then you woke up. I wouldn't eat nothing out of New York. New York is like filthy. You ever see when you see rats running all over the place? How you know these Nigerians are cooking those rats and pigeons and putting them on your plate? hell out of here. It's nasty. But so it is what it is. But back to Akon, what I'm saying. So Akon comes along right after the whole Wakanda situation, right? And he's trying to grift. He hasn't made any money in music for years, right? Yeah. Hate on. What's the hate? What's the hate on? You know, hating when you wish you was somebody else. And I told you all the time, if I was Nigerian, I'd kill myself with whoever made me. You know, I don't want to be Nigerian. Trust me. You know. Anyway, Akon comes along and he basically says, I want to build an Akon city. Now I'm gonna tell you where all this started. Okay, we got enough people in the chat room, so I'm gonna start my story. I'm gonna tell you where this all started. Let me get my screen share up. Okay, this is my our social network, the Black African Infrastructure Social Network. Okay, here the front page, I have the blogs and everything. You see my little shorty, Isabella, love of my life. Picture, I'll show you a picture. Love of my life, ain't she beautiful? You know, this is our tour group from in Liberia. Look how many tour group, whole group came from America on a tour with us. You know, standing in front of J.J. Roberts statue. You know, J.J. Roberts statue, ain't that amazing? That's our tour group to Liberia. That was back in March. Has me and the wife right here, me and Isabella. There's me greeting the tour group at the airport. Let's see if I can get some more pictures. Where the hell's all the pictures at? I don't know. Okay, yeah, we're down here. Okay, it's Bomani. That's another tour he did in I think Ghana, Tanzania, Ghana. That's my good brother Bomani Tyamba. You know, you want to do a tour. He's to Africa, whatnot, a reasonable price tour for 10 days and whatnot. That's the man to talk. You have a time of your life. Bomani's funny as hell, man. You have a good time, fun. And we not only have a tour, we get the history and everything. We also party like it's no tomorrow. Another tour group. I think that's Ghana still. That's a sister, an African American sister in Senegal. I think that was Senegal. This is Ghana. Kwaba is Ghana. I think that's Ghana too. Wow, Marcus Garvey Guest Center. Wow, it's amazing. If anybody wants to go on one of Bomani Tyamba's tours, you let me know, and I'm gonna start getting get some flyers from Bomani, so you have his contact information. If you want to go on a tour with him and everything like that, I think he's doing Egypt, and he's going to Tanzania for the rest of the year and South Africa. So it's brother Bomani right there. There's Bomani and his son, little Bomani. One of his tour members. That's little Bomani again. That's Bomani and his ex-girlfriend, I think. That's our flyer. That's our flyer for our shows we used to do last year leading up to the tour. That's Bamaya's son on the beach doing some beach. We like doing stuff like jet skiing and stuff like that. We go to the continent, sisters like going to the club life and everything like that. We be doing the stuff we do is like not unconventional stuff. We go doing this stuff. We get down to business with the business like the slave castles and stuff like that. But we also get down and do things like boating, fishing, and stuff like that. Too. So, all right. I had enough pictures. All right. I had enough pictures. Let's see. Let me go back to the top. All right. Home. All right. So, okay. I'm going to play this. There's one blog I want to talk to you about, as I was saying. Okay. LARP. You all. Okay. Let me find this blog. Okay, here's a blog right here. As you can see, that's Mr. Rosenthal, my partner of the African Bullion Bank. He's sitting there with his Korean partner and Dr. Arikana. Now, this is 2017. 2017. I asked Mr. Rosenthal to go to Angola to be my emissary, and he began the talks with the last Angolan governor of Dos Santos about building a new city-state for African Americans in the diaspora in Angola. The last government said, yes, that's a good idea and stuff like that. And the meeting was Dr. Arikana. She was there at that meeting. And then what happened was the new government comes in, arrests my partner Celeste in Angola, and arrested a whole bunch of people, said they were corrupt and everything. And Celeste was in jail for like almost 2 years, right? But she, through her nephew, Junior, kept in contact with me in America, And so the whole time they were in contact with me saying, yeah, your idea of a city-state is an excellent idea. We need to build that and everything because Angolans wanted to have a plug into Black America, They wanted a plug into Black America. They want into entertainment industry. They wanted African Americans as far as like real estate, education, stuff like that. They wanted a whole bunch of stuff from Black America because one of my partners, Mr. Vemba, who's Angolan, lives in Philadelphia, in Baltimore. He said, look, he says, everything Angola needs to develop is right here in the United States. He said, the African Americans he see are almost blood relation to the Angolans. They have more in common with the Angolans than any other part of Africa because most African Americans do come from Angola and the Congo, not Nigeria, not Ghana. And so basically, the Angolans were very interested in African Americans getting into the oil business and stuff like that. So I've been working hard for years to try to make that happen. And then once the new government came in 2017, and this new president comes in, he says he wants to clean up corruption. But unfortunately, a lot of people got arrested that I knew in a dragnet. And then Mr. Rosenthal left and went to Zimbabwe. That's when he met Dr. Arikana. Okay, he met Dr. Arikana, and said here he is there with Robert Mugabe. And Robert Mugabe said, yeah, you know something? That's a good idea, building a city-state. And here's the natural resource bank that we had established in Angola. It's a gold and precious mineral bank in Angola for the creation of a monetary system, And I had an agenda for Celeste Brito. That's my Angolan partner. I call her Queen Mother. She named her thing after me. She's a New Genesis. And she named it after me, her project she was doing, And that's her right there. We call her Queen Mother, Queen Mother Celeste. And so therefore, there she is in construction in Angola and stuff like that, monetizing, different construction projects and stuff like that, And like I said, the New Genesis plan for expats, they want to really bring African Americans over to build like communities and stuff like that over there. And they were very interested in what I said about an African. They were very, very interested in what I was saying. But anyway, what happened was Dr. Arikana, at the time the movie Black Panther came out, she started saying, yeah, we need a Wakanda project, right? And I told Mr. Rosenthal, if you introduce this, make sure you use the term African, because so people know what you're talking about, and it leads back to the B.A.I.O, But Dr. Arikana hijacked the term and started calling it a Wakanda project, right? And she proposed a twin city state built on the Zambia and Zimbabwe border that would basically, and I said, okay, well, who would control the city? Who would control the city and everything like that? And all that was off the table. She was basically like, oh, yeah, we'll control. I said, look, and I told her back there, you're not going to govern me. And then at the same time, here comes Akon with his own proposal for a city-state of African Americans in so-called Africa, at the same time. So all this started when I had Mr. Rosenthal go meet with Angola. He ended up going to Zimbabwe, and that's where he met Dr. Arikana. And then they had this idea of building Wakanda City, which I thought was stupid, the idea of Wakanda City. And Akon had the whole idea of building an Akon City, right? And they just got out of whack. So, but like I said, if you go to the website, you read the blog, you read how it started and everything like that. It started with the Black African Infrastructure Organization. This whole idea of building a diaspora, African American city-state or state on the African continent, and Akon City. And I said the reason why I was against Akon, right, is because I said not because he was Senegalese, not because I don't think he was African American. No, I don't think it was that at the time because we weren't talking around that time. I just thought that because he was a gangster rapper and everything, I just think that if you're a gangster rapper, that canceled out everything. If you're any sort of, I don't take you serious on anything. You just keep making music and making good beats and everything like that. When it comes to this, I want people of good character. I want serious people and serious people like that. And this is the most serious movement you could do when you start talking about nation building. You can't have a rapper or whatever like that. I'd be the same way if it was Jay-Z, or Puff Daddy or whatever like that. I don't want any friggin' celebrities or some stupid stuff talking about building something that we're going to follow. And everything that I said about the Akon City, what it would be, it turned out. It was vain. It was abstract. It was full of self-promotion. And also, not only that, when he basically came out, the people that was going to build the Akon City were white people and Chinese. I said, where's the Pan-African? Where's the Black nationalist aspect of this? And everybody got to tell me, what's the difference? No, see, I said, an African is going to be built by us. It has to be built by us, or it has no legitimacy. So when people don't understand our culture, our history, and who we are and everything, they don't think that matters. It does matter, Say, okay, who brought the Negro scamming culture to Ghana? All right, Zongo, you got an answer for that. He brought the Negro scamming culture. Oh, Ghanaians are just innocent, man. So if you said Akon, I don't believe that. So he said, but my brother Bamani, brother scamming, the guy who's taking 20 tours to Ghana and putting money in Ghanaians' hand. What you call it, Zongo? How much money have you brought a hand? I seen with myself when we did the tour of Liberia how much money we spent with the average Liberian. We put money in people's hands, stuff like that. Money they wouldn't have had, if we weren't there. Same thing when they go to Ghana. They're putting money in the local people's hands and whatnot. When they're doing jobs, stuff like that, say, well, that's only a little bit of money. But it's more money they had before we came there. So how are we scamming? People basically came there. They got a tour. They enjoyed. They stayed in luxury hotels and everything. And the bottom line is everybody's happy. And people dump money into the country. They pay for hotels. They pay for taxis. They pay for restaurants. They pay for food and meals and everything. How are they scamming? Yo, Frenchie, you believe in Umar in this school? You poor child. You poor child, you know? So that's what happened, you know. So Akon CIty, you know, Akon CIty never got built, right? They were giving us everything in the world, pictures and and I learned a lot, man, over the years, how people could basically, like Tariq, put up a hidden colors, hidden history museum, and the museum that they put out there looked beautiful. I was like, damn, that looks nice. I wanted to control myself right now. But what they ended up with was a friggin' looked like it was a corner lot somewhere, and it looked like a friggin' old like he should have made the thing into a cleaning store like George Jefferson. Moving on up to that was as big as a cleaner store, you know. Oh, I'm not on Akon's level, but there's no infrastructure as far as like Akon's go. Nothing got built. It's been all these years and nothing's gotten built. So tell me who's a thing, you know? The Akon lighting up Africa, that didn't even work. The lighting up Africa didn't work. Do you understand? You Negroes don't understand something. That solar stuff does not work. It's only good as a backup when you already got an existing grid. You know, lighting up Africa. Africa's still dark and when they're in the dark. If Africa was lighting up so good, how come Ghana keeps having power failures, Zongo? You know? Come on, Zongo. If the Akon's lighting up Africa is so good, how come Ghana don't have no power? You know? Yeah, that should have been a cleaning store, Frenchie. You know, a cleaning store. You know, out in front you go in and whatnot. You know, in the front window and whatnot, you may have suits that people abandon or something like that for sale and whatnot. You know, saying this suit right here is now $100 because somebody left it off here and they left it there in the window. A dress that somebody didn't pick up or whatnot will be in the display window in the front and everything. You walk in, you got the counter right there, you know, and you got that little conveyor belt and everything like that. You know, he should have made a cleaners, you know, cleaners, you know, a dry cleaners, you know. That's what it looked like it was good for, you know, a museum. Get the fuck out of here, you know. Everybody say, Kala, stop hating. Stop hating, Kala. You know, he did something. I'm sick and tired of people with their he did something attitude, you know. How about this? Do nothing. Do nothing. You could do better when you do nothing, right? Then the freaking basically thing. Frenchie goes, I truly believe in Umar. Now, I think Umar's a scream. I think he's hilarious, you know. His whole the snow bunnies never and stuff like that. That shit's hysterically funny. And Omar be saying some good stuff, but is he good enough for me to come out of my pocket for? Hell no. Hell no. You know, I cannot honestly help him by living a dusty life, man. Umar's dusty, you know. And I don't care what your message is. If you're dusty, man, you're dusty. You're dusty before your message. All I see is the dust kicking up, you know. Umar's a dusty dude, you know, and so I can't support him monetarily. I'll say, hey, Umar, you make some sense when I ain't giving you no goddamn money, not even a quarter, not even $1, not even $2. You know, I would not do it. I'm sorry. No, in the bottom line, it doesn't matter. He's never gonna have a school. Everybody can have a building, you know. And it's the bottom line. He'll never gonna have that school up, you know, Frenchie. I'm telling you right now, sister. You don't listen to nothing I say. That school will never happen. You know, that school was never going to happen. He was never going to put up a school. All he has is a building, right? With mold. It's not even up to human satisfaction thing. He got mold. It's filthy. It's dirty and everything like that. And I'm like this. He doesn't have HVAC or walls caving in and stuff like this. And so then now when you get to school, right, now you're going to need a faculty. You're going to need books. You're going to need, Umar says that he could pay for the school by charging these kids $500 a month. Now, here's the thing. How is Negroes the people he's targeting, because educated black people are not going to send their kids to this fool, you know, the educated black people. So the only people he's going to do are these single mothers, the Bumquishas and everything. And he said, how do they pay for it, right? So he said, Umar, how's Bumquisha going to pay for your school? Well, you can stop buying the weaves. He actually said that. You can stop buying the weaves and the so on. And Bumquisha's going to be like, well, yo, shoot. So I'm going to give you my weave money and my party money on the weekend, and $500. That's a lot of money. $500 of my money. So Umar really thinks black women are spending $500 a month on weaves and nails. I don't think so. Did you listen to the song Musty Tether? Look, I don't listen to Tariq. I don't why you guys find so much time to listen to somebody like Tariq, so I don't have the time to listen to what Tariq has to say. I don't think he says some stuff that's funny, but he goes too far. And the bottom line is, if we're joking back and forth, and I know you would say it in good faith and everything like that, but I know Tariq has a seep down hatred for Africans and Caribbeans. I don't know what they talk about. And let me tell you something, right? Tariq is lying about hip hop. Tariq is lying about hip hop. I'm from New York, right? Hip hop was definitely created by African Americans, Caribbeans, and Puerto Ricans. That's the truth. It was true. It wasn't just a black culture in New York. It was a combination. It was New York, because the black and the Puerto Rican got along together, like one culture, one family. And that's all we had was hip hop. DJs, hip hop was how, and the DJs and the block parties and everything like that, was how people cope with chronic poverty and stuff like that. Just really bad situation. We made a good situation. And the Puerto Ricans were just as poor as we were. They didn't have nothing. So we kicked it together, Mufasa, I was there. I lived it. I lived it. And this one girl put up a TikTok video, said, yes, this. And I said to my boy Chris, he's from the Bronx, I'm from the Queens, and also I lived in the Bronx. I was there in the 70s, 80s. I remember this stuff. It was an urban inner city thing. Matter of fact, one of the top hip hoppers was Mr. Freeze. He was a white boy from Europe, from France, I believe. Mr. Freeze. People don't know who Mr. Freeze is. We had a lot of people. Arthur Baker was a white guy, So the bottom line, we always had a lot of beats that were imported from Europe, Kraftwerks and stuff like that were imported from Europe. So we had everybody, black, white, everybody was involved with hip hop back in the days. It wasn't an African American thing. That's a lie. I remember stuff. Yeah, Puerto Rico actually did play a pivotal role in the creation of hip hop. Hip hop was constantly evolving. And none of that. Most black people back then didn't even like hip hop. Most black people who lived in like the richer residential area, they didn't like that shit. That was something unique to the Bronx and certain parts of Harlem. It's not African American. Hip hop is not African American, Mufasa. You're mistaken. Yeah, you can't have nothing. You gave it away. The hip hop right now, you guys gave it to corporate America, and y'all making this garbage movies that on the West Coast. Now that gangster stuff you see on the West Coast, that's African American. But real hip hop from New York was a mixture of black, Puerto Rican, anybody who was cool was down with hip hop back in the days. Now outside of America, New York, whatnot, you go to the South hip hop and West Coast hip hop, that was black. I admit that was black. But when the origins of New York, whatnot, that was black, Puerto Rican. You look at the Rocksteady crew and all that. Those are Puerto Ricans. Everybody was freaking doing the up rock and stuff like that. Black and Puerto Rican, we all freaking battled and stuff like that. I was into breakdancing and stuff like that. So we didn't see color and race and all that back then. That was the truth. Now people want to claim hip hop as some basically like this. Puerto Ricans ain't creating nothing or not. You guys weren't there. You weren't even alive back then. How can you gonna tell me? Yeah, they were very instrumental in the creation of hip hop. They brought that salsa beats and stuff like that, Jamaicans and everybody toasted and whatnot, And the bottom line, it was all the MC. The MC was mostly African Americans, you know. But the graffiti writer, and also you had white boys that were graffiti writers. You know, graffiti was very important to hip hop. You know, the DJ is most important to hip hop. You know, and you still to this day got some of the best DJs in New York are Puerto Rican, like Kid Capri and several other people are still the best DJs in America. You know. Yeah, the bottom line, a lot of these people that were in Tariq documentary Tariq is trying to prove a point. African Americans, that's a lie. We didn't see ourselves like that back then. If you're from New York, you're from New York. We didn't see ourselves as Black Americans, Jamaican, but we didn't see ourselves like that. And we used to kick it with some Puerto Ricans and some Black people we didn't kick it with, you know? We didn't freaking see all that color and where you're from. You're from New York. Anybody outside New York wasn't from New York. That's how we saw it. You from New York, you're from the Boogie Down Bronx, you're from the Boogie Down Bronx. We didn't care if you're Puerto Rican or Black or whatever. You're from the Boogie Down Bronx. That was your identity. You're from Queens, Southside Queens. You're from Southside Queens. That was your identity, no matter what you were from. You know, if you were down with hip hop, we used to call it being down. Oh, that person's down. That means that person's cool. You're down by law. You're cool. So we had Puerto Ricans that were down by law. We had Jamaicans that were down by law. We have Haitians that were down by law. We even had some white people that were down by law and whatnot, you know, some Polish kids that were down by law. You know, hip hop is a Black only culture. This is what I said. These people don't know anything about anything. You know, hip hop is a Black only. No, it was not. It never was. You know, you want to claim it now. Oh, hip hop was a Black only culture. You know, stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life, heard in my life. So back to the topic of the show. We're talking about Akooon tonight. So Akooon comes along, right? And after not making any money in the music in there, he comes up with a freaking idea that he was going to make an Akon currency, Akoon currency. That flopped. And a lot of Black people put their money into it, right? Because, see, we're not allowed to question people and everything when they rip us off and everything like that. Someone has this idea that, you know, Black America is this free thing, you know. Mufasa says hip hop is cultural. How you steal a culture, you know? Mufasa, you don't know what you're talking about, brother. With all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. I was there. Ain't nobody steal nothing. You had just as many Puerto Ricans who were sampling and making records and something like that and everything back then. You know, and so it wasn't just African Americans, you know, it was Jamaicans, it was everybody doing that shit, you know. You know, I didn't misread nothing, man. I was there. I don't have to tell somebody like that. I was there. I lived in New York City at the time. I was there. You know, I was there in the friggin' thing. He said hip hop is cultural theft. They still soulful African American music and sample it. Now giving other people credit for it. How you gonna get credit for something that basically nobody really created? It just evolved. Nobody said, well, this is hip hop, we're gonna do it. It just came out of nowhere. It evolved. And the energy that hip hop created was just something that only could happen in New York City. It was unique to New York. It was part of the hip hop culture. Let me tell you something, Mufasa. Let me educate a lot of these people right here and right tonight. Let me tell you about New York City, right? As somebody growing from New York, and I hate to say this, right? And I may hurt some of you guys' feelings, right? People from New York, we have a superior education and we're more culture than people from the rest of the country. That's the way we see it. We see things. If you have kids, Black kids, Puerto Rican, white kids, and everything, who are used to going to the Guggenheim, the Met, the House of Opera, Radio City Music Hall, you know, going seeing the great paintings in Rockefeller Center and stuff like that. That's New York City. We grew up with that. We grew up and seeing the best museums, the best sculptures, everything. We used to see plays. How many of you ever been to an opera before? You know, but those same kids that created hip hop, that's what they were used to. Then they went back to their communities and whatnot and gave their own version of, as that was hip hop was a mimic of what they saw in the opera houses and stuff like that. And they wanted to do their own thing. That was everybody, Black, Puerto Rican. We didn't have the money to do orchestras and symphonies and stuff like that. But we had 2 turntables and a microphone. You see what I'm talking about? A lot of people don't know that. That's what hip hop evolved from. The high culture of New York City. People with thoughts. People that, you know, an MC, when you read the early MC, what they would talk about, it's like, how do you talk on that level? Because these guys were in libraries. They read books. They went to speeches. They heard speeches. They heard people talk on the street corners. They heard all this stuff like that. And that culture is what created hip hop, of something superior. And it wasn't just some African American. It was something unique to New York. You have to have that New York culture, that New York experience. You know, almost everybody, even like we said, Jay-Z was making fun of Prodigy for being in a performing arts school. A lot of people come from performing arts schools and stuff like that. We had the Harlem Renaissance. We had the Allen Alley, like the culture and dance and stuff like that is big in New York. You know, same thing with religion, same thing with philosophy, all stuff like this. So therefore, basically, when you have all this energy of New York, you know, you basically, you know, hip hop was a manifestation, an expression of the culture that you experience, you know? So bottom line, you're going to believe Tariq, and when Tariq, he has some people, and it's like, but I bet you none of these people will talk about the mainstream cultural impact on hip hop. That's where it came from, you know? When people go out there and they look at these paintings of Rembrandt and stuff like that, they're like, wow. But our Rembrandt was seeing a tag on a subway, seeing a tag on a wall. You understand how it works? It was our manifestation of what we saw around us, right? They have that one world. When we go to Manhattan, you go to Soho, Greenwich Village, and everything, and we come back to the Bronx and come back to the hood. We want to do that culture. We have something like this, you know. So the bottom line is that's what it is. I would not be in Tariq's video because he's trying to prove a point and everything. You can make hip hop look like it was a black thing, but you don't have all the facts, you know. And hip hop was really something unique to black people in the performing arts genre, in the arts, and people who are in the arts and genre and everything. Almost every one of them. They were kids that basically were in the music classes, kids that were in the art classes, kids that were in dance classes and stuff like that. It morphed into their own dance forms and stuff like that. That's where it comes from. So please don't try to talk to me because I know what I'm talking about. I was there. I lived this thing. You can have a documentary. They look at a documentary. Oh, I look at Tariq's documentary. As soon as you say you look at Tariq's documentary, you're done to me. You're done with me. I'm done with you. You know? I was there. Tariq was a Bama-ass bumpkin down in the deep south and whatnot, you know? I was there in New York. I know exactly where it comes from, you know? Well, yeah, you understand why this culture happened in New York, not in Philly, not in Boston, not in other places. New York has an art culture, you know. It's a center. It's a world center of culture and media. When we come to New York, we were always taught that New York State, the Empire State, is the best place in the world. That we're superior to every other state, and we're superior to everybody on the planet because we're lucky to be born in New York. That's the way we were taught in New York. You know, our bridges are bigger. Our buildings are bigger. Everything in New York is superior to the rest of the country and the rest of the world. You know, so therefore the hip hop kids had that same mentality, and it manifests itself with trying to always be the best in what they do. When you're on the mic, you have to be the best. When you do graffiti, it's always a competition. Who's the best? You know, when you're a DJ, or who's the best DJ? That's only happened in New York. Because New York is about being superior, being the best. You know, so a lot of people get on here, they're not educated. I was there. I was in this culture when I was a kid. Hip hop is quintessentially American, to tell you the truth. New York. It was quintessentially New York, something unique to New York, the New York culture. New York has a different culture, a different vibe, a different feel than the rest of the country. It's a New York thing more than it's an African American thing. It's a New York thing. But you can't say you're gonna take a Bama ass country bumpkin like Tariq, and when I talk about hip hop, when he need to keep his mouth shut. Yeah, the bottom line is this. Now, when people come up and say, Black America don't have no culture. Hip hop was unique to America. Unique to America. Hip hop couldn't have formed in Jamaica or Puerto Rico. It had happened in New York. It was the Harlem Renaissance. It was all these things in New York City, Manhattan, Soho district. New York was a culture capital of the world. So therefore, that's where hip hop happened. In a place that was a culture capital of the world. So who says a Pan-African? I never said I was a Pan-Africanist, So you bottom line, go someplace else with that stuff. You can see other Africans from the southern state. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you come talking about hip hop and you didn't grow up in New York and when you weren't there, so how the hell Tariq gonna know? He was not there. He didn't experience New York. Half the Zulu nation is Puerto Ricans. What are you talking about? And you go to the Bronx and whatnot. What's the Bronx? Mostly Black and Puerto Rican. Black and Puerto Rican. And these people basically kicked it together. Everybody basically just said, "Yo, look, man, let's just friggin' the gang." When the gangs ended in the 1970s and whatnot, everybody said, "Yo, we're just gonna party forever, man. We don't give a damn about none of this shit. We're gonna party," and that's how it started. Go watch the documentary, watch somebody's stupid ass dusty documentary. Does everybody somebody create a documentary? It must be facts, man. Oh yeah, Tariq's documentary and whatnot. Yeah, let me get that. Let me put that on my friggin' calendar to watch Tariq the Cheese documentaries. Okay. Mufasa, I don't know if we started something. Yeah, hip hop evolved among a bunch of people. So, in other words, basically, you're gonna say Arthur Baker copied it. He had his own style. He was a white guy. You're gonna say Kraftwerks copied it, whatnot. You guys are delusional. Kraftwerks came from from Germany and France, I believe, and they had that song in 1977 called Trans Europe Express. Everybody sample that shit. Do I need to play that music? Kraftwerk made most of the beats that a lot of people, which we call Jimmy Page and Led Zeppelin. Grandmaster Flash said, "Yeah, I sample a lot of Led Zeppelin in my music." Black people, Melly Mel said, "Yo, hip hop use what was it called? What's that?" He said, "Hip hop is the biggest appropriator of everybody else's culture." What's that? Not spitting on the Ritz. I forgot the name of the song, but he said hip hop appropriated a whole bunch of stuff. Pee Wee Herman. Let's do the Pee Wee Herman. So is that you saying that hip hop created Pee Wee Herman? No, they copied hip hop, Pee Wee Herman, and copy that. And you look at hip hop, early rappers of hip hop, they always reference things like Batman, Superman, and the Incredible Hulk, and the Lone Ranger, and stuff like that. What you call I'm riding in like cowboy. So in other words, basically, Grandmaster Flash and all of them with the Kid Creole always dressed like a cowboy. Is that appropriating? Or the friggin' Zulu nations dressing like the Indians sometimes whatnot, called Pow Wow Wow and all stuff like that. Is that appropriating? Hip hop is all about appropriating stuff, borrowing stuff, stealing stuff, or whatever you want to call it, whatnot, sampling stuff. So please stop it, Everybody want to be like, oh, black people got something that no everybody else can. Just stop that shit, man. You know. And as I'm saying, as a black American, I don't need freaking hip hop to make myself feel better about myself. You know. FBA created hip hop. What is the FBA? Yeah. 30, 40 years ago, somebody on the street corner say, we FBA created hip hop. No one was saying stupid stuff, you know? Yeah, it was Puerto Ricans too, you know? It wasn't just African Americans and Caribbeans. It was Puerto Ricans too. They had a hand in hip hop, just like anybody from the Bronx, you know? He goes, FBA alone created hip hop. This guy don't know what the fuck he's talking about, you know? The FBA, they create a fake identity and they're like, we FBA create hip hop. These guys are freaking lost, you know? Well, Foster don't know that because he wasn't alive back then. I was there. I was there in the Bronx. Those whole Puerto Rican, that were involved in hip hop, you know, the breakdancing and the stuff like that. Breakdancing and stuff like that was mostly Puerto Ricans. No, I don't need to because I'd be honest with you, I really don't care about hip hop, to tell you the truth. You know, like I said, when I grew up and whatnot, and after I saw, you know, this stuff coming from the West Coast and everything, you know, with these stupid rappers from the West Coast and whatnot, I disassociated myself with all that stuff. It was stupid. He says, name the Puerto Rican rap. God damn, you don't know who Crazy Legs is? You know, do I have to play videos? Okay. I guess people don't learn, man. People are just freaking stupid. Let's see. This from the movie Beat Street. Yeah. Jam on it. Yeah, we know. Yeah, you wanna rush, right? You gonna do it now, right? Yeah. Jam on it. Still back, we're getting down and then giving no slack like a boogie kid with the sack of Big Macs. We're throwing down with the rockables on time. In your mind, see, you gotta bring it to your best ability. You gotta funk it up until it knocks you down. And when you're funkin' up, you show you pass it around. Come on, let's go to work. We got what'll make your body jerk. You can throw your hands up in the air, show your booty and scream, oh yeah, cause we are the jam on you and jamming on it is how we do the do. We'll funk you up until you put it down. So come on, people, check out the sound. Check out the sound, 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 check out the sound.
allow me to introduce myself. My name is B, and I'm a surefire, full-blooded, bonafide, hot-fucking jam on production MC. If you want the best, then put me to the test, and I'm sure you'll soon agree that I got no flaws, cause I'm down by law when it comes to rocking viciously. You see, cause of when I was a little baby boy, my mama gave me a brand new toy. 2 turntables, a mic, and I learned to rock like a dolomite. Time went by on this God creation. I knew someday I would rock the nation, so I made up my mind just what to do, and I joined with the Jam on production group. So go crazy, don't let your body be lazy. I said don't stop the body rock till your eyesight stops to get hazy. Clean out your ears and you open your eye. If you want to hear the music, just come alive. If you don't know how, get ready to learn. Those guys most in his turn to burn.
Take a seat, and know in the seat, and the add M-O, and the freak, and the add and funk, the beat, and then what do you see? It's Cosmo G, yeah, baby, that's me. I got the beat of that oh so sweet. Without me rocking, it's incomplete. So rock this, yo, rock that, yo, rock on and don't you dare stop. You rock this, rock that, and that's the fact of the Jam on crew. Rock your body right, rock the speed of the motor, right off the track, and the whole wide world of funk attack. To the yo, get down. Let me rock it to the rhythm of the funk attack. From hill to hill, from Z to Z, and when Jam on's rocking, everybody screams. Jam on it, jam on and on and on it. And if you're feeling like you want to dance on that thing, go on ahead and blow it. Cause jamming on is what we do best. It's what separates us from the rest. And if you don't think Akoo's down for real, let me tell you what happened to the man of steel.
The crazy legs right here.
You said I'm faster than the speeding bullet when I'm on the set. I don't need no fans to cool my ass, I just use my super breath. I can fly 3 times around the world without missing a beat. I socialize with X-ray eyes and ladies, it's sweet. And when we turn this power on, and the ground began to move. And all the buildings for miles around were swaying to the groove. And just when he had put the crowd and swore he won the fight, we rock this boat with a 12-inch cut for disco tonight. Well, Superman looked up at me. He said, "You rock so naturally." I said, "Now that you've learned the deal, let me tell you why I'm so for real. I'm Cosmo D from outer space."
That was it. I'm gonna play. That guy spinning on his fist was my friend Glide Master Matthew. His name was Glide Master. He died in 1985, like a year after this was made in Manhattan. He was driving his motor scooter in Manhattan. He got killed, killed. It was a friend of mine. We did a show with New York City Breakers right here in the Red. We did a show with them at the roller skating rink in my city when they came up. Then we didn't actually do a show with them. We were one of the breakdancing groups that were there. But we were mostly closely aligned with the Rocksteady crew. We were called the Spin Easy crew. We was more close to the Rocksteady crew, but we actually met the New York City Breakers, So the bottom line is this: that's what made hip hop famous, the breakdancing. That's what did that. Now, the breakdancing and the stuff like that, pop, stuff like that was always in Black culture, African American culture. But like I said, when Puerto Ricans moved to Spanish Harlem and places like that, they assimilated into the Black community. Many Puerto Ricans married into the Black community. We lived in the same housing projects. We ate the same foods and whatnot. So therefore, there was a cultural exchange, something unique in New York. It was like Puerto Rico was like a brother community among African Americans. They're like our brother community. So there was a synergy between Black and Puerto Ricans in New York. Black people actually were closer to Puerto Ricans than we were to other groups of people. For some reason, I have no idea how that happened. Whatever, because Puerto Ricans have less African in them than Dominicans and everything. But actually, we were actually closer to Puerto Ricans than we were Dominicans and Colombians and everybody. We were actually close to Puerto Ricans for some strange reason. Some strange reason. So the bottom line is, Mufasa said, what did we take from Puerto Rico? It was a New York thing. It was no wheat thing. It was a New York thing. There were just as many Puerto Ricans who basically came to New York, and they were doing the same thing we were going. It was like Black people basically started the whole culture, but everybody else assimilated with that culture and made it uniquely their own. That's the way it happens. The Puerto Ricans made the the pop locking and the thing, man. That guy that was doing the boogie, the waves, that was Mr. Wave in the red. Yeah, that was Mr. Wave. He was cool too, the New York City Breaker. You know, he was a good electric boogier. I knew him too. You know, I knew the whole New York City Breaker crew. The best in New York City Breakers was this guy, the guy Chino, the one that was doing the windmills. He was the best one out of all of them. You know, out of all the New York City Breakers. You know. Yeah, well, we did a different up rock. You did pop lock in the West Coast. We did up rock. We had a thing called up rock. Up rock is fly as shit, you know. And so if you want to see up rock, I can play some up rock video, you know. Yeah, y'all did pop lock and stuff like that, but we mixed a little bit of pop lock with our up rock in New York. Up rock in New York means we used to be in each other's face, like dancing, throwing our hands up and stuff like that. That's called up rocking, you know. But back to Jonathan asked me about Akooon, you know. So the bottom line is this. I just got to went on a tangent because somebody asked me about where was Puerto Ricans at in breakdancing. You know, as I said, these FBA people are so freaking lost. So I had to go play that, you know. Also the movie Beach Street. That was a Rocksteady crew versus New York City Breakers, you know. And we used to always watch these famous battles of breaking dance back in the days. Almost all of them are Puerto Ricans or Spanish dudes, you know. So you people that come up here nowadays don't know shit about this culture. But about Akon City and everything like that, it was a flop. It didn't go no place and everything. And there's a lot of people that need to answer for why did they support this thing in the first place? What was Akon trying to do? What was he trying to lead people to? And everything. Also, what I want to ask is this. Akon made some serious comments about Black America, you know, some damning comments. Is it because we didn't jump to his offer of building Akon City fast enough? That's why he was bitter towards us, whatever like that. And he basically said he lied and said he make most of his money in Africa. He made his money off because Akon didn't get rich until Lady Gaga came along. And the bottom line is there's no record of him really making any real money in Africa, right? He says, "Oh, you can come to Africa tomorrow and become a millionaire." That's a lie. That's a lie. If you can go to Africa tomorrow and become a millionaire, and why do we have these dusty niggas like Bwana and Zongo and Mike O still in America? You know, wouldn't these people who know Africa be over there making these millions of dollars? What is it about African Americans? They always try to convince us that that there's millions of dollars in Africa. There's millions of dollars. And I'm trying to tell people all the time, no, there isn't. You know, no, there isn't. You know, we would not have these dusty ass Africans here in America eating over crumbs and whatnot. You know, yeah. Why do they say Kyle is the king of common sense? Yeah, I'm common sense. Like I said, if you have nothing, you have to have common sense. Anybody tell you this? Oh yeah, Akon. Yeah, you can go to Africa tomorrow and get rich. You got people like, yeah, you know, and they end up in Africa homeless. You know how stupid, how bad you must be. You're going to you go live a okay life in America, man. Probably struggling in America, probably making ends meet at least, right? And you're gonna go to Africa and freaking starve, lose everything. Like I really feel bad for the Bag family. I heard they were eating grass at one time because things got so bad. I mean, that's sad, you know. That's sad, you know. Oh, look. Ooh, Bwana's upset. Look at these. He goes, "Oh, we don't agree to convince you anything. Stay in America, eat your McDonald's." Woo! Woohoo! To tell if you really feel like that, then why is Akon harass? I mean, the nigga was harassing us. Y'all got to come to Africa. Y'all got to come to Africa. Bill Akon, you could be rich tomorrow and whatnot. Oh, my God. He got people who actually bought that shit. I want to know who actually believed that shit? Whoever said, yo, I got to get, I want to become a resident of Akooon City, you know? You know? Yeah, Go Black, man. Go Black ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. So I can't believe he fell for this, you know? He ain't one of the smartest brothers out there, you know? You know, so the bottom line is, so we're going to have a good show, and I'm going to open up the lines in a minute, and everybody going to call and cuss me out or not, you know? in a minute when you could cuss me out and tell me how I'm wrong and whatnot. Tell me how much you love Akooon and you still think the Akooon City is a possibility and stuff like that, we'll have a good time tonight, Yeah, Fretchy says, Mary Shy, those are feminine FBA. Yeah, they're all a bunch of little moist little Negroes and whatnot, they love fighting with women. That's the B in them. Cannot wait to come out. Wow. Woo. Akon is look at this fool. Akon's an African hero, man. Yeah, okay, you can be an African hero. Africa's a bunch of fools and whatnot, but stay away from our people, And why is he trying to get us to come to friggin' Africa, Yeah, y'all gotta join in the misery and whatnot. We're miserable over here. We ain't got shit. We got no electricity, no nothing, no running water. I think Black Americans, that's what y'all need to straighten y'all out, man. Y'all got it too good over here, and everything, But Akon's an African hero. Wow. If that's an African hero, man, I hate to see what an anti-hero is. So wow. Akon literally means Akon. That's that thing I always understand. Akon means Akon. He's literally a con man, and you got people out there, yeah, man, I can't wait to move to Akon City and whatnot, and people are dumb. Like Buana, he's probably mad because Black people in America said we saw through Akon and said, nope, sorry, No one in their right mind wants Africa to come to Africa. Oh, wow. But every time we look around, where these Africans always say, welcome home, come back to it, so they can rob us blind, stick us up and loot us and bleed us blind and everything like that, And no matter where only country we get a good fair shake in South Africa. They're somewhat civilized down there. But when you go to these savage countries like Ghana and stuff like that, man, the bottom line, and when an African says, brother, I'll be your friend, that means you be prepared to put him on payroll somewhere because he wants to milk you dry and stuff like that. That's all it is, that brother, and they basically see you as a money bag. Bomani Tyehimba had me dying on this tour. Bomani had me cracking up, man. We're going up to Nines Lodge, right? And some Ghanaians kept calling him from Ghana, right? He's like, yo, I hear him, I don't got it. Oh, he goes, I ain't got it. He goes, hey, yo, what do y'all think? I'm an ATM? He goes, yo, I'm sick of these niggas, man. They come up with this brother shit, but the bottom but the bottom line, man, it means it's gonna cost me money. When I can imagine, if Akon City and Black people got into that would have been the biggest robbery in human history. Negroes have been taken for every dime they got, So the bottom line is, this R Bird song, what is this? Find some bleaching cream and stop worrying about FBA. Anybody worry about FBA? FBA inject themselves. I didn't ask them to come here to this platform tonight, running their mouth, whatnot. Anytime, anywhere I could disrespect the FBA movement, I'm going to do it. So as soon as I get on, every time I get on this channel, I have nothing good to say about FBA. I'm just going to bash the movement no matter what, So get prepared to it, So the bottom line is, that's what it is. So I'm not going to stop my relentless assault on the FBA movement. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life, man. The dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. So I have to let the world know how I feel about the so-called ADOS FBA movement. It's the dumbest movement I ever heard in my life. So it is what it is. Saying Marie Frenchie says it's not their fault. That's a result of fathers' homes. You can't defeat their white counterparts. They're to attack women. Yeah, wow, man. Wow, wow, man. She's really sticking it to you. Frenchie's really giving it to y'all FBA coons and goofballs tonight, bro. So the bottom line is FBA hero. On what I agree. What do you agree on, Buana? I'm getting worried here. Buana agrees with me on something. I must have said something wrong. Please tell me what I agree with so I can change my mind. No, I didn't change my or clarify myself. Bawana agrees with me on something. That's scary, you know. How you gonna say Frenchie talks like a man? Frenchie is like really feminine, you know. So like I said, a lot of these dudes, man, a lot of these. Oh, the FBI is a stupid movie. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. But you're a little biased in your opinion, you know, but because you don't like no African Americans, Buana. You know, you think we're all FBA and shit like that. So that's where you fall short. That's where your shortcomings is. You know, so yeah, Frenchie has a real sexy voice and whatnot, you know. So I don't know what these dudes are talking about, man. Instead of trying to get to know her and say, yo, Frenchie, sister, I'm coming to the UK, man. When I come there, we're gonna have some whatever they eat over there. What do y'all eat in the UK? What's here? The best dinner here in America is steak and lobster. Steak, lobster, and potato, you know, with broccoli. That's the best meal here. Or Cajun pasta, spicy Cajun pasta, and everything like that. And if I can't get that in your country, I will not go to your country. You know, if I can't get lobster, in Liberia, we had lobster like crazy. You know, cheap lobster. If I can't get friggin' pasta, if I can't get a steak, if I can't get grilled chicken, I can't get stuff like that. I don't want none of the fish and chips. Come on. I mean, it depends on the fish. If it's real fish, not that processed stuff, and potatoes that's just cut up fried potato, that's good. That seems good. You know, because I remember back in the days, they used to have this restaurant called fast food called Arthur Treacher's, and the fish that shit smelled so freaking good, and it was not no processed stuff. But when you eat stuff, it tasted as good as you're gonna taste the fish from just out of the sea and whatnot. I remember in Jamaica, Queens, we had this when I was a kid. I heard the fish place still there, right there on Ozone or Rockaway Boulevard, right by Rockaway Boulevard, going towards Springfield. There was this place. I heard it was owned by Caribbeans back in the days. But yo, look, they fried fish, and you could smell that fish. I know what they were doing. Caribbeans do that. The Jamaican restaurants, they had that jerk steak and stuff like that. They grill outside or let the air go outside so you could smell the steak or whatever like that. But this place had fried fish, and you could smell the fried fish for like miles away. You're like, oh, all you're dreaming about is a nice fish friggin' sandwich. They had no bones in it, right? That you could basically get the fish, right? Eat that fish with some hot sauce on it and whatnot, and some fries in there. A whole fish. It was like a whole fish fried. And you got some fries and some hot dog, and you put hot sauce on that fish and whatnot, you were in heaven. I mean, New York City back in the days, man, we had just everything you could want. That's why we were so happy back in the days in New York. New York is a happy place. It ain't like California where people are just freaking miserable. And other parts of America where black people just seem like they're just miserable and everything. We got in New York, for the most part, we got along with everybody. Everybody kicked it together. When the ball dropped, everybody, black, white, everybody's out there partying and everything like that. New York is known for people across racial lines and everything like that, just partying and going to clubs, going to nightclubs, going to Studio 54 and places like that and everything like that, and the nightclub scene and everything like that. That's New York City. It's something unique in human history. You know, that's where the disco era happened. People don't talk about that. The disco era's influence on hip hop, you know. Hip hop, you know, also came from rock and roll. It also came from the disco era, the disco beat era, and stuff like that, you know. So the bottom line is, like I said, these people nowadays, these so-called ADOS FBA, don't know shit about anything, you know. All they know is we FBA, ADOS. You don't even sound fucking right, you know. Yeah. So RB song, you are a terrible, horrible person. Yeah, I agree. You know. And what is up with these soft ass FBA dudes, man? You know, God, I've never seen so many bitch made niggas in my life, man. Jeez. You're always fighting with women and shit, you know? God damn. Guys, these are weird. You have white guys that are weirdos and incels and whatnot. come find out they're pedophiles and stuff like that. I'm not saying the ADOS FBA or them or not, but it seems damn close to it, man. These weird type of dudes and whatnot. You ever see these weird type of brothers? Today, we had our annual bowling event for my agency and whatnot. Everybody, some people didn't show up, but a lot of people showed up. It was good. We gave out awards. My agent Paul got the top award for sales when we gave him a $500 thing for sales. Quarterly sales were up right there, and we gave a couple of awards out. And again, I got my ass kicked in bowling, you know. And like I said, because a whole year went by since last year, and I had no practice. You know, I was almost ready to put up the guardrails, you know, the kiddie rails up there, so I would have them gutter balls, you know. And so I went into the one lane my little nieces were playing, and I started bowling on that, and I was saying, go to the rail, and it bounced back in the middle and give me a strike. Now, if I didn't have those rail up, that would have been a gutter ball. But we had a good time today when my agency's growing and everything, our business is growing and everything. But anyway, I was sitting down. My niece, she wanted to go play some video games, whatever like that, in the kiddie lounge area right there. And one brother walks up, man. He was a fucking look weird, man. Dude looked fucking weird. He had glasses on and whatnot. Looked like a complete nerd. He was like sitting there like eyes on. I said, this must be I thought to myself, this must be a ADOS FBA dude. You know? I said, I don't know where to come from. You got weird brothers out there nowadays, man. Weirdos. You know? Used to be that back in time. Everybody wanted to be cool. You want to be fly, but you really got weirdos out here nowadays. I mean, really weird dudes out here. You know, I just saw that. I was like, it was at the bowling alley. I was just like, I don't know if he worked there or not, man, but he was walking around like, dude, man, his glasses like this thick and shit, you know, maybe because he had his thick glasses on and everything, you know, but he just walking around like staring into space and whatnot, looking around. I'm like, dude, man, you could tell that dude never been with a woman in his life. You could tell when dude never been with a woman. The dude was fucking weird, man. That's what these guys, FBA, ADOS guys are. These are guys that never been with a woman in their life and whatnot, you know? So it's incels. And you got African incels too, like B.A.I.O, Caribbean immigrant incels too, like B.A.I.O, you know? You got incels on both sides. You got the African incels, you know, and the Caribbean incels, and you got the FBA incels, whatnot. And these guys going at it all the time online, you know, and whatnot. And normal people, no matter what you come from, the Caribbean, Black America, whatever like that, we get along, you know. We could agree to disagree and get along with civilized, you know. But the incels, the weirdos, man, creeps and weirdos and everything, you know. And so this is what I'm talking about tonight, you know. And we're gonna talk about Akon. You know, why was he president? I'm gonna play a video with Akon. This is a guy basically saying Black America should come to Africa and everything. Okay, but listen to what he had to say about Black Americans. Akon, this. Well, let's start with Dr. Umar. See, Umar's in this topic. Umar's weak. You know why? Because Umar basically is one of those black people that believe in unity above everything else. That we're all black and everything like that, and I don't believe in that. You know, I don't believe in like, oh yeah, we're all black, and so we shouldn't fight and we're not. You know, I don't believe in that. You know, you come at me, I'm gonna friggin' try to crush you. You know, I really don't give a damn.
Akon, how you feel about Akon? Because I know you feel a type of way about the comments he be making about African Americans, and he's also, you know, building a city right now. What you think about that?
First of all, I love my brother Akon.
Yeah, that's what I said. I will never.
The locked up song he did with Styles P.
Hold up,
one of my favorite.
Let me ask you a question, right? What does Akon do that Umar would say? I love my brother Akon. See, that's what I'm saying. That's fake. You know, I don't feel like that towards Akon. So I'm not gonna say I love my brother when I don't love you unless I know you. If I know you and I really love you, I'm gonna tell you I love you, right? But I'm not gonna get up and say I love my brother Akon just because he's black. I cannot stand this. I want people to be real with me, you know. Hey, Kala's cool and everything like that. But when you start saying I love Kala and blah blah blah, I don't trust you. You know, those are the people I don't trust because you don't know me. You know, so why would he start off with "I love my brother Akon"? How are they brothers? What's the brotherhood about? And this is what I'm saying about the fake Pan-African movement that's been destroying this movement. Why the movement is not going any place? This fake ass movement that basically got people like, oh, yeah, I love my brother and whatnot, and then people get away with what they want to get away with because we in the name of fake ass brotherhood, we let people get away with a lot of stuff. So let's continue.
Hip hop, R&B songs. I'm disappointed in Akon's comments about American Africans. I thought Akon was a Pan-Africanist, and to constantly hear him occasionally make derogatory.
So what gets me is this, you know, why would Umar basically assume Akon was a Pan-Africanist? What gave him the idea? This is a guy that wants to build a school and lead black people, you know? And what would make you think that somebody like Akon, who made his money with Lady Gaga, right, who have all Chinese or European partners and everything, what would make him basically think Akon is like this? Well, he basically said some nasty stuff about Black Americans, you know, really nasty stuff, really mean stuff, you know. And the bottom line is, you know, all we can say is, I'm really disappointed when I. No, you hit this nigga back, you know. You let people. You're supposed to be a leader, Dr. Umar. We need people, leaders that is gonna hit friggin' back. No, we don't want none of your friggin' school or your, you know, school. We don't want none of your thing. If that's the way you feel about us, we're canceling you. As simple as that. You got to make people pay for their treachery, and a lot of these Pan-Africanists won't do that because I have no idea. They have this unwritten rule that we have to suffer above everything else. You don't see Africans ever forgiving when somebody from our side do something to them. They want their blood. But we got to be like all sympathetic and I thought he was a Pan-Africanist. What made you think he was a Pan-Africanist, right? How did he make his money for years? He made his money doing everything he can, every cutthroat thing he can and whatnot. So what makes him a Pan-Africanist?
Comments about American Africans when you have benefited from our art form. It's still African. But hip hop was birthed on American soil. For you to have benefited yourself from hip hop and American African R&B and to speak negatively about us at the same time, I think it's a shame. And at a time where African people around the world need to be coming together as one. Akon is my brother. Yes, he's Senegalese, but he's my brother. My ancestors might have came out of Goree Island, Senegal. He's my brother. So for me, it's a disservice whenever I see Africans, American Africans, continental Africans.
This is why Umar Johnson's out of date and everything like that, because the bottom line, that shit doesn't work. That shit doesn't, he's a brother. And the bottom line is, when you think like this, you cannot be our leader. You cannot be our leader. You can't be anybody that speaks for us. You know? Because the bottom line is, I see it, because the average Nigerian is not thinking about unifying with you. So what makes you a guy like this is because the average Nigerian basically has what they have, and they basically doing what they do, and they don't care nothing. All they care about is making their money and everything like that. So we basically say, oh, we proclaim people as brothers and sisters, and a lot of these people resent us, you know. So which we call they resent us because they don't want unity with us. It's tribalism in Africa is deep. And so the bottom line, we have to come up with a new strategy for the future of so-called Pan-Africanism. Umar Johnson's way is out of date, you know? It's so freaking out of date and foolish. It doesn't even matter. That's why he's freaking a running joke right now.
Africans, Caribbean Africans, Canadian Africans, Brazilian Africans, Africans in Europe speak negatively about other Africans. We are one people. United we stand, divided we fall. Now, Akon CIty. I believe Akon means well. I do. But if the reports are true that the Chinese are financing Akon CIty to a tune of $1 billion, then that's not Akon CIty. That's Senegalese Chinatown is what it is. That is Senegalese Chinatown, because the hand that pays is the hand that rules. The hand that pays is the hand that rules. So if the Chinese are financing Akon's city, then that is not Akon City. It is nothing more than a neo-colonialist front for the Chinese to make inroads into Western Africa, and through Senegal in particular, as a means of recolonizing the entire continent. If that is Chinese money, I cannot support the project. That's what I'm hoping it's not true. I'm hoping it's not true. But from what I'm hearing, the Chinese are fronting the $1 billion for Akon. The Chinese are the new colonialists on the block. They are engaged in a three-way tug of war, Chinese, Russians, and Americans, for who are going to dominate the soil of Africa. Remember, whoever controls Africa rules the world, because Africa has the largest deposits of non-renewable resources in the world. Gas, oil, gold, silver, manganese, coltan. Do you realize of the dozen or so minerals necessary to create an atomic bomb, half of them are in Africa? There is no nuclear age without Africa. There is no solar age without Africa. There is no technological age without Africa. China knows that. And see, the reason China wants to possess herself of Africa is, number one, China is overpopulated. I've been there twice to speak to the Africans. China is overpopulated, bro. You think rush hour in New York is something? You think rush hour in DC? Go to China and sit in that rush hour. It's overpopulated. 2 billion people. They need somewhere to drop off the excess Chinese. Africa has undeveloped land all over the continent. It's the perfect place for China to send all of the...
That's a lie. China is building densely populated cities like Wuhan, dense states. Like, a lot of Chinese country is underdeveloped and whatnot, underpopulated. Chinese are concentrated in big territorial states and cities and provinces. So Umar doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. You know, China has more empty cities and buildings than they know what to do with. They just got to bring the people from the third world to the first world by giving them means. It's not easy to do. So Umar don't know what we're talking about. Africa, also about Africa's mineral resources. A lot of black people, a lot of Pan-Africans really think Africa has all these resources to that's endless resources that everybody needs and everything like that. Dude, man, stop it. And that's what Akooon is trying to do. They're trying to basically tell us, oh, you can go to Africa tomorrow and get rich, get rich overnight. The Black American can go to Africa and get rich on it. So in our stupidity and ignorance, we invested in the Akon coin.
The people she needs to get rid of. Number two, China is the number one producer of cheap goods, cheap food, cheap clothes, cheap utensils, cheap devices, cheap soap, anything cheap, China makes it. They are the Walmart of the planet. China has a surplus of cheap goods. Where can I go and sell all these cheap goods that cost less than $1 so I can recoup all my money from the surplus I have? Africa. Most of the world lives off of less than $1 a day. The world.
China's like this.
So America will never be able to sabotage China because
China's major market is the United States in the West. They're not thinking about Africa like that, and like that. So China has a couple certain strategic raw materials and everything like that, but it's not really vital. China just used Africa to stockpile raw material to undermine. Let me tell you how it works, right? The West, basically, because they make their money on minerals and precious metals and minerals speculation. That means some people, buyers and traders and users of these precious metals, speculate that the price is going to be at this point high. Some people say it's going to be this low, and they set the price based on market, whatever, like fluctuations and stuff like that. Weather, war, that controls the price of markets, right? Supply and demand the market too. You never know what the markets are always going to be volatile, right? So what they do is, like in Zambia, right? Zambia is like, yo, we produce all the copper. It was actually Zambian companies that mine the copper mines in Zambia, right? But Zambia is like, we're mining all this copper, but we're still poor. We're not getting any wealth out of it. Why? Because the real money is made in Zurich, Switzerland, and everything. The people who speculate and the option traders who buy options of copper and everything like that. And what happens is this: what they'll do is they'll tell the Zambian government, stop producing copper. Why they do that? So they could drive the price up temporarily and go long and sell hard, sell long, and sell hard. And so therefore, Zambia, I remember watching this documentary, Zambia is like, we haven't produced copper in a year because they told us not to do that. But at the same time, the companies, that hedge fund company made billions of dollars. Why? Because they drove the price up. So they're playing this game with Africa, that Africa trapped in with this mineral resource curse. They're trapped in, and so therefore they got people like the Omar telling Africans, oh, you got a hand to play with these minerals. You don't. Africa needs to get rid of the mineral industry, we need to get rid of the whole idea of minerals and stuff like that, the mineral extraction. That has to go until Africa develops, so that's what it is, folks.
America is king of capitalism, expensive goods. China is the king of communism, cheap goods. And so Africa is the perfect place for the Chinese to dump all their unsold cheap goods off. Also, where can you go to create a manufacturing sector where you can pay people pennies in order to work for you? Africa. Everything China needs, Africa has, and the last thing is the damn resources. China want that gold, China want them diamonds, China want that gas, China wants that oil. And I'm disappointed in our African leaders, not all of them, but some of them. And most recently, I spoke by the invitation of the Ethiopian government for African Liberation Day this past May. And my disappointment with some African leaders is we keep on playing pocket pool with these different neo-colonizers. Who's going to treat me the best? The Americans? Who's going to treat me the best? The Russians? Who's going to treat me the best? The Chinese? None of them are going to treat you well because they are all colonizers. Africa has no friends. The only thing Africa has is a lot of resources that other people don't want to pay for. And will kill to get. So right now we got a situation in the Sahel in Africa where you have Niger.
I had enough. I want to find another video on Akooon.
Not too long ago, rapper Akon went on the ZZ Mills show to talk about a whole host of things, including talk bad about Black people in America. Check it out.
The African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down, bored as hell, half to sleep because they high as hell on stage.
Yeah.
But Africa, we wake up morning like, look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you know what I'm saying? Like these kids are performers. Like so for us, it comes natural,
So as you heard him say, he was trying to make the difference between Africans and Black Americans, kind of saying that they're about it, and we're not. He says we're just different, right? And he made the comparison between performers in America, they sagging and things like that. And then he tried to say something about the kids from Uganda on the internet. So he didn't really kind of fill out those thoughts, but he was being anti-Black nevertheless. And he is being taken to task for one, trying to say that, I guess, Africans are more talented than Black people in America. Now, I won't get into that conversation, but I've seen a whole lot of evidence presented on the internet saying, not so fast, Akon. So I'll leave that to the people who want to argue about that. But I will say this, it is very divisive. And Akon from St. Louis, Missouri, because you was born in St. Louis, Missouri. You wasn't even born in Africa, right? He has made so much money over here. One of his first hits was Locked Up, They Won't Let Me Out. Y'all might remember that. Well, that sounds very American to me. But what he did was he got his Grammys and all that money and went over to Africa and took the money over there to build, which I'm not mad. That's what he should do, right? Do what you want to do with your money. However, don't disparage the people that helped you get that money, right? Also, I heard that Akon's cryptocurrency business is not doing all that well. So you might want to be careful because you might need to come back over to the States and get with the good old Black people that you grew up with in St. Louis, Missouri, where you was born, and help get some of that money back. Now, the other thing is the host, ZZ Mills. Y'all saw her and heard her saying, yeah, as he was talking greasy about Black people. So yeah, some people have taken her to task too, because she's supposed to be a journalist, right? And isn't she supposed to be non-biased to some degree? Well, this is what she said about the interview. That's his opinion. People on the internet love to just jump on the quote unquote angry bandwagon. I see Americans on this Bird app talking about the lack of creativity in new music / artists every day. Now it's anti-Black American. What even is that? So no one can never criticize you. Now, I'm not quite sure where she's from, although I think the show is located in Britain. It ain't that you can't criticize us, ZZ. You can't lie to kick it on us. See, there's a difference between you saying, you know what, y'all may need to do A, B, C, and D, than saying, well, we are more talented and we did this first. And y'all can't lie on us. And we're not going to allow you to lie on us. Criticism should come from a fair and balanced viewpoint, not just straight up lies. Now, I get it. You know, Akon was on there. Maybe I was in a moment or whatever, but you're going to get called out for the blatant disrespect and lies. So criticize, yes, but disrespect and lies, no, because let's keep it real. And this is not being divisive. It's just the facts that a lot of people all over the world, including in Africa, y'all wouldn't be as spicy if it wasn't for us as Black Americans. Y'all get most of your swag from Black people in America. Let's keep it real. I'll keep it 100 with you. I was watching this show called Africans of South Africa, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch this, see what it's about. I turned it off after one show because I was like, I might as well be watching the Real Housewives of Atlanta, because to me, I didn't see the difference other than them being located in South Africa. But other than that, they were acting like Black Americans. And so why y'all talking about we're just different? No, you're not. We're not different. We're not different because, for one, y'all make it a point to be like us. So again, criticism, yes, but lying to kick it, absolutely not. And Akon, I'm going to tell you what my mama said a long time ago. She used to always say this: the people that you stepped on to get to the top, you're going to have to step on them to get back to the bottom. So you think about that while you're talking greasy about the people who helped you even get on that platform to talk bad about us. So y'all tell me what you think of this. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
If you want to learn how to edit really well from professional Hollywood.
Brother Wise, what's going on? What's on your mind?
Oh man, I'm just hearing you, preach this good gospel, all facts, man. Yeah, we gotta watch out with the people we follow. Akon, he's just a small, well, I can't say small factor in there. He's a pretty big factor because he's what we run into a lot. We run into these grifters and these people who are sensationalists, and they build up on our emotions, and they pull on our pockets. So we have to be very careful with that. And I'm glad that you were talking about that, and also talking about Umar Johnson, because I don't follow him anymore, but I'm tired of the guy. I'm very tired of him.
Yeah.
And I've been meaning for you to call him out on his inaccuracy of information. He says a lot of stuff that's not accurate. It's not up to date. He just read too much Dr. Amos Wilson and all these Pan-African books, and he just keep reciting the same garbage. So what can we do as a people to make sure that we stay away from these grifters and these sensationalists like the Dr. Umar Johnson?
What we have to do is stay on the truth. I laid out the B.A.I.O social network and stuff like that, where we could basically come and have a group that we could meet and discuss stuff and whatnot, stuff, and don't let people throw us off our game. You know, all these people came along, right? Tariq and Umar Johnson, right? And they're only out for themselves. They're only out for their own personal thing. It's not about building anything. There's no way. Umar Johnson has traveled the world. Are we closer to Africa? Do we have any diplomatic ties to Africa? No, because nobody takes him seriously. You know, when we basically, I was almost had a breakthrough in Angola. You know, and what they was talking about, it was like, yeah, that's an idea. Because the truth is, they took the idea that I had for a city-state, whatever like that, and connecting Black communities here in America with that city-state that Black people could build in Africa and here simultaneously, and we could bring out talent and stuff like that, because that's what they really want. They want our brain power, you know, and talent and stuff like that, and everything. It could be a new relationship between Black America thing. And like I said, I've always said that we don't need all of Africa, you know. All we need is like, well, one good country that's going to cooperate with us and say, hey, look, you know, I see the potential. And the fact that Africans can't see the potential in uniting the diaspora with the continent, it shows me that, you know, we're in a worse situation than we thought, you know. And the bottom line, and Umar Johnson is somebody that hasn't delivered and everything like that. It's always basically this, oh, we're all African. Look, everybody out there, I suspect the fact that a Nigerian sees himself as a Nigerian or wherever he is, Yoruba and stuff like that. I respect that, you know, and I don't expect him to understand my struggles. So what Umar Johnson is doing is superimposing his identity on people who don't know shit about who he is or what we went through. He says, my Nigerian Africans, my Cameroon Africans, my Cuban Africans, none of these people give a damn about being so-called African and stuff like that, you know.
They don't. They don't see you as a brother. Brother, I'm glad you're saying this, man. It's kind of it's a reality check. It's a rude awakening. But I listen to Umar Johnson preaching out, oh, brother this, brother this. Everybody ain't our brother, man.
Yeah, everybody is not a brother.
No.
He'll say, I appreciate it because such and such is my brother. Did you swear brotherhood?
No.
On the same page and stuff like that. Like me, if you take an oath with me, a brotherhood that we're brother, I see you as a brother for life. But you can't just say you're my brother and not agree. And we have met and we haven't broken bread. We haven't did all that. We swore with each other and stuff like that we're gonna be brothers. Like you confide in me, I confide in you. That's what brotherhood. I don't think people know what brotherhood's all about. I don't think they know what we use terms like Pan-Africanism and brotherhood and unity so loosely. People don't even know when it's thing, you know. And so that's why you think all these people talk smack about it. This guy Juan says African Americans aren't each other's brother; they murder each other. Like we're out there. Did you murder somebody this week, Wise?
Say that again.
Have you murdered somebody this week?
Murder?
Yeah.
Oh no, never.
I haven't murdered nobody this week. So why is he saying that we're over here murdering each other? You know?
Yeah. No, you're right.
So that's what I'm saying. People don't even think before they type. African Americans aren't each other's brothers and whatnot. We never said that. We're saying we are building a brotherhood among African Americans, and then we have race traders among us too. You know, we have people that are lost and wayward and everything like that. But the bottom line is this: let's have a look at Chicago. But there's still nice communities in Chicago and New York. You know, it's still black communities. Now everybody's out there shooting and gangbanging. See, these people. I bet he's not even in the United States. You know.
No.
You know,
what we say the same thing about them.
Yeah. So and then when we start talking about them and them shitting on the beaches when they get kicked out of Poland for shitting on the goddamn beach when that Poland said we want all Africans out. You know, and they're saying, oh, it's racism and whatnot. No, man, y'all niggas are nasty, you know. Y'all niggas uncivilized, you know. Like you heard Mike last night. It was a fucking savage, you know.
Yeah, they do. They are uncivilized, brother. They're dirty. I used to work with them, brother, and that's why I got the rude wake up call. Like, okay, man,
I'm like this, bro. Look, I'm all for brotherhood and everything, but you got to get your hygiene up. You know, you got to get your hygiene.
Nasty.
All that shit like that is important.
Nasty.
You know,
they don't wash their ass. They don't wear deodorant. I mean,
Jesus. You shit like that will turn anybody, will pulse anybody, man. You know. You know, so you gotta get that shit together, man. You know,
Yeah,
That's why
man.
when that lady was talking that shit about black people, because where she come from? She comes from a shit culture, you know.
Hmm.
You're supposed to be a doctor. You're a doctor. You're supposed to. You have a thing is you're supposed to protect people. Your whole everything about you is protecting people, being caring. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I was in the hospital last month, right? The doctors, nurses, they took such good care of me, you know. Come and confide in me, say, "This is what's going on here." And I had surgery. I had a heart defibrillation. They had to shock my heart. They had to put me on anesthesia for that shit, you know. But the doctors from A to Z, man, made sure that everything was there. They had to drain fluid out of me first, whatnot, you know. I was like, damn, they had to prep me for this shit, right? And every day they're making sure that I'm cared for and stuff like that. How you do, you know, this is, you know, how you gonna do, you know, they're trying to save my life, you know. And so the bottom line is this, and a doctor, man, I mean, I don't think anything other than integrity, a judge, maybe a judge, right? You know, you have to have integrity and up on a higher level, like, and a police officer, right? You have to be on. That's the problem. Me personally, I could never be a cop, you know, because I do judge people. You know,
Yeah, I can't do it either. I
I would,
tried doing corrections. I can't even do corrections. I'm done with that.
yeah, I could not be a cop. You know why? Because you know I be I know me, man. I know you say something to me, you know, and I know I can get away with it. I'm gonna split you upside the head. You know, I know, you know. So I say, look, and cops like, yo, I'm doing my job professionally, blah blah. How do you take that shit from people? You know,
Yeah.
you know. I'll be like, yo, look, nobody watching. What? Pop, you know, what you say? Pop.
Mhm.
And the cop, you be thinking about the police station, and his head's all bust up. What? And yo, yeah, man, the guy just kept hitting his head against my nightstick, man. You know, damn, you
Man,
know.
hey, brother, if you can, like, I want to know, how were you doing like armed security? Because I'm a security guard now. I just got my level 3 arm license. They got me a Glock 19, so I'm about to start working with that. How did you handle yourself as an armed security guard?
Well, I tell you, because that was back in 2003, right?
Hmm.
I honestly, man, I worked in Portsmouth overnight. I was scared as shit. There was this one guy. I'll tell you a story. There was this one guy who got out of jail. His name was 8 Ball, right? I had seen the guy before, right? He was a homeless white guy, right? But he was like a redneck. He was redneck. He was a crack dealer. He had a couple of black baby mama. He was a racist, and he think about it, he's a Nazi. He wore a do rag, and he had a friggin' 8 Ball on his head, right? That said, "You're under the 8 Ball, and he'll kill you. He'll rip you to pieces." The guy was a man beast, right? And so basically, they told me 8 balls out, right? So my job was basically as armed security was go check the parking garages. And I only had one incident. I had a homeless guy up there. I said, "Yo, man, get the hell out of here!" Boom, boom, boom. And then one night, right, there was somebody walking around the one of the garages, right? And I was like, "Oh, here it is, man. It's 8." And also they said, "Don't whatever you do not pull your gun out and shoot him because you're just gonna piss him off." You know? So I was like, "Oh shit, 8 Ball, it's gonna be 8. I'm gonna run the 8 Ball tonight." I was so freaking scared, right? But I was like, and there's one time I was in the freaking in a depot where they impound cars at, right? And they didn't tell me they put a dummy in there, right? A decoy dummy in there, right? And I didn't know, right? I'm sitting there walking around. Next thing you know, there's like a guy standing in there. And I was like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing in here?" Whatnot. Pull my gun out. I said, "What the fuck are you doing in here?" Right? It was a freaking dummy, right? And all of a sudden, I said, I put my nightstick out, right? Put my gun in my nightstick out. And I said, "Don't make a move. Don't make a move." And I ran towards the thing. I said, "Whap." And I was looking up, I was looking, it was a freaking thing. It was like a wooden thing. It split and I broke it, the head off it, you know? I thought I was hitting a person. Yeah, that was so
Damn, man.
But they didn't tell me that they put a decoy in there, right? I'm just walking around doing my rounds, and next thing you know, there's this figure standing there, right, with his arm out. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here! What the fuck are you doing in here? Get the fuck! How'd you get over my gate? Blah 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 blah." I didn't want to shoot my gun, so I basically just walked up to him and just whacked. It was a fucking dummy and shit, you know. And I told him, I said,
Man.
"Yeah, we forgot to tell you, yeah, we put a decoy in there." They didn't tell me that shit, you know.
I mean, we need a show one day just dedicated to your security stories, man, because you,
Yeah.
you must have some epic stories.
Oh yeah, I did club security. I did
Mm,
bodyguard work. I used to do
bodyguard.
bodyguard work for Teddy Riley. You know Teddy Riley, Black.
Yeah.
I did bodyguard work for him. You know,
Okay.
I have friends of mine. We were in the martial arts and stuff like that. That's all we
I,
did was fight. You know, and
I'm trying to get into bodyguard. First, I gotta get some level 3, experience. Is bodyguard work worth it? Is it worth the pay?
well, yeah. If you do bodyguard work, it's really good. But I'm gonna tell you right now, uh, most of it is having heart.
Mm,
It's not even about the skills or how tough you are. It's just having heart. Because sometimes you have to know how to preempt something before it happens. You know, and I see too many guys freeze up. Right, I see big. I told Nack Measy the other night. Right, I work out whatnot. You couldn't, dude. That doesn't mean nothing. You know, when you
yeah.
do bodyguard work, if you don't have heart, if you ain't like ready to like do your shit, all the muscle and the training don't mean nothing if you're gonna freeze up and whatnot and act like a sissy. You know, and whatnot. You know, so you have to be preemptive before it happens. You see somebody, you got to seek situations, right? If somebody's saying something, you got to step in. Why is the person saying this? Why is the person saying? You got to know. You could feel. You got to know how to read body language, and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
and then take appropriate action. Don't be scared to take appropriate action because it's too late when the guy got past you and whatnot, and he gets to your guy that you're trying to protect, because you didn't read the signals and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
say and stuff like that. When I did club security, I already knew before the night who's going to be a problem. Just by when the person comes in, right? They'll say something slick, whatever like that. They'll say, next thing you know, I hear, move, 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 move. That means everybody get out of here. They're dragging somebody out. And then I look at the dude, I said, I knew it was going to be him. I knew it was going to be him. I know, when you're doing this, who's going to be a problem throughout the night. So they get a couple of drinks in them just by the attitude when they come in the door.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's why you study body language. Mm-hmm.
You have to read people really well. Always look at people's eyes, see how they study, how they think, and whatnot. And another thing is how they're treating women and whatnot. The women blow them off and whatnot. I remember we had this one African dude, man. Dude was there. He came in as a white guy, man. This guy was strong as shit, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, right? Even my boy Sean was scared of this guy, right? This guy was like 6 something. And he was basically trying to hit on these 2 girls. One girl I ended up being really close to, I was dating. Anyway, basically, they was like, look, we don't like you, whatever, like that. He was sitting there licking his tongue out, trying to lick them on the neck. When she was there, like, yo, can you get this guy here? All of a sudden, I grabbed him by the back, right? And tried to pull him out. Yo, this dude was so fucking, his muscles, I was like, God damn, he was fucking strong. But me and my boy, we got him outside, because he didn't I said, if this dude has any resistance, I'm dead, man. This dude's was strong. You could see his muscles, everything was just like, he could kill you, that's how strong this dude was. But then when we got outside, right, my armed security was outside. They took it from there or not, and they cleaned house. They gave him a whooping he never, was expecting. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that's saying. Some guys whatnot, he was in there one night. He just got drunk one night. He didn't know how to take no for an answer from these chicks. They were like, "Yo, look, please get this guy away from us and whatnot." He wouldn't leave and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I said, "Yo, dude, in this country, man, when a girl says no, she says no."
Yeah.
Fucking strong. I mean, god damn, he was strong. My boy, Sean, he was like, oh man, I don't want no part of this motherfucker, man. So I was the only one, that's brave enough to like, I just all I did was got his arms right, and I was just trying to calm him down. Yo, brother, you need to calm down. As I was doing that, I was just walking towards the door, and he didn't put up no real resistance. If he did, this dude was strong enough to pick me up and freaking break me in half. That's how strong that dude was. That was once I got him to the door, I pushed him out that's when my outside security came in and took care of the situation. So you gotta know all that stuff. You gotta know when to pick your battles.
Yes,
I knew I could take that guy, so so we had to just get him outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I want to get back to the discussion on Akon City. So where do you think Akon went wrong? And I heard people invested, they lost money. So what's the solution? What's going on? What we gotta do?
Well, like I said earlier, the idea, see, since I'm not anybody important and whatnot, the idea that I had, right, came right around the time when the movie Black Panther came out with the Wakanda thing, right? Unfortunately, right? And so therefore I said we need an African, the B.A.I.O. And my Mr. Rosenthal was touring the continent doing business and stuff like that, the African Bullion Bank president, right? And so he was in Angola, and he said, yo, we have an idea, I have a guy, and she introduced me to Celeste Brito. And he said, we would talk about building a city state for Black America in Africa. And they were like, wow, we had no idea that it's Black Americans. And they don't even know that we're interested. And where was Angola? It's not like the friggin' West Africa where they're all tribalized and uncivilized. They think of themselves as Black. Same thing with Zambia. Those two countries right here, people have a Black identity, you know. And the Angolans, I found out, were tired of the Portuguese, and they were tired of Brazilians. I said, what do they have against the Brazilians? They said Brazil be coming to Angola with these mega churches and everything and taking Angola's money. Angola got all the diamonds and everything, right? He said a lot of Portuguese and white Brazilians be coming over there using the fact that they speak Portuguese, and the Portuguese try to reassert itself as an empire with Angola and Brazil and stuff like that. And Angolans say they want a relationship with Black America. You know, one thing I tell people all the time, that you could make money if you want to live in Africa, if you knew how to teach, if you could teach English in Angola. There's job. I got people I could plug you in with a job because they want to move Portuguese out of their lingua franca and go to English, because the reason why they want English, because they like our music over here and they want to be closer to Black America. You know, so these are things that, you know, that, like I said, that on this platform, I want to talk about. We can't just look at like Ghana, like that's the only country in Africa, right? Like Angola, the reason why we don't go into Angola is because we don't know anything about the country. They're not an English-speaking country. So yeah, DK, you're right. Angola actually fought for their independence. It's the only really free country, Angola and Mozambique. We can thank the Portuguese right now, right? Let's get down on these and thank the Portuguese for being the most backward country in Europe and having so much territory. So when Angola rose up against the Portuguese, right, they really won. It ain't like the friggin' the Ghanaians and Nigerians where the British still had in the French Africa where they still got a foothold. The Portuguese were completely uprooted. So Angola is really a free country, you know? It's really a free country, you know, and same thing with Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau. But Black people in America somehow, strangely, are not interested in those countries. We're only interested in countries that got the most neo-colonial states, like Ghana and Nigeria, South Africa, and all these other countries are neo-colonial states. You know, and I tell them all the time, I said, look, we should try Angola, you know. No, I want to go to Ghana. I want to go to Tanzania. Okay, hey, look, you know. It is what it is. I said like this. I go to Liberia. I said we could build a base in Liberia, then we'll be connected with Angola because we'll be over the continent. That's my dream, is to have a base in Liberia and Angola, and so we could basically build in those two countries and whatnot on the continent. We'll have everything we need. You know, that'll be a revolution right there, and then we'll have the means to build Black America up. You know, so that's what I mean. But will people do that? Because people right now, what are they talking about? Oh, we got to donate money to a fucking museum, you know, a hidden history museum. Oh, we got to help Umar Johnson with his school or not. They're not thinking about real nation building and stuff like that. Stuff that we could actually really do. You know, so they don't want, people don't want to do anything real. They don't want to do hard work. They think they could throw $500 at Tariq and then all their problems are going to be solved, you know?
When Umar Johnson first came onto the scene, did you see right through the ruse? Did you see anything like early red flags? Like,
yeah, well, he went to Thomasville, Virginia, right? Now I work in Thomasville, right? He went to this school, St. Paul, I think it was, right? Campus, right? It's a big ass college, and I thought, you know what? That's how I saw through this, right? I said, well, let's look at history, right? When someone says that was back in 2011, right? When someone says they're going to build a college, Umar Johnson School, Frederick School, that's a celebration of a life of accomplishments. You know, a lifetime of accomplishments, right? Jerry Falwell, the Christian evangelist minister, created Liberty University. You know, Robert E. Lee created a university, former Confederate general. when you look at just go out, look at history of people who created alumni and stuff like that. These are people that were accomplished. What would the Umar do besides make a freaking couple of YouTube videos that he was worthy to say, I'm going to make a school in my name and say like this as a young man who has no accomplishments in life or anything like that? Do people think about that? I said, what do you do if you don't have any accomplishments? You have no way of justifying this. You didn't make millions of dollars in the stock exchange. You didn't go travel around the world. You're not an accomplished person. You're not wealthy. You didn't build anything and everything. So why would you make a school? Talk about you could make a university. Who are you going to teach? What example do you have in life? You know, you're homeless yourself. He didn't have a house to live in, and he's homeless. He's online begging for donations for a living and stuff like this. So what basically does he have to basically say? And that school was freaking grand. I said, so you're going to take over the school and put it under your name, Frederick Douglass Academy, for so-called black boys. You know, where's the money going to come from ultimately, right? And who's going to pay you to go to school and everything? Do you know what it takes to run a freaking school, campus that size? So basically, he said, I won't raise the money. I think he raised some money when that, but the money they raised said, this is what the campus for sale is, like $5 million. He won't do that. And then when the people that talk about, if it did raise $5 million, you have to prove that you could have the money for faculty. You have the money for renovations. You have to be certified and everything like that. You have to have a curriculum. I didn't hear none of that stuff like that. I didn't hear the fact where he's going to get a faculty from. I didn't hear where he's going to teach us from. I didn't hear where he's going to have a curriculum. Nothing like that, you know. All he says he's going to do, I'm going to do for black boys and whatnot, you know. And you have all these single mothers out there, right? Instead of doing the right thing, marrying their baby fathers or whatnot, you know, and dealing with that, you know, you lay with that man, he gave you a kid, just make it work, right? You basically want to run to the club and party and do your thing when that, while you got throw some money at Umar Johnson and all your problems are going to go away. You know, you see that how it works? I know my people, you know, anywhere we can have no responsibility and foolishness, we'll do it, you know.
Yeah, I see you. And my thing is, too, I knew it was a scam because if you're so Pan-African and, you know, Pan-Africanist, why don't you go build that in Africa?
Oh, yeah, he could have took the money and went to Liberia.
$700,000.
You know, and you know what he could have did with that money over there? You know, he could have land. He could have had a farm. He could have had a whole estate of buildings and training centers and everything like that. It probably would have cost him nothing because he would have volunteers and everything, you know, on the continent. But he ain't interested in that.
No,
he ain't interested in that. So that's what it is. So I just knew this guy's not for real. And then when you see him online, he's always going to places about, I'm gonna be in Jamaica this time. Oh, when I see you over here, I'm gonna fly into Miami. We're gonna go out to dinner. You know, get ready for that King Kong. Talking about his dick and whatnot. Talk about it. Then with Sukihama and whatnot. Sukihama is a queen shit. You know. Yeah, I'm like, look, dude, man, and he does all this stuff, the conscious stripper and all these things. Like, and then the worst was when he was basically with that transvestite. You know, remember that?
Yeah, on that show, Fox Soul. My queen.
And said, no, they basically said, she goes, I had his dick dingling hot. You know, I'm like, dude, man, you was freaking hitting on a transvestite, a transsexual, a transvestite. I didn't know, dude, man. That's what happens when you're so thirsty and horny.
My queen.
You're saying my queen. Everyone's a freaking queen.
Yeah. Stop calling about our queen. Stop calling about your brother. We gotta change our state of mind. We gotta get back to this good old common sense, being patient, studying people, and just be patient. Because everybody's not gonna come to this whole thing blackity black. And that's what I like about you. You're not super, you know, you black in power, but you're not like fist raising, you know, fist raising.
I used to be that.
Yeah.
I've been there, done that. You know, I've been there, I've been down that road. It's nothing. It's nothing. You know. I've been there, done that, man. I've done it all, and I've seen it all. You know, I've everything that's heard. And also, one thing I don't do is, like me, I'm at the age now. I'm older than when Khalid Muhammad died, right? So I don't feel it's necessary for me to play his videos and everything. I have more knowledge than he has, you know. I have life experience like he had. So what do I need to go to him for? You know, he's seeing the world like I saw the world. When you get a certain age or whatnot, you stop listening to other men, and you should have it figured out. Where do you see the world? When I turned 40, I said, I'm really now a man. You know, I would go to my father on certain things when my father was still alive, right? This last year, he was still alive. When I go, hey, Dad, what do you think about this? Whatever, like that. You know, okay. You know, okay, when that, you know, and sometimes I take counsel from some of my older brothers in the B.A.I.O. You know, my guy Ron, he's like in his 70s. Whatnot, he's like my big homie in the B.A.I.O. Whatnot, he lives in my area, so we go out together sometimes. Whatnot, you know, he schools me and everything. But the bottom line is this: I can't sit there and be like, I don't know what to do. So let me, at my age, 55 years old, let me go over there and get my Amos Sawyer book open and whatnot. No, I should have figured things out by now myself. You know, and when somebody keeps telling you, Dr. Such and Such said this, Dr. Such and Such said this, okay, that's what he said, but what do you say? You know, where's your plan? And none of these guys could ever do that. Yes. You see what I'm saying? Is a focus, Dave? Are you on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I'm fine, Kyle. I want to talk about the topic of discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Akon CIty. What exactly happened? No, I'm you know, I want to give my insight. Nothing happened. Nothing was gonna happen.
Exactly. Absolutely, you're absolutely nothing. Just like when they first brought
the proposal for Akon CIty, and somebody for myself who have experience living on the continent, I asked myself 3 questions. The first thing, where's the energy source for this city?
Mm-hmm.
The second question I asked myself, where's the water source for this city?
Mm-hmm.
And then the third question I asked myself, how will the transportation system be set up? Road network, the highway system. How was the logistics?
I saw pictures. I didn't see none of that. All I saw was these.
We saw pictures, but we didn't see city planners. We didn't see an estimate. We didn't see, what's the bond ranking? You know, because if you open in a city, you need bonds. You got to have people investing.
Exactly.
Right? Municipal
you know
bonds.
Something, man? I'm going to give you credit. You're the first person that ever been on my show that said that. Understand? You have municipal bond. It's called municipal bond.
Yeah, municipal bond. I worked in government too. So you had to have municipal bonds. You had to have investors. You had to have people, this is the bond ranking. This is going to be our bond. I asked myself these questions. I said, but these people are, but Akon is not serious. It's another scam. It's not serious.
Yeah, when the black people, I want to get to the point where we have territory. That's all we need is territory, and we can floor our own municipal bond and whatnot. People will actually invest in that bond because they know we could service that bond with our tax base that we generate. You know, so we can get a bond.
I knew it wasn't a serious venture. You know, I asked myself the serious, critical questions. First of all, I didn't see the government of Senegal. They're not gonna. I didn't see, okay, if you building a new city, you had to have some type of infrastructure going on. And I see, a lot of people really don't understand what you're trying to come across when you come with your organization, the B.I.A., the B.I.A.O., right?
Right.
Yeah, they don't really understand what you're trying to say. You need critical infrastructure to get things going. Just the basic, and like, okay, we need the electrical grid. There's no electrical grid for this city.
Right. You need not only that, you need a power source.
Yeah, where's the power source? Where's
electrical grid? What you could do is this: if you had a country that you're gonna build a state, you have to basically initially, right, have a country that has extra power that you could basically put substations in, right, and buy the initial electricity until you could justify building your own power plant, and do it yourself. And then you the energy you generate goes back into the main grid,
Yeah.
That's how you start off. Then I say, okay, you say, well, we're going to do this until we get to this phase right here. Then we're going to start producing power plants. Those power plants are going to go to the Senegalese. With Senegal, they say in Senegal, didn't he had that light up Africa thing? That means Senegal itself didn't have enough power to do something like that. You know, the whole country didn't have enough power.
They don't have the electrical grid. It's not.
Yeah, you can't do, and you can't build
You can't
nothing.
just come up and say, "Oh, I want to build a city." Where's where's the basic necessities to run the city? You don't even have the basic necessities to run the city.
Service those municipal bonds back, toll roads, stuff like that, things like that.
Exactly. They didn't have no plan for that. Those things require city planners. I didn't see him with a city planner. I didn't see him.
Like I said, when people say,
I
studied all this. I studied all this. You know,
those are things you study. You have to study those things. The location. Where is this place going to be located? Are you going to have seaports? What are you going to? Where's the tax base? You know, those things. You got to think about that. Who's going to live in this city? Who's going to live in this city? I ask myself, who's going to live in this city? Who's going to live here?
Well, Akon said we'll all be millionaires in like a year.
Okay, well, so what's the city's industry? I ask myself these questions. What's the city industry? You're gonna have an industry. You're gonna have, what? It was no.
And also, where's the banking sector? It seems like the Chinese, also the tax base and everything, the ATM, the monetary system will all go back to him and his investors.
Oh no.
I said, now if Black America falls for this stuff, right? We're just done. We can't be that stupid, you know.
They don't know their own city that they live in is municipal bonds.
They don't let Black people know. We don't want to know.
They don't know that.
Every
city in America is a municipal bonds.
Yeah, that's how this country, right? That's how Abraham Lincoln said. He said, "Look, he told people that how you develop your state." Is you float bonds, and then also the initial people who buy those municipal bonds are insurance companies, banks and everything like that, and then private investors, corporations, everything like that. And when the bond matures, you get a payout and everything like that, the principal and everything like that. And the bond is secure because it's investing in things that have a definite growth. And also the bond is backed up by taxpayers that's paying things like property tax, toll roads, sometimes you can even service the bond by charging sales tax, but anything that bond has to be paid. Long as when you have a budget whatever like that long as that bond's paid, you can get other lines of credit for your currency, whatever like that, and float another bond. They'll keep giving you bonds so long as you get paid.
Nobody's even had these questions answered.
Yeah,
so it was doomed to fail from the beginning. I asked the questions. Because I'm somebody that understands, okay, this is how it's supposed to go. But
I'm glad you called in, brother.
The average person wouldn't know those things. Okay, where's the municipal bond? What's the bond ranking? Who's buying these bonds? They don't
exactly. And the bottom line,
if I want to interview them and ask them these questions, he probably wouldn't even have an answer.
Yeah, the bottom line is those questions need to be asked. I'm glad you say this stuff because I got people in the chat room when they say, "Oh, the Africa stands a pipe dream." No, it's not. If we was organized and we have enough,
let me tell you something. Africa, I love that idea, but it's crazy, and it's surprising that a lot of African countries wouldn't even offer that. So maybe
because they would benefit. Imagine how much they would benefit in tax revenue if
I love Afghanistan. I think we should do it just how the Jews did it, how the Israelis do it. Just go there, just squat.
Take it. Yeah, that would be that. I would love. We don't have to do that.
I'm just fucking around. Our brother should bring this.
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna have a guy on the show. My guy David Hitt. That's his plan. We're just gonna go brum rush and take shit.
Yeah, the boys.
He's
in South Africa. That's what I'm thinking about. It just hire Blackwater or something. Just get a spot.
Yeah, well, there's guys out there that I'm collecting with saying, "Look, we're ready to have a nation of our own."
Maybe the Africans will respect us until we just bum rush and just take a spot and just sit there and fight for it.
Yeah, so maybe that might have to happen, but. But the bottom line is, but when you see Africans fighting us every time, no, y'all ain't getting nothing away. But they're coming over here and joining America and whatnot,
Yeah. When I hear African people speak about Black America, They don't. They talk about the worst of us. They're not talking about the post office, the postal workers.
Oh, you saw that? You heard? Yo, you check this out. You heard that Savage last night?
Yeah, you're talking like my uncle. He worked at the post office for 30 years, and
yeah, that's like
working at Transit,
also
working at
he
MTA.
actually
You don't know these
black people that have
people.
retirement and pensions. You know,
people that work 30, 40 years in the system. You don't know
the
these
system,
people.
whatnot. You know, that's a wealth right there. If Africans were smart, that was a wealth right there. Black people who got pensions and 401ks, I sell annuities and stuff like that. They got money paid out, guaranteed money every month or whatnot. That's what you want to pump into your economy. You know who's getting rich like that? Countries like the Philippines, Thailand, and Mexico is becoming a retirement destination. You know, all these countries are becoming retirement destinations. You know, look it up. Number one retirement destinations. In other words, they're looking at Americans that got Cadillac 401k plans and stuff like that, and they're ready to retire and whatnot. They're gonna live like kings in these developing countries, you know. And so, the bottom line, the only region in the world hasn't figured that out yet is Africa. You know, and you got excellent opportunity that was smart to build that infrastructure and whatnot, make it suitable for Black people in the West to come there. Whatnot, they would make so much friggin' money, you know. But we can't convince the Africans of anything, you know.
It was so disheartening.
They're backwards. You can't convince them because they're backwards.
It was so disheartening listening to Mike and Zongo yesterday. Like,
Lord,
they're not even interested in learning about somebody else or learning about somebody, you know. And
that's the African mind.
You know, like why would to be even to just have a little doubt, you know, understand the different people a little bit, you know, open up a little bit, you know. It was just very disappointing, you know. You don't know, you know, the average Black person in America is just working, trying to make a living or trying to come up in that middle class, trying to live the American dream, try to buy a house, buy a car, try to live in a nice neighborhood.
Check this out. I was today. I was at the bowling event. You know how many Black families I saw in there with their kids out bowling on Saturday. That does me beautiful.
Yeah.
So when I see Black kids, bowling is not cheap. It's expensive, you know. And you see guys out there with their kids and everything, like young couples out there with their children, their teenage children and stuff like that, and they're bowling and everything like that, you know. So I like seeing our people out doing that. It tells me that they live in this section of Western Branch, Chesapeake. That's a real nice section. And you got Churchland's a predominantly Black area, middle class area. And you got Western Branch, that area right there, and stuff like that. So you got people that got money. You tell them they got money and stuff like that. So we got Black America is doing well, you know, in many regards and whatnot. This idea that you paint that we're all living in the hood. They say the hood.
No.
The hood, you know, like the hood is like it's some thing like this.
Carla, there are middle class people that live in the hood.
No, I'm not saying that. You misunderstand what I'm saying. The way they say it, there's a hood, and the bottom line is you got Black people who are rich live in the hood, so-called hood, right?
Yeah.
And they castigate all Black communities as hoods. You know, whether Black, do you know Bensonhurst, Italian community, Red Hook, those Italian hoods, but you still got people there with $1 million homes. Yeah. Bedford Stuyvesant got people with like $1 million brownstones. I have family there one night. That's called the hood, but they got $1 million homes in the so-called hood. South Jamaica, Queens, all those houses going for millions of dollars, but that's the so-called hood. You know, but I'm saying we understand that. They don't understand that. They think that when you say hood, that everybody's they're getting shot by drive-by killings and crack and all this kind of stupid stuff that they say, you know, ignorant stuff that they say.
Carla, I learned a long time ago that most Black immigrants, when they think of hood, for whatever reason, they think of projects.
No, that's on them. But so like I said, I can't care what they think, and I no longer care what they think. You know, I do care what bros that want to join the B.A.I.O think what they think about me and what they think about this movement. I'm just done with a lot of these Africans. They're just hopeless, you know, a bunch of freaking savages. You know, I can't, you know, it is what it is.
You ain't gotta call them savages.
They are savages.
You ain't gotta call them savages.
What am I civilized?
Carla, we were talking about the diaspora was yesterday. We ain't gotta keep.
No, but I'm saying like this. Hold on. Let me ask you this, right?
I would say hard to learn.
Yeah, savages, you know. But check us out. I had a thing I was showing one of the neighborhoods in Portsmouth, right? Crystal Lake, right? Showed a picture of the beautiful house up there. These guys refuse to believe that it's a Black neighborhood. It's right next to another state called Cavalier, where that's more working class, right? Crystal Lake is what you moved up into, right? And Crystal Lake was really built for the black professionals, you know, the friggin' the school teacher, the friggin' school principal, college professors, just really, really upscale people, right? That's a beautiful neighborhood, right? And the friggin' houses are friggin' real nice. And you know something, back when they were built, right? You know those houses, those big houses I was talking about, they were only like $50,000 or $60,000 back in the days, back in the 70s. Those big houses only went for like $50,000. So that wasn't a whole lot of money back then, you know. Now, because of inflation and everything, they're worth like $500,000, you know. So back then when they placed, so someone like Mike refused to believe, and Zongo, refused to believe that was a black neighborhood. It was a black man who built all those houses in that neighborhood, right? He was a friggin' master architect, you know. He built all those houses in that neighborhood, you know. And so these guys is like, oh no, it can't be. It just can't be. You know, Akata building a nice neighborhood for himself. So what the hell? All I know is we always had nice neighborhoods. We had upward mobility and stuff like that. Some of us were broke. We had to settle. And then some of us got moved up into the middle class, just like anybody else, white or black, anybody. Sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't, or not.
Yeah, majority of us have been in the middle class for a while.
But bottom line, they come over here like somehow they think they got some upper hand because they're from overseas.
They don't know no better. You can't fix a broken mind now. They came over here all pumped up, thinking like, "Oh yeah, I'm doing something." Look, it's because of where they're from. It's because of where they're from. In comparison to where they're from, they are doing excellent. They are on top of the world. But we're not from where they're from.
Okay.
I don't look at electricity as a miracle.
Ron says Detroit neighborhood. You know, Detroit got a lot of nice black neighborhoods. What's he talking about? You know, he said, let's talk about Detroit neighborhoods.
Yeah, let's talk about Detroit. The black housing ownership is going up. The black value, the black wealth in Detroit is going up. Talk about it. Go look at it. White people jealous than the motherfucker. Go look it up.
No, this guy's a freaking I think he's from the Bahamas or some shit, you know. Buana, you know. Like I said,
no. He's from the Bahamas.
I think that's where he's from. He said he's from Barbados.
Buana.
Yeah, so these guys weirdo.
No Bahama type name.
And then Mike O, you know what a savage he is. He freaking he said I did some research and found out all those black people that he played a couple of weeks ago were all Caribbean immigrants. That was a lie. I was like, name the one, you know. He
intentionally lied. He knew he was lying.
That's a savage.
I noticed about Mike and Zongo. They like to believe the worst about us. They don't like to believe
because they don't think because they
don't like to believe the best of
in their own life. If somebody was doing good in life, their whole aura is always going to be positive. That's the truth. Like me, I'm positive. I don't think the worst people because I got it going on. I automatically assume everybody else got it going on. I don't see people as jealous of me when because I'm like, yo, you can have what I have. You work hard. But these guys really think it's impossible to make it. Yeah. And so they always think they're failing because they're failures.
No, the thing is that they only could Zongo, much love to the guy. He only compares himself to the ghetto poor people in Chicago. He don't compare himself to the middle upper class black people in Chicago, just the people in the ghetto, because they compare themselves to who they can be better than.
And you know,
which has always been the African way.
White people in the
you look down at people that you do better than, and then that makes you feel better. You big yourself up.
I played a video for Afro Dumbass one time, right? And I said, no, it was Mike O and Afro Dumbass. I forgot which one it was. They're both the same. You know, I played a video on B.A.I.O show one time, and I would show the poor community in Appalachian and whatnot. Right? I said, do you have any empathy or advice for these people over here? No. Have nothing to say about them. Most of the people on drugs, opioids, everything, on welfare and everything. But they would not say one bad thing about them. They would give them empathy. But they always have this thing where they're trying to, it's their duty to friggin' make Black America feel like, oh, we're not shit because there's some mighty ass Africans that come over here and wants to tell us what to do and show us how to live.
It's not the Africans' fault though. It's the white people's fault. I blame them.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is this:
they intentionally do. You know, when they come over here, They throw them automatically in the black group. So even the worst of them, even the majority of Africans that come to the United States of America, they're not well off. You can research it. They're literally in the poor and underclass. They only talk about the ones that's doing good. But they pull that poor and underclass people as a part of the African American community, or they put there, in the case of the Shower Posse, Jamaicans or those people that come from Haiti, the ones that have those cartels and all that kinds of shit. They commit their crimes. They put that as part of the black community. Them Somalians that's been tearing shit up out there in Minnesota for a long ass time.
We get tackled all their problems, you know.
They throw all of that shit on. You know, they're black, so they just be like, you know, African American or a black person, this and that did this.
Yeah, the motherfuckers shitting in the streets in New York one night now.
Yeah.
It's stuck on our thing, you know.
But that's been a white people tactic all this time, that they try to use this whole black identity thing and then try to use it against the African American community, because, you know, that's what they always been doing. But once we learn that when we separate black Americans from the black immigrant class, crime is lower, STD rates are lower, poverty is lower, a whole lot of shit gets lower. But unfortunately, they don't know that. They just come with the white idea that, you know, white people said this and this is what I see, I believe it, and that's it. But they don't know that it's really white people making fun of them.
Yeah, white
and just dropping the blame on us. They don't know any better.
Yeah, and also,
so
like
I don't blame them. They've been manipulated.
Like I said earlier, on code, when you talk about African Americans, right? I could tell an African American brother, right? Like I said, when I got back from Liberia 3 years ago, I went to this place called 21 Street Seafood, right? In Virginia Beach, right? And also, I had a good time, but I drove by since I saw a black couple out there. I said, it must be cool in there, you know? So I went in there, had a good time. People were waitress, everybody was cool. Food was delicious, everything. And so I was coming out, man. A brother was sitting in his car, man, like an average brother, man. You know, somebody I can vibe with. Said, hey, man, are we cool in there, man? It's cool. Really, we can go in there? I said, man, go in there and have yourself a good time, man. All right, man. He said, all right, you say it's cool, man. I'm going in, man, you know. But if you're a friggin' black from overseas, you don't understand what that conversation is about.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Colin. You know, because certain areas, if you black, you can't even go. Still today in America.
Understand that.
Hey, Colin, you know how they always make fun of the Black Wall Street, right? But in different cities, Oakland, Boston, Houston, there's a whole bunch of you know, black CEOs and black investors and NBA players that's ready to try to push back the Black Wall Street. They already been doing it to Oakland.
Yeah,
there's a black grocery store, black tech companies all throughout Oakland at the moment. So when that Black Wall Street thing revives itself, and they're not a part of it, what would they be able to?
You know,
what's going to be the next excuse that they create?
I'll tell you, who's not going to be a part of it? Is these ADOS FBA people. Why? Because Yvette Carnell basically, it was.
I ain't gonna lie, Kyla. They a part of it.
No, okay. Then why is Yvette Carnell saying? She said that
Yvette Carnell is one person. She does not represent everybody that says they are ADOS.
Yeah, but the whole thing about ADOS is, I have no problem with black immigrants if they want to be part of what we're doing. You know, they can't lead us. I said that for a record. I don't believe in them leading us, you know. But if they want to be part of what we're doing and say, hey, look, I want to add to this Black Wall Street thing, I understand everything. We could forge new relationships, and that could be the piece, you know. But like I said, with this Akon situation, I do not believe somebody who's not one of us leading us, you know. I'm sorry. I don't agree with this Akon, Dr. Arcana, none of this stuff, you know. Because these people don't care about us. They care about themselves. And they use us when they don't respect us, but they'll use us like Akon. Why, if you really feel that way about Black America, why are you so adamant about trying to get them into what you're trying to do? That's what I could never understand. And tell me about Black America, Black people in America don't figure that out. You heard what he just said about you, you know? Why were you even giving this guy a criticism? Like Umar Jones said, I thought he was a Pan-African. What gave you the impression that Akon was a Pan-Africanist? You know? His making Lady Gaga a lot of money, you know, him saying Eminem's the best rapper and him always on in white venues and stuff like that. What in the world would make Akon a Pan-Africanist? You know, Akon snow bunnies on that. What the heck? You know?
Hey, I got one thing to say, Carla, and y'all. We gotta stop. How are we gonna stop the entertainers for speaking for us? How are we gonna do that? Like the entertainers are spokespersons. How do we stop that?
We can't stop it. All we can do is say when we get on our platforms and everything, it just if enough of us on this platform, like somebody gets up and says, "Yeah, somebody's my spokesman." When you ridicule enough people and whatnot, and bury enough people that support that, it'll go away. You know, because the bottom line is this: those people need our silence, right? If we don't, like I said, they're yard Negroes. We'll be if you sit there and be silent and let these people talk for us and everything like that. Every time you get a TikTok or a voice or whatever like that, that can go viral. And then you got a platform, you say, look, these people don't speak for us. These people are fucking bunch of idiots. You know, we don't like entertainers and everything, like Malcolm did. Malcolm said, the first time black people had to think, he said, he goes, people like Lena Horne and Dick Gregory are black leaders and whatnot, you know, and black people had to think, you know something, he's right. Why do we have sports stars, entertainers speaking for us and whatnot, you know? It wasn't until Malcolm X said something, you know, that people started thinking, you know, why are we listening to these people? And also, why? Because the white man chooses who we listen to. He tells us who a so-called black leader is.
I gotta get used to this new term you made up, man. Yard Negro, man. I've never heard that term.
The reason why you
it makes sense what you're saying. I understand it, but I've never heard of it. You know, growing up, we heard about the house Negro.
Yeah, because the yard Negroes is slick. The yard
we
Negroes
never heard about the yard Negro. Is like, okay, it's really somebody in the yard doing this. Like, it's really
check this out.
But we never seen him though. He's right there.
He's
though.
slick, man. He's slick. He's a slick Negro on that. He got us focused on the house Negro on that, and he's the problem.
But nobody noticed him. Like, nobody noticed him. Like, he's right there in the yard. Like, right there.
The yard
Negro
a
lot of the conflict.
Back in the days, he's out there priming the horse. You can see him sitting there with a better suit on. He's sitting there washing down the horse or washing down the buggy and whatnot. Oh yeah, Master such. Yeah, it was good. I mean, and the bottom line, he's only thinking about himself. You know.
Oh man.
He only think about what he could get and gain. And the slave owner knows that. You know. He knows he don't give a fuck about anything other than just carving out a place for himself. You know, on the plantation. That's why when you say let's build a nation, let's get the hell out of here, the yard Negro will fight you tooth and nail. Because why? Because they carved out a comfortable existence in the white man's system. You know, so
the yard Negro, he's been there all the time causing problems.
Oh yeah, so why we don't know nothing about that is because the yard Negro has been good and hiding out in black culture, but always talk about the house Negro, the field Negro, right? And so people didn't really understand that it was a yard Negro that got you thinking, yeah, the house Negro. No, actually, when you look at the house Negro, he was the one, his house slaves was the one who plotted slave rebellions. They're the ones who basically overheard them spit talking and stuff like that, you know, and they had a lot of hatred for white people, you know, even though in the house, there's this romantic thing about the loving house slave and whatnot, you know, that's not true. The house slave and the field slave were both angry, you know, because the house slave understood these people and they usually had to wait on their children. The kids didn't respect them and whatnot, treat them like animals and whatnot, you know. It was very abusive relationship in the house, you know. The masses fondled the slave girl and whatnot, you know, and stuff like that. It wasn't nice, you know. People try to make it seem like that. It was not, you know. And the field slaves were angry. They didn't know anything, but they were out in the field and everything. But the people who saw all this was a yard Negro, you know. He said, look, I know I can't be in the house with the white man, the master, because I can't stand him and whatnot, whatever. But I definitely don't want to be in the field. So how do I play my cards right? You play your cards by basically staying out of conflict and try to either calm the house Negroes and the field Negroes and whatnot, you know, and just be the voice of mediation and all this. That's the house. That's the yard Negro. You know, yard Negroes are your black political class right now, your entertainment class. You know, they're out for themselves. When they're not out for now, right now, the yard Negroes like Roland Martin, they almost openly telling you they don't give a damn about gain anything for black people, you know, or whatever like that. They're completely about if Kamala wins or Biden wins, I get invited to that fancy dinner. I might get some benefits. So they only out for themselves. And now they don't even care. They don't even hide it anymore. You know? So
it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Fred said, what's your opinion of slave movies? I don't really think a lot of them are really accurate. You know, I'm trying to think of what one I think is accurate, you know, because and all the slave movies always have this thing where they always give white people some redeeming quality or something like that, you know. And I read slavery when I read slavery used to freaking have me in chills how brutal this system was, you know, how evil the system was, right? But I don't get that from the movies they come out. But the movies always come out like even I love 12 Years a Slave, but they always have a happy ending. Most people did not have a happy
them movies are fake as fuck.
Yeah,
you know they fake.
Story, but the bottom line is not fake, but that was a true story, you know. But it was basically Hollywood. Hollywood's always going to put like Brad Pitt in there and say, okay, see, white people were good. And same thing with anything like that. They'll never do a real slave movie where you see the real intentions of white people on the whole.
They won't.
And,
no, they won't put that.
They won't show you the real brutality. What was shown? They're only showing you like 10% of brutality.
Yeah, the brutality is psychological brutality too.
They used to rip babies out of black women in front of black men's faces. I mean, they used to pull black men apart with horses. I mean, crazy stuff.
Yeah, the bottom line is that slavery was brutal and unforgivable.
Kyle, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you think Nina Simone was a yard Negro?
I don't really know much about her, stuff like that. You know, her music. I see her music. It was very poignant. But the thing is, a lot of entertainers and whatnot, you know, there's nothing Nina Simone showed me that she was like sucking up the white people or whatever like that. I don't think so. I don't know enough of her songs or whatnot. I never got that impression of her, you know. Maybe I don't know enough about her song or music or anything like that, you know. But in a lot of black people and yard Negroes in history, you know, people who get up there and basically, you know, it's not so much as singers, but actors, you know, they get up there and they basically say what the white man wants to hear, you know. Your Steve Harveys, you know, your people like that, your friggin' Charles Barkley's, your friggin' Shaquille O'Neal's. And I have nothing against these guys. They're talented, they make money and stuff like that. They do their thing. They're black people making money, so I'm not gonna refer to it like that, but they're yard Negroes. They're playing their role. They know that they can't say certain things or do certain things, like Snoop. Everybody loves Snoop. He's at every venue. He's at every red carpet. He's at every, they're using him. You know, he's a yard slave, you know. You know, they're using him. They're going to use him as long as they can and whatnot until he's of no use no more. You know, and that's a fun part. Now that we don't need you no more, Snoop, man, you got to bend over so we can kick you in the head. That's the fun part of all that. When they get ready, you, they kick you in the head and whatnot. You know, while you sit there, oh, master, I thought we had a relationship. I thought I did all this for you. Remember the movie A Soldier Story, when that captain, whatever his name is, said, "I killed for you," and the guy was like, "I don't give a damn. You know, I didn't make you black, whatnot." He goes, "I did all this for you, whatnot." And the white guy that he was trying to be like, whatnot, you know, he was a yard Negro, you know. A white man he wanted to be like, whatnot, didn't rejected him, and that's when Sergeant Waters. Remember that scene? And then the Denzel Washington, another guy, came by and killed him because he caused CJ to commit suicide. Yeah, I could, which we call our community is very, very complex. It's not easy. Very, very complex. You and I, like I said, the main thing about doing all this is get off the plantation. Like I said, the only thing that's going to solve Black America's problem is we have to basically separate from white America. That's the only thing that's going to work. You know, everything else, we learn how to survive among them for 400 years, but how long this is going to last, I have no idea. We're on borrowed time. Just like the Jews who knew, the Zionist movement knew that they were on borrowed time in Europe. That's why they started basically settling into Palestine, talking about building a state. They knew what was coming down the pike. You know, I don't know what's going to take for Black people, man. We're going to be sitting ducks when shit pops off.
Nah.
I know you're happy. I know you're happy.
Them little hat people. They didn't build Israel.
Oh, so who
that
built
shit was that
who,
shit was
who built it?
they didn't go over there to a whole bunch of empty land and start building shit.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They pushed people out.
Why don't you do your history?
Most of them people don't even live in Israel. They live in America.
No such place called Palestine. What are you talking about? There was no. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask who are the Palestinian people? What ethnic group are the Palestinian people?
Hell if I know.
Okay, you don't know.
But I will push back against what you're saying, because I remember even in school, Hitler made a whole speech talking about Palestine. You can go back and look at that. That was in the 1930s. Now, during that time period, during World War One or prior to World War One, Palestine, the area known as Palestine, they were controlled by the Turkish Empire.
We're talking about Akon tonight. The area of Palestine was a British won by the British against the Ottoman Empire. No ethnic group. The people you call Palestinians were all different races, colors, everything. Jews were just one people in that area. Jews also lived there too. And then when most of them started migrating there, they said, let's form a Jewish state, and the Palestine on one side and the Jewish state on one side. And there was still so-called Palestinians that lived in the Jewish state. Just like there were Jews who lived in Libya, Syria, Jordan, Iran, all other places and whatnot. And they were Arabs. They all lived together. But when the Jews formed
were you saying that people lived there? Are you saying that they just lived in tents, or they had?
Jews settled in the. This is why I have to admire them, right? When the first wave called Aliyah, the first Aliyah happened, right? The Jews went there and started farming. They found oranges. Oranges was one of the crops that they could grow and whatnot, and they farmed. The second wave of Aliyah, people came over and lived in tents on the beach. And they were, because the British didn't want them to build a state, so they went there anyway. They camped out on tents and they made medical tents and everything like that. And it became eventually called a place called Tel Aviv. And they basically settled there, and basically Tel Aviv eventually became a city, but it used to be just a tent city. They wanted to land so bad that they went there and suffered. These were Jews that had money and everything in Europe, but they wanted a land of their own so bad that they went there and chose to suffer and waited out and joined the Israeli army to secure a future for their people. So I got to give them credit for that. I got to give them credit for that, because anybody that could basically secure land for their people. And also, I believe in
Tel Aviv was being created in 1909, 50 some years before they went over there.
And it's the Jews that basically really built Tel Aviv was the one that flooded there. They wouldn't have no housing. They lived in tents in Tel Aviv. Yes, I know you're pulling your Google up right now, your Wikipedia up right now, but
it's the plan for the Afghanistan. We might have to just do that. Might have to do some of those taxes just to get an Afghanistan.
Black people ain't got no balls to do that, Yeah, we can't do that.
No, Carla. This is your idea. You lead the way. Don't tell us you ain't got no balls to do that.
But I got so many people that is against me, and
you got to go with the people who are for you. Don't try to blame the naysayers. Like, nah, man, too many people going against me.
Oh, people at the bottom.
Hell no.
Bottom line is
don't use that as no excuse.
A lot of brothers. You'll make any trouble. You're a colonizer. Is that people call me a colonizer?
So what?
Colonizer.
So what? Colonize them.
You're a colonizer. You can't do that.
Colonize them.
So,
Carla, you already said that they savages. Obviously, they're not civilized, so we got to go there and civilize them.
When I say the idea of an African to a Chinese or whatever like that, they said, man, y'all should have been there that a long time ago. When I say it to white people one night, they say, yeah, that's a good idea. Like that. The only people that really I get pushback from is Negroes.
Carla, are you using that as an excuse not to push the Africanistan?
Because Obama, I put it out there. I'm one person. You could join and say, look, I believe in this. And let's get it.
Exactly. Now, Carla, lead the way.
You'll say,
no, what you want us to do. Tell us what you want us to do.
Hold on, check us out. You could basically start by joining the B.A.I.O social network, right? And say, I want to be part of this. I got people right now. I could be. You want to go to any country in Africa? I got B.A.I.O members that believe in the African and all these countries and whatnot. You know, if people are serious.
I know the real reason why they don't want to give us no land to do Afghanistan.
They don't want to look stupid.
If they get popping, it's going to make a lot of people on the continent look bad. Because
that's exactly what it is.
We go there and start building an Afghanistan and start looking like Dubai. It's gonna make the leaders look bad. Like, look what y'all been doing all of these years.
Hey, I got a question about that.
Yeah.
Let's say, you know, the brother here just said a good point. We go down there, you know, B.A.I.O, and get it popping, you know, make another Dubai, even like another Israel, right? Now, what happened in Israel, right? Now, those are Jews. After World War II, they were given Israel, if I'm correct, right?
Well, they settled it. They got recognition.
They settled there. Okay, so let's say like, so now they're like in enemy's territory because the neighboring countries don't want them there. The Arabs don't want them there, right?
The Jews fought them and won. Blood and soil. It's blood and soil. Israel's won. Israel was the 67 war and stuff like that. The Jews friggin' won. And the bottom line is this. It's another thing I'm getting sick and tired of. People say somebody stole the land. There's no such thing as stealing land.
Okay.
Land is paid for in blood.
Kyla, will you admit that those Jewish people got reparations that helped them to go ahead and push for development? They didn't do it for nothing.
Oh no, that had nothing to do with it. That had nothing to do with it. You know what started like Golda Meir and all these other people? They got commitment from Jewish financiers that gave them weapons and everything. The reparations didn't come till after Jew was recognized as a state, and then they built the infrastructure. And they were smart. Israel took that money and invested in science, technology, industry, and modern finance, all that, something that the surrounding countries didn't do. That's why and the people always hate when somebody's successful. You know, that's what the problem is.
And they got allies too.
Yeah. So the bottom line is Israel basically did the right thing. They had smart leadership and they did the right thing on that. And the rest of the countries around them did not do it, you know?
Okay. So
jealous, you know?
So the reason I'm using that as an example is that let's say we do something like that similar in Africa, right? Whether it's going to be in Liberia or wherever. What if we were successful? We're doing the thing. We're developing infrastructure, and neighboring African countries become jealous. Is there a possibility that they could?
So what? Go to war. But Kyla, if you want to build this Africanistan thing, you got to go ahead and pick a place and say this is what we're going to build. And then start building.
Like I said, the bottom line is this: Bomani.
If it's going to be Liberia, then say you want to push to overthrow the government in Liberia. I'll support that.
My good brother Bomani, right? He built the community in Ghana, right? Whether that's going to last or not, you know, whatever, I don't know. You know, you got the Sabo community. That was part of people. All these people like that did the Sabo and everything was at one time affiliated with the B.A.I.O, but they all morphed into their own thing and everything. And I look at a Sabo, right? It's not organized, right? It does not have any council. It has no tax base. It has no municipal bond, no nothing and whatnot. And I said, that's not what the plan was. So there's a bunch of people that have land over there. There's no tax base. There's no nothing. They have no money for infrastructure. There's no centralized planning. There's nothing. I said, that's what I did not want, you know? And so
Kyla, that can't be a precursor to Africanistan because y'all doing it in different countries.
It is, bro. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You have to have complete control over the territory. You know, that's what it is. That is everything. That's why these guys are
y'all gonna have Africanistan with one community in Ghana, one community in Liberia, one community.
They don't have the community. They have areas where people live in that, but it's not a community. They have no tax base. They can't do nothing.
No, you got to have all of those people in one place. Yeah, but they're going to be divided up, and y'all about to get your ass with the minute the war kicks off.
You have no representation in the parliament. You have nothing, you know.
So Tyler, I know a spot. I know a spot in Liberia. We should get Sano County.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, to be honest, Liberia would be a good spot for something like that. But The government is so inept. I know Liberia, but like back of my head, the government is so inept that we're not even.
Kyler, you should have been pushing to overthrow that government.
Bottom line, but the bottom line, look, people tell me what I should be doing. The bottom line, I got Liberians and everything like that thing, and the bottom line is they don't see, they don't think on that level. You know, they're not thinking about developing their country and stuff like that.
Get the ones that's thinking about overthrowing the government and work.
They don't see the bigger picture. And the bottom line is this: all these countries in Africa, right? They'll talk about democracy and they'll talk about we had elections and stuff like this. And the bottom line is, to be honest with you, to be real safe to you, these countries, right? If you come over there and do some military stuff, they will rain fire. Look what happened to Biafra. They tried to break away and form their own republic. And the Nigerian government, who didn't have the balls to stand up to the British, slaughtered them. You know, that's the reality of Africa. That's what's all that. Because if you don't have no rights or whatever like that, you have no military, and you have no logistics. You don't even have a military group.
Sano with everything, all of that.
You can't compare Nigeria to Liberia. You just can't compare it.
Well, why can't I? If they got the military,
they weren't even set up to be the same thing. They're not close to being the same.
The military, the people got the military. I've been over there, bro. If people got the military and stuff like that, they don't know anything about why you're there. All they know is you're a foreigner and you're breaking the law by occupying a territory and everything. They're gonna go to war with you. That's the truth.
So go to war.
What we know as even though you say this, these people don't exist.
The closest I ever had to an agreement was in Angola, and I had an agreement in Zambia. Yeah, Zambia had a chief that said, "Yeah, I would love to build an African American state right there on one of the rivers that links up to Rwanda." He said he owns all that territory up there. My boy Lupupwe and the B.A.I.O. He said, "Yeah, the chief." I was supposed actually before Celeste got out of jail in 2019, right? Christmas 2019. I was supposed to, my first trip to Africa was actually supposed to be Zambia. You know, it wasn't supposed to be Liberia in 2021. It's supposed to be Zambia. And I was going to go there and meet with that chief, whatever like that, break bread with him and say, yeah, this area on the lake right here will be perfect to build a new community. You know, we call it an African state. He said, well, that's good. But what happened was Celeste got out of jail and I lost interest in Zambia. And I started focused on Liberia and Angola again, you know? Yeah,
all right. So as far as Liberia and Angola, who's with the movement?
Well, I got Angola chapters and I got Liberian chapters.
All right. So which one looks like it's going to be? Which one is going to be successful?
All I have is people who don't want to take this thing seriously and they don't want to get involved.
I like Liberia, Sano County.
Yeah, we could build there too. Sino County is a beautiful
county. I like Sino
County.
You know, we should just go there and squat. Just go there and squat.
Yeah, you can go there. If black people want to build communities like where you can actually own land, and Sino County land is cheap. You can go there and start building communities, stuff like that. And Sino Port, the Germans built the Sino Port. You know,
but what about our defense force?
Yeah.
What about our defense force?
The Germans built a port there decades ago. You know, Sino County.
So you already got a little something to start off with.
Yeah, when people go there, it will be canon. And also, but the only thing is, you got the highway is there's no highway connecting Monrovia. So when the highway is complete, you could drive from Monrovia or the airport down to Sino County. Right now, you got to go all the way to the interior, then go down to Sino County. It's too long. But once the coastal highway is built, yeah, that's a possibility, you know?
Hey, Colin.
Yeah.
What about military, though? Because, you know, we started building out there.
Well, you have one thing about, I made it clear with by people like this. Look, if we build something one night, we're going to have our own paramilitary group. And I didn't hear nobody say no. I said, we have to provide our own security, our own military and stuff like that. And just like Singapore became a nation because they assumed nationhood. That means basically you have a police department and people that take over police work, military work, security work, and stuff like checkpoints, stuff like that. You gain control over a territory by taking responsibility. And eventually, right, you know, you work out.
And then the locals too will buy in. The locals will buy in.
Yeah, if they benefit,
locals are gonna buy in.
that's why you got to have a situation where
The locals are gonna buy in.
if you have a commissary, a big giant commissary, a distribution center, and the locals are coming bringing their produce to you and getting paid because they're supplying you with food and everything like that, they'll basically give you the freaking keys to the whole country. You know, I know them. You know, but the bottom line, no black person from America has ever thought of on that level right there. You know. They want to go over there and try to blend in and compete with the locals, you know, instead of saying, "Hey, we're building this town right here, this city right here. We're going to control this right here. Boom, boom, boom. This is how you benefit, right? You could, you could open a business here with us and everything like that. You're going to make way more money than if we weren't here. That's the truth. I see them with my own eyes when Liberians when they see." But we had a tour group over there, when they see Black Americans and whatnot, they were like, "Oh man, money, dollar signs come up. Hey, it's a trade-off." You're gonna have people coming over there bringing dollars, you know, money. So if the Africans know that they can build some of their markets and something business there, of course they're gonna be with it. They're gonna be like, "No, you can't have that." When you got people, merchants like the Fulani merchants and everything, willing to sell us anything, whatever like that, and we're willing to buy. You know, it's a give off, a trade. You know, but you know, like I said, and also we're not the type of people. Our culture is not really a merchant culture. You know.
Yeah, the reason why I say Sano because nobody, for me being a Liberian, nobody care about Sano. Everybody want to be in
Greenville used to be a beautiful. Sino used to be connected with Mississippi. It used to be called Mississippi in Africa. It's Greenville. Sino is the same as Greenville, Mississippi. It was connected with Greenville, Mississippi. And I'll tell you,
so the guys, the slaves from Mississippi.
You say Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey is actually double Liberian. You know that, right?
No, I didn't know that. I know she was just Pella.
No, she's Pele, and she's also a miracle Liberian that returned from Sino, Greenville, back to Mississippi. Greenville, Mississippi. Oprah's from Greenville, Mississippi. So there was a lot of people that for a time that were going back and forth.
Yeah.
Greenville. So she's like mixed Pele and she's Congo people, you know?
Yeah.
And she settled back in Greenville, Mississippi.
Carla, do you got a written plan for this Africa stand thing?
I have plenty of play. Go on the website. Go on the Land Development Agency group. I got a social network, man. People read it once in a while. All the information's there.
We gotta get the work. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, but it's not that easy. If you got people like you join, first thing to do is join the social network. That's the first thing. You know.
How do you join the social network?
Okay, I'll put up the banner. Hold up, give me 1 second.
Carla, for the first time, I'm realizing this is that this is probably something that you should be talking about on your channel instead of all of the other shit we've been talking about.
I'm talking about everything because I got to build on because people get bored with this stuff. So I got to mix it up. I got to wait until.
But that's a good thing, though. If you want, if the people get bored with it easily, it's not meant for them.
Well, the bottom line, I have to do it my way, brother. I understand what you're saying, man, but I got to do it. I do it because I used to have a blog talk radio show, and I grew the B.A.I.O back in the day because I had to engage people first before they listen to what I got to say, and I use entertainment and certain popular topics and everything, and I do it like this. And I said what I need to do is start promoting the social network more, and also you could download the app at B.A.I.O Global Pipeline on the Play Store and the App Store. You could download the app, onto your phone, because that's so B.A.I.O Africstan5.ning.com. And then basically, I should put that banner in there. They could do banner saying, or download the app at B.A.I.O Global Pipeline. Put that on the your Play Store, and you can download the app on your phone. So you always have access. And then we need people just uploading stuff, and we got a form in there. A forum page. You can put a question in the form. I go listen to the form and everything, and I'll make that form a topic of discussion if you put it in the forum on the B.A.I.O page. So if somebody wants something to discuss on this show and everything like that, you go to the B.A.I.O social network and type in the forum, the forum, and I'll look at that and basically type make it a show topic. I'll say somebody said ask this question, so we're going to talk about this tonight. But yeah, so like I said, that's the first thing, the social network, and basically the idea of telling people all the time, and psychologically, right? And when we start getting to the point where we understand that building this idea, my goal is that Afghanistan could be 100 different territories in Africa and the United States, right? But I think it's easier to build an Afghanistan on the continent of Africa, than it would be in the United States, In the United States, we have to have some sort of community. There's not one community in America that we control. We got black communities, but we don't control them. Let's be honest with ourselves. The gangs, the thugs, the police, and the racist system controls the black communities in America. We have to have a place where we control. That's what the whole idea of Afghanistan is territory which we control from top to bottom. And then we can see about building from there. Right now, we're the only group of people on the planet that have no autonomy or sovereignty. Everybody else, they went through trials and tribulations, but they have a nation of their own. They have a government of their own. They have they could say we the people. We can't say that. There's no we people. We let this country take what was ours. Let me tell you something, folks. Somebody can't give you human rights. Someone can't give you human rights. That's something you are born with. They can only take it away from you. So when someone says, I got rights because the civil rights movement of 1960s, I'm sorry, I don't accept that. You cannot talk about rights that's written on a piece of paper. It's not yours. It can be taken away. When your rights are secured in blood, then you got something. Our ancestors who built Liberia built that country in blood. There were some native people said, no, you can't come here, whatever like that. And then people basically said, no, we have every right to settle here. We're going to do this in peaceful or whatever like that. But the bottom line is we're not going back to America. We're going to build something here, And there, which we call was war, but conflict, but out of which a country was built. Black people in America have never had that war where they basically went to war to free themselves. So that's why we're just lying to ourselves about being free in America. Unless somebody could tell me it's different. I always thought to the victor belonged the spoils. The white man's a victor. He crushed the Mexicans, he crushed the Indians, he crushed everybody else to build this country. And he's not going to give it up or give you any part of it. Well, he'll give you some crumbs here and there. You can make it here and there, whatever like that. But it's not your friggin' full potential. We'll never have our full potential unless we have a nation state of our own representing us. That's the truth. Anybody tells you different is lying to you. They're lying. You're being deceived.
That's the truth.
Yeah. So
and I feel like Black America is like a pressure cooker, man. It's waiting to bust.
Yeah, bottom line, some of that it's going to explode. It's going to be bloody. It's going to explode. Because no way you can sustain this. Malcolm X said that. He said Black America is a powder keg. It's very dangerous, and white people using all these manipulation tactics to keep us in check and keep us in line and everything, keep us passive and everything, keep us satisfied and everything like that. They dope us up. They give us pornography. They give us entertainment. They get everything to keep you friggin' in place. And deep down in your heart as a man, you are not supposed to live at the heels of another race of people.
Yeah.
And you have another race of people could absolutely controls you. It's different if you're a foreigner, you're a black foreigner. You can say, well, I'm Nigerian, just whatever. I can go back home, whatever like that. You're not really invested in this country. But when you have nothing, like we have nothing that we control, the white man made that. He didn't give us any space in America. And that frustration is boiling over.
All it takes is one bad incident, one little bad incident. It probably, you know,
We have a
and
lot of bad incidents. What's it gonna take?
no, but something that really hit like the core of Black America. Something it got to be something that hit the
Like
core of
what?
Black.
Well, I mean,
I don't
it's been
know, man.
hitting
I
for
don't
so
know.
long.
You know, I
I
tell you
don't
what,
know.
if
I
black
don't know,
people
but
really knew,
it'll be something.
if
Black
black
people are subdued mentally. We are paralyzed. We are emotionally paralyzed. We're just paralyzed. We ain't going. I don't know. It was gonna be on to let's
I
the
don't
reason why
know,
we don't
bro.
go no place because it's all psychological. If you believe you have no place else to go and that you're going to act like you have no place to go and you're going to submit. That's why they're basically that whole idea of an Afghanistan is dangerous to the white supremacy power structure.
Right. Hey, Colin, we only need a few good men, like the Marine said. We only need a few good men.
Yeah, we just need more people working on it and stuff like that, and just spreading the news and whatnot. Saying, "Look, this is we're talking about in Afghanistan. We need territories about on the continent of Africa and everything. And once you start building those territories and everything throughout the continent, whatever like that, we control and everything, and the U.S. government has no say so over it, whatever like that. And we have our own military and everything. We're making our own military agreements with China, Russia, Iran, who the hell ever, whatnot." And basically, we're doing our own thing. The United States, like, well, what are y'all doing? We don't give a damn. We're doing our own thing. Just like the Jews. You know, Jews, they always say the Jews are allies of the West. You know, the Jews were defiant because America and England and Britain didn't want the Jews to build that state. You know, they didn't want the Jews said, the hell with y'all, you know, and they were allies. You know, they said, no, stay in Germany, stay in France, you're French, or whatever. They was like, hell no, we're going to do it anyway. We'll stay in France, but some of us are going to our homeland and build a nation, you know? And so you can't let other people decide your fate, because if it was up to the white man, we would be in America forever with no land of our own, no government of our own. And the bottom line,
I want you to expand on that. Who's going to be our allies then?
well, anybody else. Right now, we don't even know who our friends are.
Mm.
Are you gonna tell me we have an honest relationship with China? We don't know who China is. China could be a friend, it could be an enemy, but we'll never know as long as we're in America, because America, our relationship with China is America don't have a relationship. China don't have a relationship with it. It has to be with the United States government. You see what I'm saying? When we start building our own territories that we have control over, we say what goes in, we say what roads are built, we have our own tax base, we have our own everything like that. We have a government that acts on our behalf and everything like that. Then the China has to woo us, you know? China has to deal with us. You see what I'm saying? But right now, the Chinese have to deal with us because we're in the United States, you know? We don't control any land. We don't control any infrastructure. That's what it's all about. We don't control any territory. Now, what kind of people will let 400 years go by and you have you haven't gained any territory, and they gave you some so-called civil rights? You see what I'm talking about? Now, people I know I'm scaring a lot of people right now because they're terrified. You know, people are terrified of what I'm saying. They're like, man, that sounds like the real thing, man. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I got to tell you the truth. You know, how you going to go 400 years and you haven't gained anything? And you look at the so-called leaders like Umar Johnson, are they closely building a raggedy-ass school? That's not the friggin' end game. You know, building a freaking hidden history museum, that's not the thing. Getting land and building a nation, that's the end game. You see what I'm saying? Until people start talking on that level, we're not going to get no place, you know? We're not going to get any place as long as we keep doing the same freaking thing. Nothing. Gimmicks, you know? And you're not going to compete with the entertainment industry for gimmicks. You know, they got way more money and way more connected and stuff like that. You have to match you have to raise the stakes. They're talking about some concert. We're talking about a freaking nation of our own. Let people think about that. An African, a nation of your own, with your own flag somewhere on this earth that represent you, a micro state. You know? And so like that, something that represent you, something that you could take pride in, something that you wear that flag in your house, your middle class suburban house. You have that stand flag on your front lawn and whatnot, you know, and people say, what the hell is that? That's our nation and whatnot. It's American nation. Well, you thought wrong. You see what I'm talking about? Now you got power. You know? So with that, I don't know what else to tell you. If people think there's any other way, please tell me.
They have just that's the term. Oh.
So I want to play this video about what a micronation is. A micronation. What is a micronation? What? I can never find the videos I want to find. Let's see, maybe I put the in wrong. How to build a microstate. How to build a micro state. All right. All right. How to create your own microstate. Let's see what this is. All right.
The only way to fight stigma and shame is to shine light on it.
Ask your healthcare provider if Biktarvy is right for you, and visit Biktarvy.com
Yeah,
to view the
hate
important
drugs,
facts, including important
this is what we're subjected to in America. How's that on my house? I don't watch gay porn and shit. What the fuck is that show up on my shit for?
I don't know about you guys, but I often feel like this world of ours is collapsing around us. I often feel like I could do a better job than the clowns running the UK government at the moment. Hang on. Why don't I?
Sealand, off the coast of the UK, is one example of what is known as a micronation, a physical or virtual entity that claims to be a nation in its own right. There is also the Empire of Australasia, which is located in a house in South London. But they're also all over the world, such as the Republic of Molossia in Nevada, United States.
I mean, the thing with micronations is that you can really set them up anywhere. You know, it could be a local pond, on the internet even, or even your own flat. So I've decided that I want to set up my micronation in my flat. The next step is to do your research. So I'm looking into different types of government.
I wouldn't want to be like Chairman Mao, ruling over my people with an iron fist. Maybe a monarchy could work, remaining serene and aloof, whilst the Prime Minister does the real work. Ah, Barack Obama, still probably the poster boy for Western democracy.
What a read. I think I'm going to be a benevolent dictator.
And now, it's time for you to choose a name. Mine? The Republic of Brendonia. You may also want to establish your own national currency. And what newly born micronation could be complete without a flag?
James, what are you doing?
Flatmates can be citizens too, or even ministers in the government. Eleanor, I'd like to give you this.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored.
That was a stupid video. I want to see somebody. They got a serious looking video. I've seen a couple of videos that were really serious. See if I can find them. Okay, don't start a micronation until you see this. Let's see.
With a Planet Fitness Black Card, you don't just get a great workout, you get a great perk out because your membership is packed with perks.
Stop! Don't start a micronation until you watch this. In this video, we will be covering 2 basic things you should do before starting a micronation. Number 1, Ask yourself what and why. Do you know what government form your micronation will pursue? And why are you starting a micronation? Is it to joke around or to implement your beliefs? This is really important because if you don't think about these things, you will end up getting nothing out of it, and starting a micronation will be a huge waste of time. Number 2, get closer to the community. The micronational community consists of over 20,000 micronations over platforms such as Discord, YouTube, Reddit, Instagram, and more. Make sure you're on these platforms and you're connecting and learning from other micronations before you start your own. You need that backbone of basic support and mentors, or else no one will care about your micronation and you will soon give up. These 2 simple tips will prevent your micronation from failing and will give you motivation to continue your great nation. Stop. If you don't have a micronation, or even if you have one, watch this video before you do anything with that idea. In this video, I will be giving you 2 more things to consider before you proceed with a micronation. Number 1, what work are you going to do for your micronation? When people think about micronational work, most of it is writing laws or growing a military. But before you do any of that, if you don't have anyone who will obey those laws, then there is no point of making them. First, it's important to make a community with a good number of people that regularly contribute with ideas. Then you have to keep the community active through discussions on platforms like Discord, where you can share ideas and get to know them even more. After you make a community, you can think about writing laws or even buying land. Number 2, are you aware of other micronations that share your ideas? This is really important to consider because it's not at all easy to make a community. But if you know a micronation with similar ideas to yours and with an active community, it is highly beneficial to join them instead of trying to start your own. You can find out more about this by checking out a video by AP called Why You Shouldn't Start a Micronation. Try to consider these 2 things and you will have a better chance of having or being a part of a good micronation.
Knock, knock. Hi there. I'd love to show.
I wouldn't have lasted this long in the entertainment industry if I hadn't taken a few risks, but I'm also a
With the current political climate being what it is, many of you might be thinking to yourselves, to hell with it, I'll just start my own country. If so, you'd be joining the ranks of Somaliland, Transnistria, and the Principality of Sealand, to name a few. But what is the exact process of starting your own country? How can you do so legally? And how can you be recognized by the global community as an independent nation? Welcome to another episode of the Infographics Show. Today we're taking a look at how to start your own country. The first step to starting your own country will be territory. After all, a country can't really be a country without, well, a countryside. Unfortunately for you, all the prime real estate has already been gobbled up. So if you're seeking to form your new country peacefully, you're probably going to have to go remote. Really remote. Several islands around the South Pacific remain unclaimed by any sovereign state and are today just waiting to be made into independent nations. Although given their extreme remoteness, good luck getting basic goods and services there. Alternatively, you could look for small parcels of land around the world that rest between major powers, yet neither lay claims to. The microstate of Liberland, for example, was formed from territory along the Danube that neither Croatia nor Serbia lay claim to. Its size is only 2.7 square miles, but with a handful of citizens, there's plenty of space to be sovereign. If you're looking for other available real estate, you could take a claim in Bir Tawil, which lies between Egypt and Sudan. Spoiler alert, it's a barren desert with no access to fresh water, or portions of Antarctica. If none of the available less than prime real estate appeals to you, you could always just build your own. Per international law, nations can only claim up to 12 miles past their shores. So if you had the money to, you could start dredging up the seafloor and build a brand new island nation of your own. The cost would be staggering, but it's an option available to you. Alternatively, you could try your hand at building a floating nation. Many architecture firms around the world have drawn up very realistic, if also extremely expensive plans for floating cities. While the technical know-how is certainly there, the capital is definitely not. Maybe you don't just want to declare independence from your home country, but from the surface world entirely. You could take the Bioshock route and build a city on the seafloor itself and declare yourself sovereign. Whether that's technically feasible with today's technology is a complete toss-up, but legally speaking, you would be well within your rights to do so. If you think it would be easier to simply dig down below an existing nation and declare your independence mole people style, that's probably not going to work, as laws dictating just how far down national sovereignty goes aren't very clear. But given that the deepest mines in the world still fall under national sovereignty, you're going to at least have to go deeper than Mponeng gold mine in South Africa, which is 2.5 miles deep. At those depths, heat from the Earth's core raises the temperature to 100 degrees or more. So we hope you like it hot. The last option available to you would be the most obvious: declare independence or take territory by force. Historically, neither of those approaches has worked very well without massive support, and you can ask Germany about its very painful 20th century lessons in playing nice with your neighbors. You'll next need to determine a system of government. Are you going to uphold global democratic values, become an egomaniac dictator, establish a hereditary monarchy, or create a new theocracy? Perhaps you're looking to found a libertarian state where, well, we imagine not much of anything would actually get done. The choice on how to govern yourself and your citizens is completely up to you, but whatever you choose, you'll need a cohesive national government in order to be recognized by the international community, and not just seen as a bunch of idealistic squatters. Your government should provide for the basic needs of your people, or not. But if you want to be recognized as a nation, it must meet one requirement: have an apparatus by which you can interact with other foreign powers. You're free to skip on social services and even a military if you'd like, but a Secretary of State or similar position is vital for being internationally recognized. Nobody says it has to be a competent Secretary of State, just that you need one. So feel free to nominate your cat if you'd like. It will technically fulfill this obligation. So you've successfully declared independence from the world and established the Kingdom of You, with Mr. Sprinkles as your Secretary of State, through which all foreign powers must channel their diplomatic requests. What's left? Well, you're going to need to be recognized internationally as a sovereign state if you want to have a chance of surviving. And that means establishing diplomatic ties with other powers. If nobody takes you seriously, you may fulfill all the legal obligations under international law to become a free state, but won't be recognized as such. The best way to do that would be to send diplomatic envoys to nations friendly to your ideology. Taiwan, while still technically part of China, has for decades declared itself an independent and sovereign nation from
Shopify has impacted our business heavily. It gives us a platform. It's not
from mainland communist China. In order to protect themselves from forcefully rejoining a nation they no longer want to be a part of, they've garnered the support of powerful nations friendly to their democratic ideals, such as the US and much of Europe. As we've seen multiple times in the latter half of the 20th century, without these powerful ties, Taiwan would have been forcefully reabsorbed by China. Yet the threat imposed by its powerful friends has so far kept Chinese invasion forces at bay and respected Taiwan's sovereignty. Yet, though Taiwan is sovereign and seems to fulfill the obligations for the creation of an independent nation, it is not widely recognized as such due to Chinese threats against nations whom would do so. If Taiwan were formally recognized as a free nation, any future military action by China to force it into the fold would be seen as not an internal matter, but a hostile invasion of a foreign nation, and thus prompt a global response per the UN Charter. Thus, China has threatened outright use of force against the island state if any nation, including the US, chooses to formally recognize Taiwan as independent. So for your budding micronation, the lesson to be learned is to make powerful friends, but if at all possible, avoid making powerful enemies as well. The best way to ensure you are declared a free and sovereign state would be to simply join the UN, which is not nearly as difficult as one might think. All you need to do, and we're not making this up, is simply write a letter to the Secretary General and request membership. That's it. There are no forms to fill out, no need to even outline what your nation is or how it's governed, just ask. If you're currently in the midst of establishing your own sovereign state, you're free to send your application right now to Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, the United Nations, 1st Avenue at 46th Street, New York, New York, 10017. The next step, however, is a bit harder. Your application must be referred by the Security Council to the General Assembly, where it must win a 2/3 majority who all agree you are a peace-loving state and can carry out the duties of the UN Charter. Basically, the charter states that you will preserve the rule of law, support human rights in your nation, and maintain global peace. So if you're looking to start the state of the murderous republic of murder, you're probably not going to gain entry into the UN. But nothing says you have to be part of the UN to be an independent nation. The Vatican City, Palestine, Taiwan, Western Sahara, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and Northern Cyprus are all non-UN members, but recognized by at least one country that is. It'll certainly help your cause to be in the UN, but as we've seen, it's not entirely necessary. If you want to start your own country, you're going to need to know the law. Luckily, Skillshare has your back. With over 24,000 online classes like how to jumpstart a successful paralegal career to learn partnership agreements, you can brush up on your legal chops or start developing some new ones today. As an online learning community, Skillshare and its thousands of online classes can help you hone your skills or learn new ones. The first 1,000 people to click the link in the description will receive 2 months of premium membership, absolutely free. Join Skillshare and start learning today.
Watch live and local news on a variety.
All right. So, okay, what do you guys think?
It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible. It's very possible.
Possible.
If we were organized and everything. If this was our focus, instead of all the stupid stuff I see online and everything, we could make this happen. You know, it said, yeah, you got territory and you get recognition. You say you form a government, because that's what we did the B.A.I.O for years. What type of government was thing? And me and the whole of had a falling out because we had a disagreement on government, you know, and stuff like that. So it's yes, it's very possible, you know.
Yeah, it's just getting the right people together.
It's a slave mindset. People, we should have done this decades ago.
It's possible. I don't know. I don't see why it's not possible. You could start a new country. You know,
a micro state, you know.
Yeah, even a micro state. Yeah.
Yeah, micro. That's all it is.
Look at Dubai. Look at
Dubai.
Dubai wasn't
states. I would say my goal, my vision is to have like at least 7 micro states called, and just like they don't have to be connected with each other, but you know they could be a government, a centralized government all over the world. You know, in the African, you have one state that's like the capital. You know,
yeah,
like that. So
spread out. It can be spread out.
Spread out. You know, you could have one in Kenya. You could have one in Mozambique. You could have one in South Africa. You could have one in Zambia. You could have one in Angola. Have one in the Congo and everything like that. The main thing is just basically what we call is like I said, recognition. You know, people who draw it up saying this is what we declare territory. You know, and that's what I say the people in Ghana should do, like declare themselves a micro state. You know, but you think the Ghanaian? That's why I said I don't agree with just in the middle of Ghana. They should have got some coastal territory. You know what I'm saying?
Should have got something on the coast. You gotta have support. You can't landlock yourself like that. That's why I said
you landlock yourself.
That's why I said places like Sano, you know, it's right there on the beach.
They should have went to an area that wasn't overly populated. He went straight to Accra. Good luck with that mission.
Yeah, that's why I say Sano in Liberia. Nobody wants to be in Sano. Everybody wants to be in what you call it, empty.
Liberia's most empty.
I would argue that Black Americans have a whole lot more of a chance of pulling this off if they went to somewhere local. The U.S. Virgin Islands. It's only 100,000 people.
I know
there.
the reason why it won't work in the hair because it's in this hemisphere. I have friends of mine, B.A.I.O members that in the Virgin Islands,
right?
And they learned a lot from the Virgin Islands. They say it's nice over there and everything, but you can't do it over there. Simple fact is because in this hemisphere where the U.S. sway, they'll never let that happen. You know, they'll never.
The reason why I would disagree with that is because, like I said, you don't need a shit ton of Black Americans to go there. You only need to be able to match up to the locals.
Yeah, the bottom line is I think.
And then at the end of the day, what would it look like if America started killing its own people?
Well, it doesn't matter. America You know, America
And
does.
they ain't gonna send no military in to go kill nobody.
America. I look at all the freaking problems in this hemisphere, right? Cuba, America has kept every country in this hemisphere in poverty. You know, so the bottom line, you have to be away from the United States. That's the whole idea.
How about use the United States as a backbone?
We don't believe
Go
in
go on fakely push the U.S. agenda. And then turn your back on them.
I am not pushing no U.S. agenda. We don't have to do that. You know.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do have to work with some. You do got to connect with other countries, so you're gonna pick the enemy of the USA.
The bottom line is we're gonna go through our own sovereignty, you know, and own diplomacy and stuff like that. Something we never had in 400 years. We never had any sovereignty or diplomacy and whatnot. I don't want to work with.
I thought Liberia was our sovereignty.
Yeah, no, because we lost it. You know, it wasn't ours because somehow, like I said, the so-called Pan-African movement. That's the dangers of the Pan-African movement, right? It became this whole thing where you got people coming from all over. They think they're black, and then next thing they'll becoming Liberians, and they lose focus on the people who actually built the country, blacks from the United States. You know, and so that's what's going to happen to a Sabo community, right? You got people who are Cameroonians, you got people who are from other people like that are coming there, call themselves Pan-Africanists, and next thing you know, the whole mission of black people trying to build this from America, the people who are landless, trying to build something that's familiar to them is being lost. That's what happened in Liberia. They forgot why they were established in the first place. They don't know themselves. You know, they forgot why they got established in the first place. This was a place for blacks from the United States to settle in Africa in their own sovereignty on their own terms. You know, that's what Liberia is for. But it got lost in this idea of black unity and Pan-Africanism and everything. That people forgot that, you know, and people don't even talk about that. That's why there's no real strong effort to bring for black people in America because no one thinks that we need a nation of our own. You know,
I'm certain that if you push the nation state idea properly, people will back you.
30-something years, bro.
No. I mean, like, really push.
Hey, Dave, does it seem like am I off the rocker? Do I seem like I'm making sense?
Yesterday you had a show about what caused the diaspora wars.
Yeah, bottom line.
And then before that, you had a show. You're not having shows about. Listen, we're trying to build this Black American country, and this is what we're going to do. That's what
I said. Like, if those who are interested in the thing, you join the social network. You join the B.A.I.O, so not communicate with people all the time. You know, I communicate with people all the time that contact me on my email and stuff like that. You know, I don't really bring stuff to the public. This is public. You know, because like I said, I just need people that's serious about this. So I don't reveal this to everybody because I think people are just joking around, stuff like that. And I actually have people on the ground in Africa, like, you know, ready for action. So the bottom line, I'm not gonna put their lives in danger and stuff like that by revealing a lot of stuff on this show platform. This is a serious thing. Do black people want some sort of sovereignty in the future? Everybody else in the world is creating their own sovereignty and they're creating their own reality. The black person in America has no reality. They're still we're talking about Kamala Harris. You know, that's the future of Black America. You know, that's the future of Black America. You know, being talked down to African immigrants and whatnot. You know.
Carla, would you support a revolution in Liberia? Would you support it?
No. Well, the bottom line is this: first of all, it can't be a revolution in Liberia because, like I said, the majority of people, like the other day, the CDC was singing a song, right? The original song was "Old Soldiers Never Die," right? You know, that was a favorite song of President Tubman, right? But they were singing, "Oh, those soldiers never die, never die." These people are still praising Samuel Doe as a friggin' hero in this day, even though he wrecked the country, destroyed the country, everything,
destroyed the country,
destroyed the country, and they still haven't learned anything after 44 years of destruction. They haven't learned one friggin' thing. Why would I subject our people to that? I'm not gonna do that.
When you're in Liberia, do you try to network or work alongside or build an organization?
I can do what I want.
I'm not talking about all Liberians. I just mean the ones that are.
I got people. I got partners in Liberia. My boy Ross, is my partner in Liberia. Yeah, I got Liberians. We do a lot of things and everything like that. But the bottom line is, if it don't go any further than that, because the Liberian. I know Charles Taylor once said, "There's a white man, black man, and the Liberian man. You haven't experienced nothing until you experience the Liberian man."
It's a different man. It's a different man. They know that.
I know these people.
Different.
You're talking about, you could make some sense to try to reason with these people. No, you can't.
During the Charles Taylor, when Charles Taylor was running in '97, Kyle, I was out there. I think it was '96 or '97.
'97.
Yeah, and you know what the locals said in his campaign rally? You kill my mom, I'll vote for you. You kill my pop, I'll vote for you.
Yeah.
So come on. That's not a people that's serious. You're in the middle of a civil war.
Yeah, but they voted for him. That shit worked.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? You tell it.
And they're not that different. They're a generation away from that.
Charles Taylor feeding them. Charles Taylor was feeding them, and he gave a lot of perks. People tell me all the time they liked with Charles Taylor because he was ordering the country when he was.
Yeah, they like Charles Taylor. They love Charles Taylor.
They love Charles Taylor when he was a brutal guy, but they loved him. And so the bottom line is, I cannot subject my people to this stuff. Like, we cannot. Hey, look, the most scariest thing in the world is seeing a bunch of illiterates going to a voting poll and voting for somebody that's going to decide my future. No, that can't happen. That cannot happen. I'm sorry.
All right, Kylo. If it's up to you, how do we get this Afristan to take place?
Oh, the bottom line is, I told you, look, all I needed was people that was serious. I had the people.
Kyler,
I had a guy.
You gotta convince people.
Listen to me. Listen, I gave you a guy, my guy Junior. You never contacted him, right? That's my Angolan guy. I gave you his information. You never contacted him. All I do is plug people, and people don't act on it. I had like 3 guys, right? One guy, Mike Akins, other guy, Mike Roebuck. He's a computer engineer. They were supposed to set to go to Angola in 2020, right? And because one of the flights, right? This idiot Mike Roebuck, right? Because of one of the flights was canceled. The Kenya flight to Angola was canceled. They thought, we can't get a flight. And Celeste told me, he said they have to make it over here. When they got to there, I had it set up where they can go to Angola. They got a house. They got everything. You don't have to pay for anything. We got transportation, everything. You don't have to do nothing but just show up if you got something to invest or whatever like that. That's how I had it. And these motherfuckers couldn't even make it over there one night, And then I said, look, why don't you take this other Portugal? Well, I didn't want to fly and land in European soil. And when I said, what the fuck has that got to do with you getting to Angola? So they just kept going back and forth with me and I got so frustrated. So finally, after 2020 went by and they didn't do nothing, I said, the only way it's going to be done is I got to go to the continent myself. So I made my first trip in 2001 to Liberia. And when I saw the initial infrastructure of Liberia, I said, you know something? I want to make it to Angola, but this could be an excellent base to launch to Angola. I could build something. If I can connect these 2 countries right here, we can build this Afristan, That's it. Because I saw Liberia, I was like, oh my God. But driving on here is actually pretty good. Liberia, a lot of Liberia's on the grid too and whatnot, And I'm like, okay, they got transmission lines. I go up to Cape Mount and Robertsport. They got nice electricity up there and stuff like that. It looked beautiful, And I said, okay, Liberia, our ancestors who built Liberia left something behind, They didn't destroy the country completely, but trying to get Liberia to turn into a different country what it is, no. No. And like I said, now, if I have my guy, Great African, right? He has like a lot of acres of land in Nimba County, right? he wants to do, right? I went to his farm, right? He has a palm oil farm and everything. He has land. He told me in Bamani that he wanted to give this land to us or whatnot, so we could build. It's right there on the Liberian with Guinea. He said he was tapping into the West African power pool. He said he would basically build a new city up there, right? And with our own military, and basically almost be in a position to succeed from Liberia. That's my boy, Great African. It's from Nimba. And the bottom line is, that's what the type of people I'm trying to get with. The same old, I can't mess with. But he has, I think he has 300 acres of land. It was inherited land, tribal land, but he turned it into private property. So basically, he said, he goes, we could run all kinds of infrastructure through it, everything. I told him, I said, we could float a municipal bond, everything. It's right on the Guinea border. He said, and the Guinea, he told me that the government of Guinea is interested because the mining companies want to extend the railway from the Guinea to Liberia, and it would run right across the land. So they would benefit from the rail line. And I said, that'd be a great thing. And he said, he goes, I would build a nice housing up there. He goes, I would just sell houses, nothing to African Americans. We could build a state up there.
Okay, what happened to that project?
What?
Did y'all start it? Did y'all start that project?
His own land. He got his own farm. I went up to see his farm and everything like that. But the bottom line is, look, the Garvey movement, right? This guy Darity was who headed the Garvey movement. This guy was brother-in-law to George Weah, Jamaican, brother-in-law to George Weah, right? And he had Liberty Farms in Liberia. He didn't do nothing with it, right? And this shows me what I'm talking about, right? Because Darity and these guys are Jamaicans, right? They first and foremost see Jamaica as their homeland. They don't got, even though they bought land in Liberia one night, they did nothing with it because only African Americans are going to take this seriously because we have nothing. Too many of the Pan-African movements are led by Jamaicans and Caribbeans, stuff like that, and they never get nothing done in Africa. So Great African, he should have went with me and Bamani, right? He said, no, he was gonna go with Professor Darity, I think his name was, right? Because he's in the UNIA. And then the UNIA people were trying to incorporate the B.A.I.O under them. I said, nah.
Oh, man.
I said, nah. These are fucking bunch of derelicts, man. And people don't do shit,
UNIA chapters in Liberia. I know them. They got
they're useless, man. They're freaking useless. Freaking useless, man. So trust me, I know all the Pan-Africanists in Liberia. I know the UNIA. We got the B.A.I.O there, whatnot, But the bottom, when it comes down to doing something, that's the whole thing. It takes money. We don't have money. That's why I said I want to build this channel up. I can monetize this channel. I can get some money flowing over there, and I can get shit done. It's gonna take money. I got nobody funding this thing, nobody supporting this thing. Every dime I make from this show, one that's going to go right to freaking Liberia and what I'm doing in Liberia. That's my word. But the bottom line is this: until I get the money flow, that's what I say. When I look at people spending the money, if I had Tariqa Dashid's money, you know what I could have done in Liberia by now? I could have that Afghanistan. If I had that money and whatnot in Angola, what I could be doing right now, I could have an oil field in Angola. And
Carla, are you gonna kick off the fundraiser to get the money?
No, look, I don't want to get out there and fundraise. If people see the show and they support me when I start monetizing the show, they want to support, they can do it. And if I see people are serious, right, and I got momentum, maybe I might do a fundraiser. But I'm not doing a fundraiser if I think people aren't serious and they're playing games. Serious is if I see people saying, I'm getting on a plane, I'm going to the country over here, Carla, I'm doing my own fact finding. That shows me you're serious.
But Carla, people donated to that museum and a lot of them never went there.
They got a building now. What do they got from it? Nothing. You just got a museum. You got no exhibit, no nothing. What do you got? What do you got for the museum? Nothing.
They got something.
Something.
They didn't get scammed, Carla.
I don't want people like that. I don't want people like that giving me money and whatnot. I just got something. I want people to be involved, saying this is gonna make this right here gonna make my life better and everything like that. I want you to be a part of this. I'm not Tariq. I own everything. If I do something one night, I'm gonna give people a chance to invest, and so they can be part of something, right? Tariq has all the money for himself. As long as he got fools giving him money, man, there's nothing you can do.
But you'll never see Tariq partner up with nobody.
Yeah, of course. None of these people, all these people are greedy. You know, they're all the grifters. These guys are nothing but two-bit hustlers and whatnot, you know?
I never seen Tariq help or really invest in nobody or help them or partner up with nobody. He don't do nothing.
And also, he has people that do his films, all white people. I had to get white people that, you know, all Jewish producers and whatnot, professionals and whatnot. He couldn't find no black people. No, he don't want to, you know, because like I said, just like Yvette Carnell, these guys, none of these guys, Yvette Carnell, Tone talks, and none of them do business.
Yvette is the worst. She's the
She's the
worst.
worst. She's the bottom line. She basically,
the worst.
The way she came at Dr. Claude Anderson is unforgivable. She hates.
I don't like that. I don't like how she.
Yeah, he's an elder, you know, and the bottom line,
he's an elder
he's never done
statesman.
anything wrong.
You know, even if you don't agree with Claude, you know, he's still an elder. He's still got a lot of knowledge and stuff, a lot of good ideas and stuff. So you don't get at him like that, you know, even if you disagree with him. That's crazy. She's the worst. I don't like that now. I can't tell why.
Well, she got people following her and whatnot, you know, like I say, people all over the place. They're lukewarm. 1 minute they talk Pan-Africanism, right? Around me talking Pan, the next thing you know, they were this ADOS FBA shit, which leads no place. It's death. It's like homosexuality. The ADOS FBA is the closest thing to homosexuality, right? There's nothing good to come out of homosexuality. There's two men, and that's death. You can't produce life.
Carlo. No.
Yeah, yes.
No.
The ADOS FBA produces absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
But that's the thing with Tariq, yo. Tariq really, he really go take an Amazon acronym and go put it on black people and label them FBA. You type in FBA in
I wouldn't go. That's another thing. I wouldn't go that far either.
But you type the FBA in a search engine, it's gonna come up Amazon. He took an acronym from Amazon and go put it on black people. That's how you know.
Do you think he actually took the acronym from Amazon, or they just so happen to have the same acronym?
Bro, he took that acronym from Amazon. Amazon been having that acronym for a long time since people started selling on Amazon. Since they had people privately selling.
All I know is, bottom line is this. I know enough about myself and my thing that if somebody like Tariq Dare comes around, I'm not gonna listen to nothing this fool got to say. You know, you make all the documentaries and whatnot, but I'm not gonna change my identity based on what this two-bit pimp talks about. That's got to be the craziest thing in the world. A guy used to talk about the art of pimping and macking and whatnot, and he's gonna come up with a friggin' his latest thing. He's gonna tell you how to change your so-called identity and lineage and stuff like. Dude, I don't want to hear what you guys say. You know, that's what I say. Well, I know people aren't serious about this shit.
I mean, I understand the delineation movement. I understand it, but not at that level, though. Not at that level. That's craziness.
What he wants to do is, what Tariq wants to do is, he wants to identify as another race. You know, he wants to identify as another race. The stuff he be saying to Africans and shit like that, it just beyond the pale.
How you ever listen to his call in when the Africans actually call in?
Basically, hold up. Let me say this, right?
Yeah.
If African calls me, like I'll say certain things with this, that, and the other thing, right? This, that, and the other thing, right? But there's certain things, places I don't go with. I don't call no women cheetah piss and shit like that, you know?
You call African savages on this very platform.
I call Mike savages. Mike is a savage, you know? But I don't, in general, Tariq, this is how different between me and Tariq, right? This one dude called up, right? And there was a dark-skinned brother called into a video stream and show, right? And he was asking Tariq something or whatever like that. And Tariq kept saying, yo, man, are you foundational black American? He said, well, I'm black. I said, where were you born at? What the fuck does it mean? He said he's black, whatever. Like, what the fuck is it? And it wasn't the guy said, well, I'm saying he was agreeing with Tariq on something. Agreeing with Tariq. What's it called? He was calling him, back him up. But Tariq just get cracking on his hairline and say, oh, you don't have our look. I can tell you were African or you're a Caribbean or that. You don't have our look when that when people say stuff like that, that's beyond the pale. You know,
now, interestingly, I've listened to Tariq Nasheed over the course of maybe the last 3 weeks.
You listen to this guy?
And I listen to you. I listen to Dinus. I listen to Brendan.
God damn, you're
Yeah, I listen to all of y'all. Some of y'all sound nuts sometimes. Sometimes you sound smart.
I'm saying
it is what it is. Now, at the end of the day, I will acknowledge, from what I've seen, he only disrespects people who gets on this platform being disrespectful.
No,
Kyla, you only get disrespectful when the Africans get on this platform and they are disrespectful. Is that a fact or is that not?
I'm not. Hell, look, I admit I'm no damn angel, right? But I've seen him friggin' attack people, but doing absolutely fucking nothing. This guy was agreeing with him, and he just kept friggin' cracking on his hairline.
Kyla, would it be possible for you to pull that video up if you can find it?
What's the friggin' FBA hairline? What is the FBA hairline? You gonna tell me that's acceptable?
Is that a thing?
No.
I mean, I listened to him talk about the FBA hairline. He's usually talking to Somalian people.
His hairline, his weird haircut and whatnot, you know. I could say, oh, what's the FBA hairline? Tariq don't look nothing like me.
Kyle, you know he's just clowning, right?
You say the bottom, he's a grown ass fucking man, you know.
There are grown ass men on this platform that clown each other every show.
Yeah, no, but he's a freaking
except for this one.
Also, he's making money off of that shit, and he's causing division among people that shouldn't be there. You know,
there was division long. He didn't cause that division. Don't do that.
Well, I tell people all the time, Tariq does not speak for the average black person. You know, he don't speak for black people. You know, he speaks for himself.
And people that think like him, and that's fine.
The majority. So what I hate is when people just take a blanket thing, FBA, like you're representing me. I hate that shit. You know, you don't speak for me. Don't label me. And then you go out there with this stupid shit, you know? Like if somebody who's a freaking pedophile says us pedders and whatnot. You know, what do you mean us pedders? I'm not a pedophile. Oh yeah, well, you know, no, don't go label me shit. You know, I don't want to be your label. What comes with that is your ability to freaking.
Kyle, do you identify as African American or Black American?
I got African American.
And you didn't create that term either.
I say the bottom.
You adopted a term that someone else created.
No, it's not. After the term African American has been used since the 1700s, man.
And who created it?
That's our oldest term.
It was a black man who created it. The Philadelphia Inquirer. You want to know the history?
And that means that you're adopting something that somebody created.
I'm an African American, and I accept that, right? Because it gives me connection with my African homeland, which I'm proud of. I'm not ashamed of. You know, a lot of people are ashamed of their African heritage, so they want to say Black American. And when they do say
that term, it came, like you said, it came from the 1700s. It was really like a bunch of people writing articles.
And they will say the African Christian Church, African Methodist Episcopal Church, they identify with their African homeland back in those days, you know? And that's the part of Black America I love so much, you know?
Yeah, but they were a lot more closer to their homeland back in those days, wasn't they?
How? If they're in the United States, I'm in the United States.
Maybe they came from the boats a little bit more directly than we did.
So what, man? So what?
You wasn't hopping off no boats 100 years ago, 200 years ago, Colin.
300 years is friggin', and 40 years is like a speck in human history. That don't mean nothing, you know. They were Africans, and whatnot. Africans, they identify with that. I'm an African. As simple as that. I don't want. I'm not saying I'm a Native American. I'm no Aboriginal. I'm no friggin' foundational Black American. I'm an African American. That's all you people need to know. My ancestors came from Africa, were slaves in the transatlantic slave trade, and I have an American heritage. You know, I'm American nationality.
But Kyla, no one that's Black American generally denies that their ancestors came from Africa.
So the bottom line is, so why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about?
Why we got FBA? What's the point with that? There's no way for FBA.
And also, when
I listened to the point of the FBA and the ADOS thing,
They got a
and,
point.
they got a point for it.
They got a point.
They got a point for it.
How do you say?
So what I'm confused is that why y'all fighting against the point that they created it for?
How you gonna say you're a foundational Black American when you have built no foundation? Tell me what war you have. What treaty did you find in here?
Kyla, did Black people fight in the Civil War?
Yeah, but that was you didn't fight on your.
Kyla, did Black people fight?
You didn't fight.
Did Black people fight? Did Black people fight in the war of 1776 when America wanted their?
The FBA people never
Go ahead.
Slaves. Why? Because you didn't fight for.
Hold on, Kyla. Don't. If Africans said these people were slaves, we would get offensive. You don't do it either.
That's a slave mentality. You didn't fight for.
Kyla.
You didn't fight for the Revolutionary War for you. You gained nothing from that. You didn't write the Civil War gave from that. We got nothing out of the Civil War. They gave us rights. How you going to get something that was supposed to be yours to begin with?
Kyla, interestingly, you like to say that Liberia is the Black American, the African American thing, but you know that white people played a role in it, right? Are you going to take that away too because white people did it?
You foundational Negroes, man. You went out there. We fought in the Civil War, but what did we gain from it? What did we gain from the Civil fight? Get all that blood we spilled in the Civil War.
Slavery ended, right?
Well, slavery was.
Are you enslaved right now, sir?
Hold on. That's what I'm talking about, right? How can you basically say that, right? Because the bottom line is this: slavery. You weren't supposed to be a slave in the first place. So how can somebody give you something that was already yours? How can you gain something already yours?
Kyla, so basically you shouldn't have to go fight for land in the first place. Why do you have to go fight for it now? Why do you have to go do the shit now? Because you're going based off of history. We're not retards up here.
Hold on. Then it took you another 100 years,
80
basic civil rights in 1964, right? All this is something you're supposed to have been born with by a birthright. If you were foundational, you ain't foundational American. You have no right. You're the same as a damn African immigrant and everything like that. You got no freaking rights in this country that Africans don't have.
So your ancestors, I ain't gonna say ancestors. Fuck that term. Your grandparents fighting for your ass to be able to get a passport, your ass to be able to vote, your ass to go and get a job and do all of these things that you do now, Kyla. You're going to say that ain't shit. Is that what you're saying, Kyla?
We had a nation of our own. We wouldn't have to be going through all that.
That's a birthright, though, bro.
So don't give me this idea that we gained something from something like that. Okay, I appreciate what they went through and the sacrifice, everything like that. But don't sit here and say that's enough for me to hate my brothers and sisters from Africa and the Caribbean. No, that's not enough. And
who's telling you to hate them?
You know what I'm saying? The FBA is basically saying we got to delineate for no other reason other than they're not like.
The last time I checked and I listened to Tariq Nasheed, they and some dude named Jason Black, they delineate from people who go against the black cause. Not all immigrants. Okay. I haven't heard none of them say that.
How come Tariq doesn't talk about black cause? That's really funny, right? Yeah, I've never heard.
Are you going to say there's not a black cause now?
Hold on. I never heard Tariq go against like all the freaking foolishness and tomfoolery I see in entertainment. He's trying to get into the entertainment industry.
He made a whole damn video talking about Megan Thee Stallion and them twerking at the goddamn Kamala Harris event.
All that shit.
You skipped that part?
All that garbage we see right now is what is damaging the black people culture. I want to delineate from that, you know. So you want to delineate from Caribbeans who ain't did nothing to you and that, but you don't have nothing to say about all these other so-called FBA people that's fucking up in Black America right now. Okay. You know, I'd rather have, let me tell you something, right? If a person's from the Caribbean and Africa were not a decent people, right, they're more than welcome to live next to me and be with me and everything like that. I don't give a damn about where they come from.
I agree with you now, but if they're working against something that you're working for, and saying that hold on, Carla, if they're working to get something that you're working for, do you still believe the same thing?
Reparations. You guys basically talk about something that's not going to ever happen. Reparations. They're working against our.
Color people once said slavery is never going to come to the end.
Oh yeah, the bottom line.
A very popular phrase. I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever is dead now, Color.
You're never gonna get.
So that, Color, what you're saying is
fucking that show. Your bottom line is I'm not gonna go back and forth with this stupid stuff about reparations. That's never gonna happen. That's what I'm saying.
Reparations not happening.
No, it's not gonna happen.
I used to I knew my
the only way reparations will happen if you have a nation state of your own and you force them to do it. That's it. They ain't gonna just voluntarily hand you over no friggin' reparations money. That's
once we agree to be a part of America, we threw away our reparations card.
That's what I'm saying. Once you became American, you can't say I'm a foundational American. I'm American when and they talk about I want reparations. No, it don't work like that.
Legally, it won't stand in court because
once you became an American, that cancels your reparations.
Yeah, once you accepted being American,
that's why these people can't get no place. On one hand, Tariq, his hero, right, lives in an exclusive white neighborhood, drives a freaking Rolls Royce, a Bentley, whatever the hell he was, right, driving right there, and Rodeo Drive and everything like that. And this is your freaking person fighting for your so-called reparations. Come on, give me a freaking break. I thought Jonathan was smarter than that.
Once you agree to be American, once you integrate,
look who they look at it. Tariq is fully integrated into America. That's the whitest dude I ever seen in my life. You know, he lives with a white woman. You know, he goes to the white circles and everything. Everybody around him is white when that, but yet he's a spokesman for so-called reparations. Am I missing something here?
But come on, Colin. We know the reparation movement is. If you just look at it from a legal standpoint, it's not gonna happen. You understand me? You just look at it from a legal standpoint.
How are you going to get? How are you going to get all 2/3 of congressmen to vote on senators to vote on something, right? And get it through Congress, knowing that presidential veto is there and whatnot. How the hell is that going to happen, right? Who has a political will to do something like that? Get that through 2/3 of Congress. And
no, Kyla. First thing, how many lobbyists are you paying to even?
They have no lobbyists. They don't have any lobbyists. They have no lobbyists.
Question first. At least have a lobbyist or two.
Well, maybe I'm gonna let Jonathan back on, right? So let's tell me about the lobbyists that they so-called have.
At least tell me the lobbyists that you got there.
All right, Jonathan, where's the lobbyist at?
Okay, here I am.
Where's the lobbyist at for the reparations?
I don't know if they have it or not.
No, so you don't know if they have it or not, but you get reparations. Okay.
In the same way, I don't know if y'all have anyone on the ground to actually build an Africa stand.
Well, the bottom line, I know.
Now, in the same way that you say reparations will never happen, there are people that will say that Black Americans will never have their own country.
The African stand will probably never happen. You know, maybe it could, but you know, I'm gonna fight for it.
Yeah, but if you don't fight for it, will it ever happen? If you don't try, will it ever happen?
No. But the bottom line is this: at the same time, I'm not gonna freaking be taking people's money and causing division and stuff like that to do it. You know, if I don't think it's gonna freaking work, I'm not gonna lie about it when I talk about. We're delineating because we're trying to get a reparations check and whatnot. And you know, you don't even have one lobbyist out there fighting for it, you know? There ain't no lobbyists, no political practice. Name me one institute, one major institute, the Hoover Institute, the Barrington Institute, any institute that said, you know something, this is a friggin' the idea of reparations should be studied. And you know, institutions and stuff like that, form policies and think tanks and everything that people look at and say start taking seriously in the media. And it goes to colleges, they debate it and stuff like that. Next thing you know, it goes to the legislatures and they start debating stuff and everything. Mm-hmm. Lobbyists, and there's a whole chain of event. There's none of that going on with the reparations movement. Please stop.
None of that going on.
Not a
And
damn
ain't
thing
none
going
of
on.
that going on with the Africa Stand movement.
Oh,
Well,
come
at
on,
least I
come
admit it,
on.
right? I admit it. Ain't
Yeah,
nothing
that's
going on with shit.
And this is the problem. Now, I was
Bottom
listening
line is,
to
I'm
what's
not.
that dude
Hold
named
on, hold
Umar
on. Yeah,
Johnson.
I'm
He
not.
was talking about Black
Hold on, I'm not
Americans. We
driving
don't have a
I'm not
voting
driving
organization. We don't have this.
hold on,
Nigga,
I'm
why
not
you not
driving
making
a Bentley. I'm not driving a Bentley somewhere in Rodeo Drive and getting online calling African women cheetah piss and whatnot, smelling like cheetah piss and stuff like that, and making millions of dollars off people and whatnot.
Carla, he can drive a Bentley. He can make millions of dollars.
So
Guess what?
the bottom line, he's basically going out there causing division and talking all this shit about other people and not.
Carla, he's not causing division. You got up here and said it the other day that Africans started this shit.
Yeah,
You
I
said that,
said it.
Carla.
I said that.
So
I mean
if
that,
the division
the bottom line,
existed
hold
long
on.
before that guy.
Bottom line, they started, but when people like Tariq got involved with it, when they took it too far.
So one side gets to cause the division.
Well,
Then when the other side decided, hey, fuck that shit, since y'all want to be divisive, we'll be divisive too.
Those who care about black people in Africa, we were handling that one. Now we did not freaking need Tariq to get in this. He just took it way off left.
Yeah, it was already left.
It wasn't no left.
It was all.
Well, I got more.
Carla, can you name me?
More
Can you name me?
I got more.
They got these Africans.
I got more continental Africans in the B.A.O. that
Carla,
talk every day.
Carla,
I do African Americans.
Would you admit that Africans got names for Black Americans?
Who cares?
Derogatory name? No. I want you to think about it. Do they have derogatory names for African Americans, Carla?
Man.
Carla, I don't like that. You keep saying but wait a minute. Do African Americans have a derogatory name for them?
But here's the thing, Jonathan, right?
The answer is no.
Hold on. Me personally, right? An African, right, says something to me and whatnot, says something to me that I know it's coming from a position of hurt. Africans can't hurt me like that, may hurt you, but because I don't have low self-esteem, An African says something to me, I understand he's ignorant or don't like this. And I know deep down inside, man, I'm lucky to be who I am, African American. So the bottom line, an African can say that, and I don't take it so hard. I know I can't say to them what they can say to me. Just like a white person, for the most part, you can say all kinds of stuff to them, but they know not to say that N-word. Yeah, see, it's a difference. It's not the same. Not on the same level.
What I would simply suggest is that
it's not the same.
You can look at everything about FBA,
American,
ADOS, the Pan-African shit, the Nation of Islam. You can look at everything that they do good, and then you can criticize the bad. But what you tend to do, Carla, like a lot of y'all tend to do, if y'all see something that y'all don't like, everything that they do is bad. I think that's stupid.
Believing that come from lower education, lower rungs of black society, even when they got money, they come from lower black trash of black society. That's why they get triggered by what Africans tell them.
I don't believe that.
I do. Well, hold on. I
don't
get friggin' upset when Africans say something about black.
Carla, you do. That's why you call them savages.
When somebody lies, like Mike gets up here and lies and says those were Caribbeans, not African, that was pissing me off. I call him a savage for that,
And your response to them saying, stay away from those people over there.
Women.
Your response to that?
Like the guy Zongo, the guy who learned white Michelle women learned that from Black Americans. I get pissed off at that. I say you're a savage because you're not taking no responsibility for yourself. But other than that, I don't care about all that stupid back and forth between. I just don't like people when they lie. You don't lie on my people, Just like I don't like Black Americans lying on Africans either, You can't
Look,
say.
Carla, is there a possibility that you can see the good that FBA does,
like what,
in the bad that they do?
Okay, what good? What good?
Nah, you gotta tell us the good, man. You gotta show us the good.
I don't know. What good?
Do the FBA people not try to protect and defend African Americans? Do they not?
No, not like that.
Yeah, whoa. Hold on. What the hell is not like that?
You know what I'm saying? It's like the
Because
bottom line.
Kyla, a few days ago on this
Oh,
very
bottom
same
line,
platform, you
check
said
it
you
out.
agree with some of the things they do,
All you have to do,
but you just don't like the anti-immigrant tether talk.
check us out. Check us out. All I have to do is look at my chat room, the comments in my chat and whatnot from these so-called ADOS FBA people. I disagree with them. Suddenly I'm a tether now, right? That's good. Suddenly I'm not African American.
So wait a minute. You can also go into your chat and see the most disrespectful shit talked about African Americans.
Oh, I don't see people like that. I see them talking about the ADOS FBA people. I don't see them talking about African Americans.
Oh shit.
I'm watching this every night.
Shit.
Because if people are doing disrespectful to the
Carla, don't tell me you be blind when they be talking shit about African Americans.
They're talking about ADOS FBA. They know that that's a type of black people in America. That's a low life type of black Americans, and I don't care about it. They can say what they want about ADOS FBA. You know, I'm like agreeing with them. That's black trash. You know, I don't agree with. They can say whatever they want. That's black trash. When they don't talk about black. Now, when Mike crosses the line and start talking about black America, middle black America that's doing the right thing and everything, that's
Mike
what
don't know. But Mike don't want to know nobody. You don't want to know
nobody. He's a savage. That's what I say. He's a savage.
Nobody.
I call him a savage. He's a savage. That's all he is. He's a savage. And that's rightful. That's a perfect name for it. He's a freaking savage. I asked him, what's your thoughts? What do you want to do? I want to get money. When always so desperate for money and shit, you know? I want to get money. It's a fucking animal. You know? So of course he's not gonna see anything good in black America. He don't love himself. You know? For the most part, Mike and them Afro-Dummers don't care about FBA when they don't like black America. They don't like black America at all. People like that, I go after. But for the most part, you know, this ADOS FBA, there's a lot of people just angry because the ADOS FBA are always saying stupid stuff like they ain't African, disparaging the motherland and stuff like that, you know. But the bottom line is this, you know, and I don't really, you know, it also, like I said, like Frenchie, she's defending herself. You know, they're defending themselves. And they go back and forth. But the bottom line, real African Americans aren't bothered by none of this shit, you know? Because they think it's stupid on both sides, you know? I think it's stupid.
So do you think that most African Americans know that what a Jariri is or a Kata or
bottom
we
line,
go all the way down? Do you think, Kyla, I want you to be honest, do most African Americans
nobody
know
knows what
Jariri?
I know what that shit means.
Okay.
Nobody knows what that shit is.
So
you
if
know?
you don't know about it,
why do you care? You know, why do I care?
Is it fair to say that you wouldn't have an opinion until you know about it, right?
Let me tell you something, Jonathan, right? I run a business, right? I'm about to get this big contract with this human resource company, right? Yeah. I don't have to worry about fucking no freaking African, whatever like that. And with the business I'm about to really expand into, you know, I don't have to worry about them. You know, they're nowhere on my radar as far as like making money. They don't live on my block. They don't. You know, so what the hell do I care what they think?
Carla, you the one talking about FBA all day.
No, I don't talk about
FBA. You could just be like, you ain't even got to bring them up. You ain't got to bring up.
I don't talk about FBA all day.
You bring them up.
But that's stupid. The stupid talk about. I want to let people know that I don't think like that.
You bring up Tariq Nasheed. You bring up what's the woman name?
Hey, I also criticize
Yvette Carnell. You bring up Afro Think Tank. If they're not bringing you up, there's no reason for you to bring them up.
Do you see the part where I was criticizing Umar Johnson? Because we criticize. I'm a culture critic. You know, I criticize people what they say. That's what I do. I critique people. That don't mean I'm always right, but that's what I do. I'm a culture critic. And Frederick says, Collar calls out everybody. I'm freaking fair. That's how I am. I'm fair with everybody. I don't just pick on people just for...
Yep. And when you fair with everybody, you could also bring up the good that people that are FBA do. What I have learned about you, Colin, is that you look at the most radical of the group and then be like, that's what they all are like.
Tariq is
And
that. He's your
yeah,
embodiment.
but you bring up the most radical
So
of the
in other
group
words,
and be like, that's what they
okay,
are.
okay, check us out. I'm only
And
going
that's
by
disrespectful.
representation. I'm going by representation. Nakmeezy gets in the chat room the other night and says it smells like Nigerian must in this chat room right now. What was that? Why that was that completely uncalled for? You know, why would you say something like that? This is the so-called FBA. That's why I disassociate myself when people act like that. I make sure people tell me I ain't with that. I don't agree with that. I don't just randomly get in
You
somebody's.
don't agree with that, and
I don't just randomly get in there and just start attacking people for being different from me. I don't do that. I don't even do that with white people. I don't do that. I don't get in somebody's chat room and say, you know something? And then people still hate me. This guy Ross Moyes, whoever Haraway, still hate my guts. But I do what the heck I do. I don't say nothing about this person. You know, I don't say nothing about this person and whatnot. You know,
well, he says disrespectful shit about black people all day, including you. So at the end of the day, are you gonna be
lower
like,
myself, but I'm not gonna lower myself to his level. He doesn't know me. He knows me a colonizer. When am I a colonizer? No. He calls
you
me a
should
colonizer.
be?
I don't block him and ban him, right? Because I let people talk. You know, I let people talk. This is a free platform. I let people talk. Let people express themselves. I let people talk. You know, people say what they want. They say their opinion. If they think if that everything I say and whatnot, you know, if they think I'm this bad person, I had nothing I can do. All I can do is be myself. But I cannot basically say, you know something. I need to change what I'm doing because somebody's no. I guess I'm consistent on everything. You know, if you're African American or whatever like that, and you say something, I'm going to call you out. If you're African, you act stupid, I'm gonna call you out. You know, as simple as that. You know,
Okay.
as simple as that. I don't basically.
Carla, I agree with that. I'm not saying you don't, but just out of curiosity, the Hidden History Museum, right? You said ain't no damn museum.
Yeah, it's like where's the exhibits?
Why do you say it's not a museum?
Okay, where's the exhibits?
Come on, Jay. Be serious, man. Ain't no damn museum,
No,
bro.
I am being
Come on,
serious. I
bro.
am being serious.
Come on, bro. Don't be
Jonathan
serious.
gave this guy
How much?
hard-earned money,
How
man.
much?
Come on.
How much does it cost to get an
He
exhibit?
should have done it at all, man. It was just something that he just came up with. Let's do a museum.
You know what the thing I don't like, right, is that people will criticize some shit, won't contribute to it, and then get mad when it's not something that you think it should be. Now, Kyle, the other day you brought up the African American
Hold on,
Museum.
let me say this.
But black people didn't create that shit. White people did.
Hold on,
The
let me say
government did.
this. Let me say this, brother. Let me say this. When Brandon was going off on Tariq all the time about his history, I did not. I stopped calling in the show, even though when he had another topic besides that, then I would call in. I did not care about the Hidden History Museum, so don't put that on me. You know, I'm just saying it was stupid and everything. That what I said it was going to be nothing. It looks like he should just made that place a Dollar Tree or a dry cleaning place. Man, he could have got that could be actually a good Dollar Tree store. You know, Dollar General store. You know, good location, everything like that. He probably make more money. You know, the hidden Dollar Tree store. You know. So the bottom line is he put up one picture of a Hidden History Museum, looked like it was gonna be nice outside and everything, and then he moved the location to some other shitty part of town and whatnot, you know, and he still collected the same amount of money. Hey, look, but the bottom line,
but Kyle, you know, $2 million ain't shit, right?
but the bottom line is, yeah, $2 million out because it's somebody else's money, right? And
$2 million ain't getting you no museum in the way that you want a museum.
He's collecting money from poor black people, you know, black people who ain't got that type of money because they believe in them. But hey, look, like I said, the Bible says a fool is money soon parts, you know. And the bottom line is, hey, look, if you want to donate the money to him,
Kyle, let me ask you a question. If you started saying, "Hey, I want Black Americans to contribute to my Africa stand, whatever it's called," and then people expect you to go out there, you know, and actually create a country and build a country.
Happen because
and you don't get it done the way that people were thinking. Are you saying that we need to trash you?
I would never take money from our people to do something like that.
How the hell you gonna get Africa stand up?
Well, the bottom line is, yeah, look, you know, something or have, like I said, the land is nothing. You know, the bottom line is the money will come once it's organized. Trust me, the land is there. You know, all over. Like his brother was saying right here, Sino County, we got Nimba, we got parts of Angola, Cabinda, and everything. I did my homework already, bro. You know, only thing we don't have is people willing to friggin' build like Bamani and a Sabo and whatnot and build. That's all we really need.
You know, Tyler, when Africa stand ready, I'm ready to build a data center. That's all. That's me. I'm gonna build a data center.
That's it. I'm just gathering people, so when the time comes, they're basically ready to go. You know, and it'll happen like people won't believe. God damn, we got this shit up and running. It'll grow from there. You know, all you need is that initial. You know, Israel did it. You know, they started off with people living in a tent city. Next thing you know, they have a state. You know, and everything can happen. You know, but the bottom line is, it has to be. I need soldiers. I need real people that's going to join this movement. You know, but people don't want to join this movement, and they got distracted with this Hidden History Museum and all this Umar School.
Carla, you've been working on this for a long time.
I've never asked for any money.
Your YouTube channel has been up for 11 years. You've been up longer than Tariq Nasheed has been.
11 years. What are you talking about? Yeah, what you talking about? I haven't had a YouTube channel 11 years. I used to do Blog Talk Radio.
Brother, we can look at your videos from a long time ago.
What videos? You know, only thing that you have me on a Dynasty show back in 2018. From 2018, I was not on YouTube.
You wasn't?
No.
Just
I didn't start on YouTube to 2018 on Dynasty Samir show. I had a Blog Talk Radio show from 2009 to 2015. That's where I got known. That's where I got popular. And I have a radio show I do every Wednesday night on DeVille Radio. You know, other than that, you know, I'm just a blogger. I'm an author. I'm a blogger and stuff like that. You know, that's what I do.
Okay.
I
I'll admit your original video that you uploaded on here was 17 years ago.
Which video?
It's talking about the Crutches family reunion. But the most recent video that I seen that was old was 11 years ago. You were talking about Pan-Africanism, you being a culture critic, and then you was talking shit about 50 Cent. So you've been talking about this for a long time, and this is verifiably longer than Tariq Nasheed has been around.
I'm a culture critic, right? So I basically put stuff out there. I said the key of Black America right now, because it's a conundrum. What do we do right now? You know what a conundrum is? A riddle. The answer is a riddle, you know? It opens another riddle up to answer a riddle, you know? I said, what's the answer to Black America's problem, right? And it's a conundrum. Is it Barack Obama? Is it this? Should we Democrat, Republican? And we came to the conclusion, me and my partners in the B.A.I.O, that the only answer is an African, Black African infrastructure and a global African, and we're a state of our own on the continent of our ancestral homeland. That's the end game. Now, well, that right there is what every institution, everything should be rallied around. You know, that's what we said African, that focal point, like the state of Israel unites all Jews across the globe. They have one place on this earth they can point to as theirs. We need the same thing. That's what African is all about. You know, but we don't have a territory that we control our own. The Black people in America deserve to have a territory. The problem I'm having is we let all the Jamaicans and everybody else in these movements, right? And they're first and foremost Jamaican, you know? And so they're not serious when they get into these Pan-African spaces, you know? They're like, oh, we're Jamaican and we're all one. No, look, I'm trying to build a state and territory for African Americans and our people to have a nation of our own.
Yeah. And Kyla, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Somebody from Jamaica.
The only thing that the only reason why I'm saying I disagreed is because you said the FBA and the ADOS, they're ruling the movement. Your shit's been around longer than them.
Well, if you're saying that our foundation is in America, I can't rock with you. Our foundation is not in America. The foundation has to be a nation of our own. If you don't believe that, you don't believe you're in captivity.
Kyla, listen, I agree, but I know you're going to admit at some point the FBA and the ADOS thing, very teeny weeny percentage of Black America. So what's stopping the B.A.I.O? It's not FBA and ADOS.
I'm only one person. All I can do is put my message out there. People want to join. People want to support. I got real men. Give me 1 second, folks. As I said, I'm only one person, you know. I put it out there. I'm a culture critic. People are serious about this. I got a lot of people at the B.A.O that's doing their thing, you know. And people just, I just want results. I want results, Colin. Where's the result at? People got to fucking put in work. People don't want to put in goddamn work when they want to expect me to do everything and whatnot. You know, it don't work like that. I got my guy, Great African. He always said, look, man, I got 300 acres of land in Northern. I got people come to me all the time. You know how much land I get offered all the time in Africa for building this idea? I get it all the time. But getting people to go over to the continent and do work, that's another thing. You know, so I can put it all out there.
Who gonna leave this beautiful America to go to Africa to go do some hard work?
Yeah, hard work. You know,
brother, people been going to Accra, building hospitals, building schools, and all kinds of shit. That means people are willing to do it.
For somebody else. You know, they're building for somebody else. They're not building for themselves. You know, they're building for Ghana. They're making Ghana great. What the hell's that got to do with me?
If you're going to build your Africa stand, you're going to have to, in Africa, what country are you going to build it in?
Well, you don't know that. You know what I'm saying? If you were involved, I'd tell you, you know?
I made an example that if you're saying it's going to be in Africa, it's going to be in an African country.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So someone else is going to benefit from that, from what you're building.
We have people, I got people like all over the continent saying, yeah, this territory right here would be perfect for this. That territory is right here will be perfect. But the whole thing, and we just can't agree about who actually is going to run this shit. These guys want to do it. I got people, I could have built the African years ago, but the bottom line is, would I control it? Would it be our African? Will we have our own government? The whole idea is us to have our own government, us to have our own sovereignty, you know, or autonomy at least, you know. And the bottom line is until we have that, you have nothing. These people want to come there like Akon. What I had was a bunch of people trying to do like Akon, come over here so they could sell us land, rip us off, and rob us and all kinds of shit, you know. And we had no control over it. This African is going to be a military operation, you know. You know, are people ready for that? Are you ready for war?
It's going to have to be a military. That's why I said higher Blackwater.
You know, we can film our own Blackwater. You know,
for my own stuff.
For my own fucking stuff. Okay, we got all this pushback. Somebody says college centers is pushing white supremacy ideology. How's that white supremacy? We want a nation of our fucking own. How's that white supremacist? I don't understand what that is. White supremacists mean I want to live in America forever, and I think we're going to be one. That's white supremacist ideology. A nation state of our own.
White supremacy is not allowing no black immigrants to come to America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm all for black immigrants coming to America. I don't care about
but I said if we was practicing white supremacy, we'll be telling the white man don't let no black people in.
That's exactly, you know, but these guys are so back. They're so full of hate. They hate me so much or whatnot The whole idea of us talking about Africa is above their level. They know they can never come up with nothing like this. They're stuck in their little shithole countries in Ghana, the Caribbean, and everything like that. They know they'll never be great. But Black America has the potential to build something great. Africa will be the most powerful state in the world. You know, you got to think on that level. We would be probably the most powerful state in the world.
Call on your B.A.I.O thing. You got a thing that says that waiting for reparations has destroyed the Black Power movement.
Yo, dude, I got a guy. Let me say it, Jonathan. IC3 reparations. This guy fills me with something. He knows. You get IC3 on here, he'll tell you about all reparations. We know everything, and you're not in no position to get no goddamn reparations. This guy's been doing this for years. You know, I know all about your so-called reparations movement. You come over here because somebody, you're a young guy, and somebody make you feel good and want like Tariq, and you bought into him. But he's playing you like a sucker. Tariq ain't no real reparations person. Well, now we studied this for years.
But Kyla, look at the reparations movement. All right, let's look at it right now. All right, you got California. They got a commission in California, right?
They're gonna study
it. Then okay, listen. Then you got a commission in Illinois and New York, right? Look, listen, that's how you know the reparations movement is a farce. You doing reparations commissions in all 3 states.
Yeah,
you're not doing the reparations commission. You're not even doing the reparation commission in Mississippi or Alabama somewhere.
Where the people actually need reparations.
You're doing think about it, Kyla. You're doing a reparations commission in California, which is a free state, or New York, a free state, or Illinois.
Out of curiosity, have anyone up here been pushing? Have any of y'all up here been pushing for reparations in any kind of way?
I'm just
saying.
What
the reparations movement is some people to keep Black people engaged in the political process. That's all.
No, think about it. Wouldn't it make sense to have a reparations commission in North Carolina, right?
Are y'all pushing in North Carolina?
No, bro. I'm just saying it shouldn't start in California. It shouldn't start in California.
It starts with the people are pushing for it. They're pushing for it in California.
And the bottom line is,
are you pushing in North Carolina?
You know,
Gavin, y'all want one thing I think is kind of bad is that y'all want to push for some shit, but y'all not pushing in the states that y'all claim.
Kyla, this was going to happen. All the reparations commissions they setting up in these free states like New York, Illinois, California. I think it's a setup. So now when you're really ready to get the reparations and you're really ready to put a commission, let's say in North Carolina or Alabama or South Carolina, the Republicans are already going to have safeguards from these prior states like California, Illinois. They're already going to know how to set it up and put safeguards to resist the commission that is coming to state to really do real study.
And you know what they say? You know, all these reparations movements said, we're never going to hand out cash payments, checks. That's what Black people wanted, right? It was just basically
all I'm saying is, if you're going to criticize a movement, you should be 100%.
Tariq went up there, made a fool out of himself when I got into a fight with one of these Black Lives Matter lesbian chicks, right? And then
I seen that video. He completely made a fool of himself.
Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Gavin Newsom said, "No. But you know how you get your reparations, Jonathan, man? You go in and keep aggravating when they fall out, dying, laughing. Gavin, they probably on the floor choking, laughing at you guys, right? And when they fall out, dying, laughing and whatnot, then you might be able to walk in the state building and take your money, you know?"
Kyla, let me say it like this, right? If you're going to be a Black American person and you're trying to get an organization going, I think the best way for you to get it done is not to criticize other people's movements. Because at the end of the day, not everyone that claims ADOS supports everything Yvette Cornell says. Not everyone that claims FBA supports everything that Tariq Nasheed says. Not everyone that's Pan-African supports everything Dr. Umar Johnson says. Don't alienate other groups in your effort to build a Black country.
Full of shit. This is where you're full of shit. Let me move him downstage. Yvette Cornell spent 3 years attacking Boyce Watkins, Claude Anderson, and a whole bunch of it. She even attacked Elijah Muhammad and all them for their do for self programs, stuff like that. So she and no producer would tell somebody, "Oh, if you got your thing, do your own thing." She had no plan of her own. She attacked Jay Morrison, right? And the whole idea that this young guy was basically building something, he may have been wrong, he may have made missteps on that, but she was basically like, he had no right to even tell black people that we could empower ourselves like that. So although Jay Morrison may have did the wrong things, like that, fumbled and everything like that, and for our heads about to make a comeback, the bottom line, her thing was that black people ain't got no money, that we should wait on the government for handouts and a reparations check and everything. And also, she said all this do for self, black empowerment, Black Wall Street was a friggin' distraction. That's what she said. I heard it out of her own friggin' mouth. And she said we shouldn't be. And then she said we shouldn't be doing nothing with Africa because we're Americans and stuff like that. That's why she calls us the American descendant of slaves. We're actually Americans and everything like that. That's fine. But she was so adamant about any black person going to Africa, building in Africa, trading with Africa. She said, we're not those people. We're not us. So she has a lot of hatred for Africans and everything like that. Mari knows what I'm talking about. So basically, it ain't no friggin', well, now, Carl, if you want to friggin', they come with this self-righteous shit. Now, Carl, if you want people to listen, you got to be so critical. Where was that attitude when she was out there? She attacked her. She attacked me. She attacked Diane Samir. She attacked a bunch of people. You know, where was that thing? You know, nobody could stand her. You know, she just one of these friggin' mulatto chicks and whatnot that basically knows that privilege, that mulatto privilege is gone and whatnot. So she basically is just angry. You know, nobody wants to sit there and look at why she's a house slave, and she wants everybody to basically sit and wait on her while the white man gives out cover. We're moving behind the white man. You know, we're trying to compete with the white. We're trying to put him out of business. And she's made like, oh man, we got to get grievances and redress and all that. Get the fuck out of here, you know.
Oh, nobody Yvette Carnell, man. I don't even know where she came from.
She came out of nowhere, you know.
I don't know where she came from.
It came out of nowhere. Back to the topic of Akon CIty, man, right? You know, the bottom line is this, right? The guy came up, right? And he wants to build Akon CIty, right? He goes up and says African Americans are going to will get rich in his country overnight because there's so much money in Africa. Where is all this money at? You know, there's no heavy industry. There's no friggin' energy. There's nothing. Where's all this money at? You know?
But like I said earlier, it was dead on sight. It was dead on sight. Soon as he announced it, it was dead because no infrastructure to work with. It was no government support, no infrastructure. They didn't talk about the critical things to build a city. The critical situations and answers that you needed, it didn't get answered. So, you know, those critical questions didn't get answered. And it wasn't gonna go anywhere. It's dead on sight. To me. That's my personal opinion. It was just dead on sight. It wasn't gonna go down.
Yeah, it's a sad situation because you know what that does is like when we do actually try to talk about building Africans, oh man, I remember this before Akon, Wakanda City, ha 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 ha. You see how I said I'm the ringmaster in the circus of deadly clowns? What I got to deal with, you know, the African movement. When you look at read the B.A.I.O, when it's deadly serious, you know, it's deadly serious about what we're trying to do. And also, let me go back to the social network.
And it's surprising most of our African brothers and sisters, they're not really interested in it. It's something
because they're not interested in building a continent.
Good because you know it'll be even a mutual partnership. It'll be something.
They would make so much. They would have
opportunity. So much money, you know.
Yeah, it's like having a friggin' a modern state on the continent, right? That they could plug into and whatnot, you know. But the Africans have no ambition, you know. What the hell? So they don't understand. Man, we could bring a state. We have 200 million people in diaspora. Let me tell you how it works, right? let me tell you something how the world works, folks. African Americans basically generate $1.6 trillion a year in income, right? That's just income. That's not including wealth, home ownership, equity, and stuff like that. 401ks, pensions. You're talking about trillions of dollars worth of potential in Black America, you know? And then not only that, what they don't understand is that's a wealth transfer. Just like you got people retiring and moving to different countries. Countries are basically competing for the most important resource you could have is human resources. That means if a person comes to Africa and he's already educated, he's highly skilled and everything like that, that's literally billions of dollars worth of intellectual and capital that's coming into the continent, you know?
Yeah.
They don't understand that. You know, they think wealth is through minerals. No, it's human potential.
No, it's human resource. That's crazy that you said that. The most, like you said, the African will say, "Oh, we got gold, we got diamond."
Gold means nothing.
All of those resources don't mean anything without the human resource. Who's gonna get the gold? Who's gonna refine the gold? Who's gonna
buy it?
Who's
Who's gonna
gonna
wear
make
it?
out of the gold? Who's the intellectual power to make a derivative from the gold?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
understand? To make it
Who's
into
gonna do
something.
the option trading? Who's gonna do the option trading? Who's gonna do the commodities brokers? You know, all this stuff like that. Who's gonna set the price and take the gold? Like Mr. Roosevelt, that's what he does. He has a gold bullion bank.
Yeah.
You know, and who's gonna take the gold and put it in the Federal Reserve and stuff like that, or with the Lloyds of London and stuff like that, and do internet monetize the gold and stuff like that. So the bottom line is Africans don't know anything. They just let Europeans come and take the gold and get rich and do all those things while they don't know nothing about how to do anything. You know, they want to stay ignorant for the rest of life. They don't want to develop the chocolate industry. They just want to export raw cocoa to the West.
Remember, I asked them yesterday. I said, "When am I going to go to?" I asked the Ghanaian brother yesterday. I said, "When we gonna go to this Walmart he loves so much in America? This Walmart he praised. When we gonna go to Walmart and buy some chocolate from Ghana?"
No, it's few and far between.
You understand? When we gonna do that? But he loved Walmart. Remember, he was criticizing you when you was showing the video about Liberia. Oh, they doing little stuff. They making little stuff, but you know, we don't have any industries. Africa's not export. The African man doesn't understand. When you want to build a powerful country, you got to be an exporter.
Yeah,
you're not exporting. You're not creating nothing or making nothing. Nobody buying nothing from you. You just importing. And come on, you can't sustain like that.
You can't sustain like that. You're poverty.
Like that. You know what is the world buying from you? They buying computers from you? Or you
they have to be buying finished products. Finished products.
Yeah, finished goods. That's why when I like how you were showing a lot of the African American brothers that got a lot of businesses or whatever. Those guys should, you know, when we talk about
that's why I do. That's why I do this show. I show that so people can see the possibility of we do have people
all
that
of,
do heavy
all of them are supposed to have annexes in Africa.
Exactly.
And,
Yes.
you understand me? And then exporting on a global market. But you know,
but
and
the
then
bottom
when
line,
we talk
don't
about,
you think all those people went to Africa and said that's all? Every one of them are Pan-African. That's how you can tell they're African Americans, because if they're Caribbeans, they wouldn't give a shit about Africa. You know, they're all African American. When they go to Africa, what they find is unstable governments, unserious governments, foolishness. People like Zondo and Mike and whatnot, you know, want to hate and be jealous and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. And they're like, you know, hey, you know, we couldn't reach an agreement or whatnot because we're not going to go over there. The Chinese got money to fuck with Africa with like that. They got money to waste, you know. They could take $100 million and be like, okay, this is our cost of doing business, you know. So go over there. We got bribe politicians. We got to do this. We have to build a couple of roads to kill hospitals and everything. Sweeten the deal. We got to make sure this person get money in his pocket. But when we come to Africa, we don't have it like that, you know.
they will give us a hard time.
They want to give us a hard time. That's why most African Americans don't invest in it.
They will give us a hard time. That ain't no lie. They will give us a hard time.
They want to see what they can milk out of you and the thing. Now check us out. I wrote this blog. I said the agreed upon end game of the Black African infrastructure is an ideal of an African. You know, this is where Akon got his shit from, his thing from. You know, Anyone who does not agree with this has no place among us. And Afghanistan must be built and controlled by African Americans and other slave descendants, period. I made it clear in 2016 when I asked Mr. Rosenthal to pitch the idea to around Africa. Surprisingly, we got positive feedback, right? One of the best was from Angola, which I was cultivating since 2014 when Ghana and Kenya and Liberia balked. Mr. Vember, an Angolan American, told me that Angola has plenty of space for a city-state. I was introduced to the great mother Celeste Brito. This was under the corrupt Dos Santos regime. She was doing very good with her natural bank, that's a natural resource bank, and the Rosenthal's Gold Bullion Bank. She proposed building an Afghanistan in northern Angola on the Congo River, a place called Soyo. Soyo's a city there on the Congo River that's like got oil ports and everything, you know. So we had our eyes on Tambua in the south. Tambua was like a little dry town, it's like desert, you know. But she said you could build a city on the north on the Congo River, you know, beautiful territory. And Tambua in the south, but everything was going good. Then in 2018, Celeste was in prison and falsely charged with things stopped in Angola for the B.A.I.O. I said, we were going to send waves of people over there. John was like, why don't you do this, Carla? I was sending people over there, you know. Mr. Rosenthal was in Angola at the time and went to Zimbabwe where he met with Dr. Arikana and some Chinese partners and President Robert Mugabe. And it was here he brought up the idea of a city-state for the diaspora, something like Dubai. Dr. Arikana began calling it Wakanda because the movie Black Panther was out at the time. I objected to this because the Afghanistan has a specific meaning and is not the same as a comic book fantasy. You understand where I was going with that?
Yeah.
So there's Dr. Arikana with Mr. Rosenthal, you know, and a Chinese partner. And there's Mr. Rosenthal with former President Robert Mugabe, you know, and here's a natural resource bank right here in Angola, you know, it's a natural resource and gold bullion bank in Angola, you know. So this is what it is, you know. And that's the Queen Mother Celeste or whatnot, you know. We're about building stuff, you know, about building relationships. Now, like I said, I have the B.A.O. has the connections, and people want to build real Pan-African movements. But this is a social network you joined. Did you join yet, David?
But I got to sign in or whatever. I downloaded the app on my phone.
Okay. Make an account. All you need is an email.
Okay.
You know.
Right.
Okay. So make an email. Get in. You know.
Right.
Get in.
Yeah. Well, I downloaded it though. I downloaded it. I see it. I was just working on my phone, but I don't have an account. So
now look at this. Look at see what these stupid idiots. You know. A city state for the diaspora. Man, I'm not living close to these people. They'll deter my paradise. What paradise? He lives in a shithole country. You know. Into Cabrini Ring project is too much.
This guy's been hating all night, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know.
Why you can't come up here and talk? Let him come up here and talk.
It is. See, people hate Black America so much, right? They think the worst of us, you know. So they think the worst of us. So in other words, basically all Black Americans live in the friggin' Cabrini Green projects and stuff like that, you know. And if he's such a friggin' thing, why is he in America? If this little shithole island is such a paradise and whatnot, you know, why is he friggin' here? You know, why? Yeah, that's why I can't understand. Why are you here? Why are you in America? You know, why are you sitting here listening to my show? You know, and so, like I said, here's the original settlements of Liberia, the coastline. You see, you see this? There's
no, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
it ain't too far from Maryland.
Yeah, it's a beautiful territory. Now, what you got to do is go there and map out a territory that we can build a beachfront and stuff like that, because you already got the port. Yeah,
you got to do
so we can make that a satellite community for the African.
Nobody even right now, even in Liberia, don't nobody want to sign on. Nobody hardly even.
Oh yeah, as soon as we get there and start building, right?
As soon as we get there
Yeah,
and start building,
they're gonna suddenly win it back. You know,
nobody there now.
Nobody there now. That's how it always works in Africa, right? You build something, next thing you know, it's some ancient land that they ancient homeland. Nigga, shut up. You know, that's why we gotta have our own military. So when they act up, we just we handle business. You know,
ain't nobody in Sano. Soon as the skyscrapers start going up.
Oh yeah, the rules change.
You start restricting people coming in and out.
We'll regulate that shit. That could be one satellite. You know, we have a satellite there. We have a satellite in Nimba. We'll have a satellite in Angola. We'll have a satellite in the Congo, and all these territories will have one interterritorial government. You know, that's the future of the black race. You know, but each territory will have its own industrial zone and everything. We'll float our own bonds and everything. You know, we could do it. You know, all I need is people to be organized, right, and stop listening to grifters like Tariq. And whenever you want to put your money in something, you get involved with this. You know, this is real. This could actually happen. You know, this is revolution. A basic model for new.
You got the economic system and everything going.
Yeah, all this stuff that we talked about, what Dr. Claude Anderson talks about, and all these people that we could actually put it into practice by law. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We can have everything put into practice. You know, what problem is all our stuff that we try to Powernomics and everything, we're trying to do it under the white man's system. We need our own government and state. We could facilitate our own economic miracle, you know? Yeah. A basic model for a new state. When people ask me about economics, I say African nations currently can't feed themselves and an excuse not to engage in the nationhood. I can only shake my head. Current African nations were built on a colonial model of extracting raw materials and cash crops to colonial buyer. Now the crop, let's say cocoa, is used in chocolate to monetize by the host nation. And the growers in that country get a line of credit exchange rate favorable to the industrial buyer nations, you know? This model is because most African nations lack the capital to finance their own projects and their own domestic market to sell in. Nor does African nations until recently had a branding of finished goods marketing. I'm so good, man. I forgot when I wrote this, man. This is a genius blog, masterpiece. I wrote this in 2018, man. I'm like, damn, man. I'm fucking good, man. God damn. Colin could write, man. Colin's a genius, man. I wrote this 6 years ago. You know, not just selling tea leaves and coffee beans, they're selling roasted coffee. That's Rwanda. Around the world, and also creating their own branding by opening up domestic market and vending coffee and tea shops in trendy districts in their homeland. This gives maximum value to their products as they create a demand overseas and ship the products abroad. The old model of foreign companies buying cash crops and taking it to their homes and mills to process the thing of the past. As African cities and as middle class growth, there will be less and less like to sell customers outside, but instead building domestic progress a priority. And African will focus on domestic consumption first. Part of the infrastructure of a new nation's building is domestic distribution channels as import, bulk, breaking, wholesaling, retailing, and manufacturing. Domestic consumption as a basis for economics and forecasting growth. The model of consume what you produce and produce what you consume is a model for sustainable growth as well as well-being. There's no sense in growing something that's not being consumed locally, just sell to foreign buyers. Be able to produce locally without relying on imports and keep what's an exchange rate inflation under control. This excess should be exported by local trading companies for the purchase of capital and consumer goods the nation needs. These are some of the things that a new nation will focus on, make it sound industrial. But now, does that sound like College Genesis knows what he's talking about or what?
It sounds like you know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know why people are calling you a colonizer.
Yeah, people, I know what I'm talking about. College Genesis is genius. So people want to listen to Tariq. They want to listen to low IQ people, low infantry, want to listen to Tariq and all these other people. Yeah, we had a museum and whatnot. That wasn't a fucking museum. That was a fucking nightclub. You know. They say, oh, don't criticize. I'm a culture critic. That's what the fuck I do. Criticize. You know. I'm the culture critic. And I'm gonna keep doing that.
Got the economic system going, so it's already in writing. It just
Yeah.
need to be It just need to be implemented on the ground, boots on the
Yeah,
ground.
like I said, I had
It
a
just need
sketch
boots.
model. Right, I had a sketch model of the African. Let me see. Let me go to the Land Development Agency. See, in the B.A.O social network, we have different groups, right? We have a STEM group, which is the biggest. We got an
Food
economics
and
and
agriculture,
yeah,
finance, economics,
yeah. We got everything here. Art and
arts
culture.
and culture.
People could come in here. We could make this our social
Yeah,
network.
I got to be in an IT spot. I'm in IT, so I got to be in that
Yeah,
IT.
and you're in Liberia. Join the Liberia chapter.
Okay.
I have a Liberia, B.A.O Liberia chapter right here.
Okay.
Got 17 members in there. An Association of African Americans of Liberia.
Yeah, but it's already set up. It's
Yeah,
already just need
everything's
to
set
be
up, man. To
implemented.
join.
Everything just need to be implemented.
Yeah, you join and you get with some of my guy Ross. He can get you on the ground in Liberia overnight.
I'm already on the ground running over there, Kyle.
Yeah, but you get with our BAO members. Get with our BAO members.
Yeah, I've been going to Liberia since I was 3, man. I was
check
out
us
there
out.
when
That's good. That's good. What I
I
like to
was
do.
out there. I was out there when the war started.
Damn.
Believe it or not. Oh yeah. Around Christmas, 1990. Christmas going, yeah, I was out there. They had to airlift me out there and everything.
Check us out.
Yeah.
Check us out. Which we call get with my guy, the BAO chapter president in Liberia, Ross.
Okay.
Get with him, man.
I'm gonna set up my account and everything tonight. I'm gonna get through. I'm gonna go through the page.
And just make sure you send Ross a message.
You said Ross?
Ross. His name is Ross Nuon Dunbar.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my guy right there. The guy Ross. That's my guy.
I'm already out there, Liberia, man.
And so we have a lot of BL members on the ground, in Liberia.
That's what's up, man.
But we just need money and people that's gonna do shit.
Yeah, just money, serious people.
Money and serious people. That's what I said, man. John asked me,
when
are you gonna do something, Colin, man? I'm sick and tired of dealing with people
it don't even take a large group of people, just
it don't take a large. It don't take a lot of money, but
yeah,
like I said, but I could basically, if I could get Ross and he needs to do something one night, and you'd be surprised what a few $100s will do. If I could just send it over there, I get stuff done. I get shit done. I'm incorporated there and everything. I get shit done. We got property for sale and everything.
It's already set up. You got members and everything. It's already set up.
Yeah, it's already set up, man. So we're gonna basically do our thing, man. We're gonna
it's just boots on the ground, people going back and forth.
Once we're situated in Liberia like that, then we'll be in a position to work with to launch it to Angola and the Congo, right? We need Liberia is a base. Liberia is a base. That's gonna be our base to launch into the continent.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I just need people as serious to join us, man.
That's crazy. This chat room, these guys are
they're ruthless, man. He said, look.
This chat room, man. I'm just
The bottom line is he says I fought for General Butt Naked, whatever.
Oh God.
And then he said a couple of $100. No, I'm saying it don't take a lot of money, right? I'm not Tariq. We gotta save this money when at some fucking museum. If I even had 10% of what Tariq got, you know how much I could do with fucking in Liberia, in Africa, and when that with just a little bit of that money that he gets, so I can get shit done, real shit done.
Yeah. So that's.
Chantel said he worked his way for ask for donations. I know you guys ain't got no money, so I'm gonna ask you for no donation. None of you people got any money. You're broke, But so B.A.O. I'm gonna find the Land Development Agency. You got to see this. I'm gonna show you something. I'll find the Land Development Agency. That's my favorite group, the Land Development Agency. See, we got a chapter for every state in every country.
I mean, I'm in Jersey.
We got a New Jersey chapter.
Yeah, I see Jersey up there. So Jersey.
Where is my group, the Land Development Agency? Where the frick is it, man? Restaurant, culinary. You know, we got everything. You know, you can also create your own group. You know, we have a film production. Kofi was supposed to be head of that. The film production. Jamal was supposed to be head of the Doozers skilled labor group. And these people slacking off on me. You know. Where is this friggin' Land Development Agency? Jeez. Must have skipped it. No, let me go back. Restaurant, culinary, film, wellness. The hell? Florida State, Global, B.A.O, Global Pipeline, Global, what is Global Pipeline? Let's see. Information Man created a group one time here, you know.
Okay.
Had a Colonation group in here. Got an Angola group in here.
This whole thing mapped out. It's just implementation. That's all.
Yeah, I got a whole freaking. We had a plan, man, how to do this thing years ago.
Everything mapped out. It's just implementation. It just needs serious people to go at it. Because everything mapped out. All the groups are there.
Yeah, all
you
these
gotta.
people.
This is a government right here, just off the social media with the groups
exactly.
and the members.
Oh, there it is.
Government right here.
Here's a land development agency. Let's see. Okay, this is my pride and joy right here. Okay, mission statement: a government agency will assist in reconnaissance, survey, procurement of land, will match our citizens' demand for public use, agricultural development, industrialization, and residential and commercial development. You know, objectives coincide with our municipal and federal entities in providing local infrastructure services within given jurisdictions, roads, transportation services, water, as well as soft infrastructure such as schools, emergency services, you know, establishment of organized system that would manage government properly, assets, and properly deploy government objectives. You know, tailor a specific focus of land, specific location within the African borders to meet government needs, ensure public health and welfare through enforcement adoption of building, electrical, plumbing, gas, mechanical, and mandated zoning ordinances, manage public land for a variety of uses such as animal grazing, recreation, energy development, timber accumulation, while preserving the culture and historical identity and resources in our jurisdiction. So let's see.
This stuff is mapped out, Colin, man. It's
yeah.
We just need to just work at it. That's it. Money and just working at it.
Okay, see, this is I had a guy, ML Sestak. He was basically drawing sketches of cities for us, you know, and a lot of stuff that we was doing early. Like I had Jonathan Hill. He ended up doing this for Bomani, you know, and the Jagazi community we have in Ghana was based on originally the B.A.I.O sketch models, you know. Same thing with a Sabo. So like this, these are all sketch maps and whatnot we was working on, you know. This is
all the surveys. You got all the surveys and everything.
Check this out. This is a territory in northern Angola we was looking at. You know, the place right here is called Soyo, right here. That's at the mouth of the Congo River. And this right here, this would be the first phase right here. This little
So
strip
that's
right
a
here.
60 mile. It's 60 miles. What,
Yeah,
90,
60 hours coast right here. Then we could build communities all along here, you know, to stretch out. Then the greater territory is expanding over here, you know, and people in Angola said, man, if you guys can do that, go right ahead. The main thing is us becoming the majority in the territory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
You know, that's all we take is us being becoming the majority, you know.
good, man. It's already mapped out. We just need people to work at it. That's
Yep.
all. We just need people to work at it.
That's Jonathan Hill. That's our guy right here. This guy went to school for public civil engineering and public work just so he can help the B.A.I.O. You know, he's ex-Marine. He went to school for civil engineering and public works. The LIN concept, right? LIN means land, infrastructure, nationhood. The LIN, land, infrastructure, nationhood, satellite cities, nation building, and communities, right? I said, this is really, the B.A.I.O. is really, really mapped out about what we want to do. And the LIN concept, land, infrastructure, nationhood. And say, so like I said, we have prototype cities and stuff like that we was working on. You know, here's one right here from my boy Mel Sistak. You know, okay. A prototype city, you know, this is like a spiral. So this is how Disney Epcot Center was created, you know. It's like this, you have a city going from in and out, everything like that is with the city center. And then you have a radius of transport right here, something like that, you know. That's another proposed map, you know.
Stuff already mapped out, man. It was just I had the people on the boots on the ground. That's all it is, boots on the ground.
Yep. The bottom line is, this is a city right here. Mel Sistak developed for us and whatnot, you know, has everything in it and whatnot, you know. At first, we was talking about this area right here in southern Angola called Tambua. But Celeste said this area is really dry. It has desert and everything. You know, it's Tambua. It's like an abandoned territory in southern Angola. Right? She said, no, you know, if you're going to build something, build it in the north. It has Tambua right here. There's an inland lake. And it's like almost all the completely unoccupied territory. But there's a lot of desert, you know?
Yeah.
You know, that's dry. You know, she said, no, you go up to the north, you know. So I started looking at the north. And this is Tambua right here. It's this dry sea. I played the video. You go to the website, you want to, and watch the video, you know. But it's beautiful though. You know, look at this the Angola topography. People have no idea how beautiful fucking Africa is, you know.
You know, Kala, Africa. It's just that
they don't have
it's nobody taking care of it. To me,
yeah. The bottom line, all Africa needs is development. They need us, you know.
Yeah, they just
you bring African Americans.
I love the landscape, man. They got a lot of landscape.
Yeah.
You know, love the views and stuff, but nobody there to take care of it. Nobody want to take care of it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll see what Jonathan Miller got to say. All right, Jonathan, you're back on.
Now, with all of that organization that y'all had going on, why the hell did y'all stop?
Stop what? What, this B.A.I.O? One, we
had y'all got all of that organization. Why y'all stop?
If you know anything about the B.A.I.O, we had an internal split. I lost a lot of good key people because we had an internal split in the organization. Some people went the other day with holism, and some people went my way. You know, most people came my way. And after a while and whatnot, you know, because we split over the LGBTQ shit and this leftist shit, you know. So the bottom line is that I'm starting from scratch right now, you know, just
so the leftists got control.
No, they tried to, but then they tried to friggin' silence me and make me browbeat me. Oh, see, we'll just, You know, collars are good. They try to make me like us out to be some panda bear. They just could throw pat on the back once in a while they running shit. No, get the hell out of here. Ain't no leftists and Marxists gonna come into my organization with the homosexual shit and fucking tell me what to do. It ain't gonna happen.
Were they effective?
No, they weren't effective. They
weren't effective.
Darius Lamb, if you know who Darius Lamb is, he's openly gay and whatnot. That's who Holmes' main spokesman is, you know. Darius Jabari Lamb, you know, he's a freaking openly. And now these same people, like, as I started with Liberia, they want to try to get into Liberia themselves when they're angry.
They try to hijack.
They're trying to hijack the Liberia movement, you know. And so it's a never end. So I'm dealing with that. Jonathan don't know. I'm dealing with that. You know, these people try to
fight. So it's like basically you fight. It's two factions of the B.I.O, and they fight
exactly.
Each other
Yes.
Yeah.
And they have nothing. You know, the bottom line, like I said, when I took this tour to Liberia earlier this year, and when there's nothing they could say, I'm the king of Liberia, Black America, and Liberia. You know, I'm the king.
You know, you should have made a truce. You should say, you know what, we'll take over Liberia. We'll split it. Y'all get the north. Y'all could be faggots up there, but we in the south. We ain't gonna have
nobody. I don't. If I did that, I wouldn't be serious. Bottom line, I don't want that LGBTQ stuff nowhere near me. What I'm doing.
Yeah, that's why I said they could be in the north, and y'all could be in the south.
Be in north or nothing. You know, I don't want that in Liberia.
It's already in Liberia.
So, well, no,
there's gay people in Liberia.
I'm not bringing it there. People
know you don't have to personally.
No, if you're with that lifestyle, you're not with me. You know, and the bottom line, we don't have that stuff over there because Liberians are very Christian. They're very religious. You know, and the bottom line, that's how they're not liberal. You know, ask David, he knows. You know, Liberians are very, this
David, there's no gay people in Liberia.
Gay, but they keep it to themselves. You know.
Okay.
Bottom line is, I don't want no gays. You can be gay all you want, but the bottom line, as far as like you talking to me on a daily basis and deciding my people, like I said, certain people I don't care about what they say. If you gay, you're not committed to a sustaining Black life. That's death. I don't believe in pleasure, and also some people that just don't have any morals. In fact, I don't want them either. You know, it's not just gays. Some people just don't got any morals, no values, or anything like that. I don't want those people either. I need strong men that believe in something. You know. That's a social network. You know. That's a social network. That's my favorite group, the Land Development Agency. Dave, you know.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy how they just how it just broke up like that. That's crazy.
Well,
but I mean, I know you still got it. I know you're still holding it down because from what I'm seeing is it's a lot of work you're doing right now. So it still hold up. So
yeah, the bottom line is I created a social network, right? They hated the fact that I created the social network and they wanted to take it over. When I said, hell no, I'm gonna give you the master password. You know, I would also someone wanted to create a fucking LGBT group, and I said, hell fucking over my dead body. I said, my dead body, over my dead body.
Kyle, you should just went ahead and just made that group.
If you disagree,
all of y'all gay ass B.A.I.O motherfuckers, y'all go to that group. That's y'all group.
I don't want. Bottom line, they can do what they want. They have no affiliation with me. Yeah, Kyle, you are gay, Kyle.
Now,
so
you said that y'all split up, but what did they create after y'all split up?
Look, they left me and tried to form their own B.A.O group, and they ain't going no place. It's been 5 years since I talked to Holub, and the bottom line, he ain't doing shit. All he does is make videos about me all day. You know, all he does is talk shit about me all the time.
Do they have an organization that we can search up?
They ain't got jack. You know, because why? Because that takes actual work. They're not willing to do the work. It took me 3 years. That thing I did with Bomani when I organized a tour and I did a business conference, everything in Liberia. That took me 3 years to organize. Those guys ain't got it like that to do anything like that, you know? I'm not homophobic. That's another thing. I'm not homophobic. All I'm saying is you could be what you want to be. You got gays. You always got to have gays. You'll probably have gays in the Afghanistan. I don't care about that, you know? But when it comes down to my social network, who I'm talking to and everything like that, you know, I see no purpose in having you around. I want people that got a stake in this society. People got families, you know? People got children.
Gay people don't have nothing to lose, though. They got nothing to lose. So if you put them on a project like this, you're gonna mess it up.
Of course it will. You're gonna think of it. They're not thinking about the future and stuff like that. They're just thinking about right then and now. And I look at people like that. That's all. I don't want everybody in this movement. You know, I really don't. That's how shit gets fucked up. Just let everybody in and whatnot, and shit goes left. You know? So I said, nah, hell no. Yeah, these young guys coming in. On one hand, these guys coming don't know the ass from the elbow. Now they think they know more than me and whatnot. They're gonna tell me, Colin, man, you're a non-factor and whatnot. So
Wait a minute, Carla. You said that you wouldn't mind gay people being in the Africanistan country. Why would you? We don't want them in your organization.
It's not a cult. It's not a cult. It's a nation state. That means you got to recognize human rights. That not because I want it there, right? If I could pray and make the street straight, but I can't kill them. What are you gonna do? Kill them? You know, what are you gonna do? What can you do?
I mean, I hope not. Not for that.
You can't kill them. You can't discriminate because you got to provide for them. If they're gay, you just got to deal with it.
And if you're going to do all of that, shouldn't they be in the organization?
But hold up. But that doesn't mean that you have a right to a gay pride event. You know, you don't have the right to have your gay colors at the state capitol. You don't have a right to have like this guy, vice president, running mate giving little boys tampons. That means, right, you have a right to friggin' play in women's sports. No, that shit is out the door.
Someone gave a boy tampons?
Yeah, this fucking that he was governor. This guy or whatever his name, Waltz, whatever his name is. That's voting. That's that running with Kamala Harris.
Damn.
You know. So bottom line, you basically if you believe in all that nonsense about gender identity, you got this person on the Supreme Court, a black lady, whatever her name is, Kajandi Johnson, whatever her name is, she can't tell you what a woman is. I don't want people like that in the nation. A man, like Vladimir Putin said, a family is mama and papa. That's it. You heard it from Vladimir Putin, you know. And who am I to argue with Vladimir Putin, you know? He said mama and papa, you know. Let's get back down to the basics. I don't believe in all this 50 genders and pronouns and all this kind of shit. If you got that shit, we have nothing to talk about. I'm just being real. That's the only way the movement's gonna go. A movement I'm building.
I agree with you, Carla.
Anybody don't agree
but
with
you
that?
didn't have to kick the gay people out the movement, out your organization.
No, I just don't let them in. I don't let them in the first place.
You should but listen, we don't do that. We don't do the gay shit here, okay? But you're still black, so I'm gonna work with you.
Oh, look, the bottom line, work with what? They have nothing to offer.
Don't make it seem like gay people ain't got nothing to offer now.
Like what? Like what?
They got what? They got gay engineers, gay developers, gay architects.
Yeah, that's what I heard before. Right?
They all loaded it. They all loaded up in Atlanta. Ain't they?
Yeah, I heard that.
Ain't that what everyone complained about?
I heard that before. Yeah, we got gay architects. No, you don't. Most gay people are underachievers. They ain't got shit. You know, nothing that work. You know, they ain't got shit I want. You know, they got gay engineers. They got nothing vital that I need. You know. You know, oh yeah, they got gay architects. How you gonna build your nation? Because gays are, yeah, right, yeah. We got gay electricians and gay. The people that's gonna build this nation are the toughest masculine men among us. You know, You know, you see those engineers out there, the guys who build the bridges and everything. Those guys are real men. Those guys are tough. Those guys are heterosexual men.
Life on the line. They put their life on the
They're
line.
putting their life on the line. Why? Because they want to go home to their beautiful wife and kids and make it better. Gay people don't do that. Gay people, like most leftists, only want what want. They don't build anything. They want from the society. It's like, well, like you got these feminist women. Women should rule the country. Well, who's gonna build everything? Well, we can get men to build it. You don't build shit. Men do all the construction. We do all the hard work, heavy work. Women and gay men. Women and gay men.
Do you believe that you trying to develop a country, build a country, you need to move like a politician would move?
No.
Do you believe that you need to move like a politician would move?
No.
So you'll be the only leader of a country that's not a politician.
No, I'm like this. All you need is black people like this guy Jave right here, and several other people that's basically saying. And I got a lot of people in the B.A.O. that's serious when they care about their family. They ain't sitting there asking about gays. They care about their family and their future, and they know their history and everything like that. And they love Africa, and they want to build this nation state, this territory in Africa. And they want to open up trade, everything.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kyla.
The last thing, and nobody that's serious comes to me and asks me about fucking gays and shit like that. You know, I know you're not serious. You're playing games when you talk to me about that shit. You know, they're a non-factor. You know,
Kyla, are gay people poor?
I don't care what they are. They can do whatever they want. Look, my neighbor is gay. You think I give a fuck out? Two gay guys. They moved to my guy.
Yeah, but to build what you're trying to build, you need money. It would make sense to not be out here offending groups.
The bottom line is, look,
when you at the end of the day, you need those groups very money to fund your operations.
You don't need anybody. You don't need anybody. Anytime you got, but hold up, you could you use them, but it doesn't mean I you think, hold up, do you think I should support gay marriage, which I never will?
You don't have to support gay marriage.
That's what they want. Ultimately, they want you to support gay marriage. They want like Pete Buttigieg, the gay transport secretary of the state says him and his husband or whatever, wife, whatever, is trying to adopt kids. You think two gay men should adopt fucking kids? No. Because we have an obligation to protect our children. So I don't believe in that, you know. That's not our values.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. But I'm aware that there are some liberal black people
what I'm trying
who
to say is,
aren't gay that would be like, you know, have a problem with how you're doing shit.
Well,
it's like basically you're alienating the whole damn. Essentially, you're alienating majority of the black people that you need. It doesn't make sense.
Gay. Well, 2% of the black population is gay. So what do we care about that?
You know these liberal left-wing females that will vouch for people having their rights.
Because the bottom line is what we're trying to build.
You still need them.
Oh, hold up. No, yeah, these women be in their 40s and they're not trying to bear children. They're useless. Let them stay in America and be lonely and watch daytime TV and friggin' go to movie nights by themselves and shit like that. That's what it is, man. You know.
So now women that's in their 40s are useless. They can't contribute to the.
I would say like this. I would encourage any brother. You're on the continent, man. Find yourself an African wife. Leave these freaking females behind. You know,
I got my little African wife.
My wife's African. I mean, I never looked back, man. I was like, you can't even get me to look at no fucking no black women in America. I love them, but I know what the fuck. Yeah, I got.
You love them, but they should keep their ass in America.
The bottom line, keep their ass.
They don't be a part of your movement.
I mean, hold on. And obviously, that they satisfied here. They're satisfied with the white man. That's the only reason why the movement never took off. Black women.
Nah, I'm not. Nah, hell no.
Nah. Black women.
I'm listening to you. I've been listening to you all night. I listened to you yesterday. I got a feeling that you might be a holdback or a setback to your own movement.
How's that? Black women, yo, look, we met
Kyla, you up here? Hey, you know what? All of them FBA
B.A.I.O.
motherfuckers are bad. All of them ADOS people are
listen, John,
bad.
listen, bro.
All of them gay
Hold on,
people are
listen,
bad. Those
talk over
older
me. Don't
women,
talk, do not
single
talk over
hoe
me.
bitches, whatever,
Did
are
not,
bad.
did not talk over
That's
me.
demographic.
Do not talk over me. I freaking mean it. We let women in the B.A.I.O. and whatnot, and they freaking almost destroyed the group with that stupid shit they be talking. You know, it's ain't something I haven't been through already. You know, the women.
They bring their ultra liberalism.
Yeah, bring all that garbage to the friggin' movement, you know. And the women that we want are the Nation of Islam sisters and black women that believe in black power and the black family and stuff like that. Those are the women you want. You know, you don't want these friggin' stupid women that basically talking all this nonsense. I don't have that, like I don't want to argue with you like that. You know, you believe what you believe, that's fine. We got plenty of women in the B.A.I.O. that believe what we stand for, you know. We don't need everybody. I think we need everybody. I don't want everybody, you know. That's how this movement never got. I'd rather have a few and strong, right? And that's how this movement is going to work. You see his website, right? You know, this website, it's just real. You know?
Real.
Yeah, it's just real, you know. As more people come, that's why I'm doing this show. As more people come to this organization, say, I want to be part of this movement and whatnot, you know, it's gonna grow. And we're gonna attack people with connections and stuff like that, and shit's gonna happen. You know?
Yeah, nah, Kyla, I see what you're doing, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. You got a whole network. Once you got a network, because you have a network of people, you can reach out to somebody, a farmer, you can reach out to a surveyor just from the social media. Everybody can meet up, talk, you know.
Exactly. And also,
Build.
what I want to get back into is brick and mortar. Like, which we call at my office, I used to have meetings all the time, right? Until everybody got online with this YouTube shit. Until the YouTube popped off years ago, the B.A.I.O. members used to meet up in New York, or in Virginia, and we have
those the best engagements, social engagements.
Social engagements,
Seeing somebody,
check us out.
in a body language, you
right?
know.
Check us out. I took my whole agency. We took our whole agency to bowling, our annual bowling. We had that today. And the reason why we do that and give out prizes for sales and everything like that is because we want to engage people. I was bowling, even though I got my ass kicked in bowling today again. You know, it's fun. We had food there, everything like that. We paid for everything. It cost us a lot of money, but that's so important, right? We had people coming down from Richmond, you know, agents coming down from Richmond, our office in Richmond, you know. And so the bottom line, socialization is everything. You know, you cannot build a movement online. I don't believe in that. You have to get back to brick and mortar.
Everything got to be foot on the ground. Foot on the ground.
Yeah, you have to be.
It gotta be like the old school way, you know, like knocking on doors, interacting with people.
The old school. Yep, that's the old school.
Gotta do it the old school.
That's how the
way.
B.A.O. is going to grow. When now we're passing out flyers and stuff like that. Come to our meeting, whatnot. Learn about this territory that we're trying to develop and stuff like that. You know,
so social media, you can only do but so much. But when you meeting somebody in person,
anybody that basically follows somebody that they only got a social media presence, you got to wonder about some of these people. Oh, I follow Tariq when that, you know, follow Tariq. You know, well, do you guys have a FBA office somewhere? No. You know, do you have regular meetups with the FBA people? No. It's just online trolling and people acting stupid, you know? And they want me to friggin' respect it. And it's never going to happen. You know, so the B.A.I.O., we was basically doing meetups in California, Colorado, Georgia, New York, Virginia, and stuff like that. And I want to get back to that, you know, with this movement, right? I want people saying, the B.A.I.O. office, I'm using my office right now for the B.A.I.O. And basically on nights where I have nobody in the office, I have members come by. I use my office for the B.A.I.O., you know. I use after hours, you know. It's usually after hours. It'd be like 7 or 8 o'clock when I know no one's coming in, and we do our thing. So the bottom line is this: somebody in another state could say, "Oh, look, I got a church. We could use a church on Saturdays for our B.A.I.O. meeting." You know, wherever you're gonna meet at, you know, and then basically build from there. But people got to believe in this. You got to say how a B.A.I.O works is you basically got to be serious. Jonathan says older women, gays, FBA, ADOS, college is against it. I'm not against nobody, man. You know, I'm not against all these other people, but the bottom line is these weirdos like Jonathan loves so much, or whatnot, the gays, the FBAs, the ADOS. What can you do? These people are useless, man. Now, older women, I have nothing against older women, but you know, what are you gonna do when you're an old woman? You know, nothing. You know, you need friggin' young women and people like that. You know, if you're an older woman that you're a grandmother and you want to give us some motherly advice and stuff like that, hey, I'm more than welcome to welcome you in and stuff like that. But old woman that acts like a little child and acts stupid and silly and everything like that, giggling and laughing, I can't deal with it. No. Chantel said, "Why would an African marry this guy? He got a lot. I'm married to one, so hey."
This guy. Oh man, the comments.
Yeah, he says, Ant says, because you can't sleep with older women. I'm not friggin' interested in sleeping with. I'm not interested in sleeping with these young women. I got a fucking woman, you know. I am not interested. You look. Let me tell you something, bro. When you're really in love with somebody, like I have, my wife, everything. You really love that person, right? You can't even look at another woman. That's why those women never ever experience a real man that loves them. You know, my lady Isabella, I love her with all my heart. You know, I could never think of betraying her and hurting her for a reason. So it doesn't even matter what anybody say. I don't give a damn what people say. I'll never cheat on her or never bring myself to doing stuff like that. People don't understand. People just simply don't understand true love with people. You know, I'm talking about my mission in life and whatnot. You know, this is what I dedicated my life to. That dedicated. I like to this movement right here. And she backs me. She's the only one that puts up with my mess and whatnot. Isabella, she's so beautiful. She's the only one that puts up with my nonsense and whatnot. My shit. She's the only one that puts me in my place and when I need to be put in my place. There's us at a business conference in Monrovia.
You was out there this year. You went out there this year.
Yeah, I brought a tour group. Yeah, I told you I brought a tour group there.
I was out there last year. Last year I was out there.
I was there last year too.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to try to go. I want to try and go back home. Maybe October, November. I'll probably go back home.
Yeah, you gotta go from November to like April. That's a dry season.
Yeah. I know.
That's
It's
the
raining
best time
season
to
right
go.
now.
I would not go in
It's
the rain.
raining season.
Hell
Oh no, raining season terrible. You're gonna get sick in the raining season.
Yeah, I got to end up getting sick in the dry season. No, actually, when I left, when I about to leave, it was rainy season.
When did raining season start? I think April, May.
It starts in April, so I left on the 15th, right? Right, it started rainy season.
Oh, okay.
I ended up getting malaria somehow, man.
Yeah. It not happened to me before, bro. I know.
I almost died, man. Shit, man. That almost took me out, man.
Yeah, that should have taken you out. That should have taken you out. I remember I had malaria one time. I was out for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, I was in the hospital. I was in the hospital, man. I lost
Yeah.
all. I
lost all your fluids? You was to that point?
I was in the hospital, man. I lost all. My body was completely paralyzed. I lost all sense.
Then you was at the breaking point. I mean, you lost.
Yeah, man.
Lost a lot of fluids. Lost a lot of fluids.
Yeah, man. I lost a lot of fluids, man. I lost a lot of weight.
Yeah. That would do that to you too. Yeah, man.
But the thing is, it was my fault because I wasn't taking my malaria medicine.
Yeah, you gotta. When I go there, I take my tablets.
Yeah, I was just like, oh man, this shit, man. I'm thinking I was drinking more shit.
You gotta take your tablets. You gotta take your tablets. So Sometimes I skip on it too. Sometimes I get sick of, oh, hey, about that. Sometimes you get out there, you get caught up in the moment, you chilling.
Now, check this out.
With
Chantal
everybody.
has something to say about. Oh, that's a young woman. Yeah, she's very beautiful. When that, she's very beautiful and she's young. Not young, but she's freaking in her 30s. She's not young, but she's in her 30s. Younger than me, So she's like, oh, well, that's a shame. That's how black women in America are. When that, you're supposed to be like sitting there, miserable and everything. That's why I say you gotta leave these women alone. Chantel will never be happy. She'll never find a man. I hope she does. I hope she does. She can find some happiness. Somebody freaking wife her up or something.
Yeah, she'll find somebody. She'll find somebody.
So I hope she finds somebody, man.
By the grace of God.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with what I got. I ain't going no place. And now college, she's too young for you. This is probably elevated. No, it's not. Look, what's mine is hers, and hers is mine. So the bottom line is this. And now that she ain't no illiterate girl, she's freaking college educated. She's educated in college, and her family in America right here. And her cousin works for the food, is a television producer for the Food Network. Her auntie Berlin is she's like really bougie. They live in Rhode Island and stuff like that. Isabella does not come from no trash or whatnot. She comes from an upper middle class Liberian family. So you guys, oh, she's poor or whatnot. Get the hell out of here. I believe a lot of men on the down low when that's what they always believe. A lot of men on the down low when I know you got a lot of the F word when that already there's not no down low. It's just that you stupid enough to get with a man that is obviously gay and when you can't see the telltale signs. And let me tell you something about the gay men, these nasty ass gay men that you call down low. These are dudes that will sleep with a freaking dog if you let them. These guys have no control over their sexual urges, no nothing. They'll lay with a man, they'll lay with a woman, they'll lay with their mother, everything. So it's not even about being gay. It's about being nasty and educated, Yeah, but Isabella has a college degree. What do you got? I'm not 60 years old. I'm only in my 50s, So the bottom line is this, Chantel, you're just jealous because you're angry and evil and stuff like that, and you can't do nothing about it. I'm happy. She's happy, and it's not a damn thing you could do about it, Yeah, sister, yeah, she needs long stroke Kwame. She needs to go over there, and Chantel needs to go over to Ghana and get her back broken out or something like that. Somebody will stick it in there one night. I don't know who, but So I really hate with old ass men that take advantage. I'm taking advantage of a young girl. Oh Lord, so oh my God, Chantel, you want to get on and tell me about myself? I can't be on here all night. It's been 6 hours. I've been on 6 hours, man. So
yeah, Colin, I think you asking for more people? Okay, you said I'm Lincoln.
And she was she'll like this. Audrey's always starting shit. She always say drop the link, shut up, but she'll never get on,
Audrey been commenting all night. Why she can't come on? Let's hear what she gotta say.
Let's see what Chantel got to say. She said a lot of nasty stuff. I don't know what some of your advice. That free Obama phone you got, you gotta get something real. It says but device not connected. Okay, now here we go. Let's see what she has to say. All right, Chantel, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I really have a real disgust. Ew. Ew.
Oh, you really do.
Ew. Ew. Oh, God. For old men who fuck with these baby girls.
Does she like a baby girl to you? Does she like a baby girl to you?
That's a baby girl.
Oh,
you can say she's 30.
That's not a baby girl. That's a grown woman. She's more of a woman. She's a woman.
You're in your 60s, sir.
She's a grown. I'm not in my 60s,
What, 59?
No, I'm not 59.
Sir,
I'm in my mid-50s.
That's a little girl.
Yeah, that's not a little girl. That's what they think. But you don't have a man, so what are you talking about?
You guys go. Listen, that's because we don't want to tolerate y'all.
No, you guys are just nobody wants you.
You have no choice but to go marry.
Oh, nobody wants you.
Male brides.
Nobody wants you.
Who told you that, sir?
Because you don't have a man.
Sir, I can have a man tomorrow.
Oh yeah, sure you can. You can't have a man. That ain't what Frenchie said.
Sir, who?
Frenchie. She said you.
Burnt face Frenchie.
Huh? What's wrong with
you talking about burnt face Frenchie?
You call it burnt face?
Please, listen. As I was saying, this is a baby girl.
That's not a baby
young
girl.
Women
I mean, she's
why
cute,
you didn't get somebody your age
girl.
bracket?
She's not a
why
baby
you didn't get
girl.
somebody your age bracket?
Because you older women are nasty. You know.
Excuse
come on. You got grandma.
First of all, I'm 45, and we know.
Oh yeah, it's your granny. You got your granny panties on. You know. That's old. 45 is old. For a woman, 45 is old.
Yeah,
granny panties.
Yes, granny panties. You know.
Do your wife wear granny?
You'll say no. She wears a
make
thong.
you think
She's
I wear
hot.
granny panties?
She's hot. You know,
she looks like she wear granny pants. She dressed like an old lady.
You know what I'm saying? It's about she
you got her like that.
Like a whore,
if
she's hot.
You said she has a college degree.
Yeah,
she has a college degree.
That's how she got a dress. She had to be it, right?
If she has a college degree, that means she's been around. She was at the campus.
No. Campus doesn't, because the bottom line is before she went to college, she met me, and she was in love with me the whole time.
In love with us.
The bottom line is we're together. There's not a thing you could do about it. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I just say I find it disgusting.
Who cares what you find? You know, you being absolutely.
But who cares what you think about me being?
You're on my show. You know what I'm saying? So
you offered me up here.
You know,
you asked me to come up here and give my
you take the time to come on my show. So you obviously, bro, I didn't tell you to come to my chat room.
You very much did just say, "Oh, come up here, hit the link and say what."
No, I'm saying, but you were in my listen to my show and you started talking shit about my wife.
Mean I come here to laugh?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you go. Why you sound angry right now?
I'm not angry.
You're angry.
I'm laughing.
The bottom line, you're not laughing because the bottom line is you have nobody. You say you've been celibate for 13 years. God, that's a long time.
Yes, that's a beautiful thing.
It's terrible, you know.
That's
terrible. It's terrible to you. That's
terrible, you know. You tell me you can't give it away. You tell me you can't give it away.
Okay, so you.
What kind of man is gonna wait for
talking me?
Hold on. What type of man is gonna wait for an old ass woman? You know, for sex.
I don't know who you're talking about. Old ass woman. You're way older than me.
Yeah, but you're a woman though.
What?
You're 45. You're menopause age. You know, nobody wants you.
Sir,
you can't bear children.
Nobody want me. You talking stupid. You know very goddamn well. Nobody wants you. That's why you have to go to a foreign country.
You should have done. At 35, it's over with. You know, you're done. You might as well get yourself a cat. You have a cat right now?
Oh my! You talking
Chantel,
so
do you have a
dumb.
Cat, Chantel, do you have a cat?
You're talking like a doofus dummy.
Chantel, do you have a cat?
That is so stupid what you're saying, because you know it's not true. I'm trying to have a conversation about you. Why did you have to go pick up this little girl?
Oh, do you have a cat? That's not a little girl. That's a woman. You know.
Yourself.
That's what.
Why you didn't get somebody your age?
I know. Hold on. Check this out. I know you're so old. You think everything's a little girl. You know, right?
Well, you can keep on saying 45 is old. We already know.
Yeah,
I think everybody in their right mind know 45 is not old. You're saying 45 is old because you like little girls.
Check this out. When
you like little girls.
When a random troll tells you that
45 is too old for you.
I would add like 6 more years to that. You're about 51, 52.
Sir, please. 45 is old to you because you like
you're old. You're an old woman. I'm saying like this: you cannot do nothing. You cannot.
I am not about to mess with no little boy. Listen.
So the bottom, no little boy wants you. You know, nobody. What little boy wants an old ass 45-year-old woman?
Can I talk?
Let's be honest with ourselves.
So I'm not about to mess with nobody. I'm gonna either say 2 years younger, 5 years older.
Oh yeah, you're never gonna get that. You're never gonna get that.
Mess with a little boy.
You're never gonna get that. You're never gonna get that. You're not gonna get You're not gonna get anything. You might as well go to the old folks' home and get like an 80-year-old dude and whatnot and call it.
Why
Quit,
you? I'm not gonna get nobody 2 years younger or 5 years
Okay.
older than me because
bottom
you
line
think
is-
all men want little
the
girls
bottom line is
like
this,
you.
you got to
you ready
you gotta
for
do
the
something. You gotta do
baby.
something. You're 45. You gotta do something. You know,
Do something like what, sir? I'm
huh?
happy.
Huh?
I'm happy.
You're
I
not
don't want to
happy.
be
You are
bothered
not
with no
happy. You're
monster.
not happy. You can't tell me you're happy
Why is that?
because I can hear it in your voice.
You really
If you
must be
if
insane
we
if you
were
don't hear
standing right
happiness
next to each
in my
other,
voice.
if somebody handed you a gun, you.
Why would I want to wake up to somebody like you?
I'm saying you know you're happy. I'm
Why?
saying if we
Okay,
were back
why
here,
would I
you
want
kill
to
me.
wake up to
You were
someone
literally
like
kill me.
you?
Matter of fact, I have
Can you
nightmares.
answer that question?
James, I have nightmares about you and whatnot. You know.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? I have nightmares about you.
Can you answer this question?
I'm coming out of the house and whatnot. Next thing I see you around the corner when I
All
pull
right.
the
Can you
drive-by
answer
on
this
me.
question?
You know?
Why would I want to wake up to somebody like you, Colin?
I have no idea, man. You know,
Right. You know a lot of women.
look, I don't even want to
know
wake up to somebody like
That's
me.
why
You
you got
whatnot,
this
you know?
baby.
I don't want to wake up to nobody like me. You know, hey, I admit it. You know, shit.
Okay,
But
there
the
we
bottom
go.
line, I got somebody though, so it doesn't matter.
You got a baby.
You know what I'm saying?
I hate when
I
you
got
guys
somebody.
mess
You
with
got
the baby.
nobody. You got nobody. You know.
I don't want no young dummies.
He said,
I
you don't
can't
got
mess with a little
nobody.
boy.
I'm trying to help you
And
out. I'm trying to help you out, man.
help me do
I
what?
know Jonathan. Focus, Dave. You're not single, are you?
Who?
I got my Liberian wife too,
Oh,
bro.
see, man. I'm sorry, man.
How old is she?
Like I
Don't
said,
say
I can
16.
hook you up with somebody. Matter of fact, I
Oh
can
my
hook you up
gosh,
with somebody.
this is getting out of hand. I
I
think
can
they should make
hook you up.
laws
I
about
got
this.
plenty of guys in the B.A.I.O.
They have to stop this.
Some of them like granny panties and whatnot. You know, and I can hook you up.
They really have to stop this. You
Yes,
guys
sir.
are going overseas because no
we're going
real woman
overseas.
wants you,
We're going
and you're
overseas
going
with
to
our
get these
women ain't
little
acting
young
right.
dumb
Please,
girls.
no, we're not going overseas. You know, it's not like that.
This
The
is
bottom line is
really
that, a
it
couple of years
irks
ago,
me.
a couple of years ago, women like you had it good in the country, right? Because you didn't have to really look good, whatever, like that, and you could be, overweight, whatever. And the bottom line, you had like a dude that your mechanic guy friend, your food guy friend, your guy's gonna pay for your storage bill friend. You had all these options and whatnot, all on one hand and whatnot. Now, some of these guys that y'all were rejecting, which you should have got with back in the days, like Leroy at the gas station, who was like Leroy at the gas station wanted to sop you up like a biscuit, you know.
Ew.
He said, Chantel, woo, baby. And you looked at him with so much disdain and repulse. Leroy at the gas station that you passed up an opportunity. Now it's probably too late. You can't get with Leroy at the gas station.
I don't give a living shit about these men out here today. I say majority of y'all
get
are
yourself
on the down low. First of all,
that's what I'm saying. Just because a man, why is a man when they don't agree with you, they're on the down low?
No, it's not that they don't agree with me. I'm talking real factual.
Are you trying to
on the down low?
Is Jonathan on the down low?
What? I don't. Now, why would you ask me to say something like that about Jonathan?
But you said like this. So I'm saying, who's on the down low? Me, Jonathan.
I say majority of men. I didn't say in particular who's who.
So
Jonathan. That means he think you on the down low. Why would he
Jonathan,
ask me that about you?
You hear this, Jonathan, man? Yeah, I wouldn't take that from her.
Jonathan, why would he ask me that about you? Do I think you're on? He ain't asked me about the other guy on the
He did
panel.
say something about gays and whatnot, that he was, defending
What
gays.
Jonathan got to do with it? I say a majority of men is on the down low.
What if Jonathan's on the down low? Would you gonna offend him like that?
Why are we putting Jonathan into this? Who is the other man on the panel? Let's use him.
Oh, Dave, man, he got a Liberian wife. I know he ain't on the down low, man. He got a Liberian
Because
wife.
he went. Oh my gosh!
He's actually Liberian. He's actually Liberian.
African women over there.
Hold on. He's actually Liberian. So
He's Liberian.
he's actually Liberian.
Oh, okay. I feel so sad for them because they don't be knowing what they about to get into. It's really sad though. Anyway, I'm glad you got somebody and you're happy, but I just don't.
I'm very happy. You don't have no idea.
So basically,
she didn't have an option.
You're right. Okay,
so basically, you're saying Black
option.
American men ain't nothing.
No, she didn't have an option. That's what I do know.
Oh, right.
She's a poor illiterate girl. She does not have an option in it.
She's a queen in Liberia.
And she doesn't have a degree because if she had an education,
she does have a degree.
She does
have a degree.
No,
graduated
she doesn't. Carla.
If you don't believe me, ask Dinah Samir. Hold on, ask Dinah Samir. He attended her. Dinah Samir was in Liberia at the time. He attended her graduation. What are you talking about?
Sir, I'm sorry, from high school.
Well, you don't like from college.
From high school.
From
no,
college, no.
How long you been with her?
Oh, I've been with her for approximately 7 years.
7, and she's what? How old?
She's 36.
This is, I mean,
she
was right at 30. You claiming when you got with her.
Me. Yo, she pursued me. She said, look, she liked the way I freaking I wrote a book about her country and I did all stuff like that. And then we were just friends.
You wanted to get out of Liberia.
No, she don't want to get out of Liberia. I go to Liberia every year.
You don't live there.
I go there every year.
So she married her.
And when we're there, check us out. Let me tell you something. When we're there, we basically go out every night. We go to the club. We go to the bar. We go shopping, everything like that and whatnot. You know, we have the time of our friggin' life. Mm-hmm. You know, and the bottom line is I'm happy. She's happy.
Is she interested in American culture?
So what's American culture?
Come on, sir. Everything she does over here, I'm sure you don't bring her to white places.
The bottom line, hold on. The bottom line, I'm in Liberia. I can do.
No, she eats
soul food. Liberian thing.
You live in Liberia?
Liberian food is African American food. If you knew anything.
What you say? Say that again.
Liberian food is African American food.
No, I say African American. Oh, they cook collard greens and all this stuff.
Do you understand? Liberia was settled by African Americans, and they brought a lot of
that was long ago, sir. That was long ago. I'm talking about.
So the bottom line, you don't know that
cornbread.
They had
this cornbread, walnuts,
sweet potato pie, apple pie. Liberians can make all that sweet potato pie, everything, cornbread, everything. So you got everything.
My mom from Liberia.
In the bottom line.
But it's still when she come over here, it's still a different culture for her.
Evelyn's, remember that they shut down because she died. Evelyn's.
But when she come over here, it's still a different culture for her. Even if the food is similar.
Evelyn's died.
Yeah, she died. She died, man. And we wanted to go there.
I didn't hear Evelyn.
They said that was the best food Liberia.
Right there in Sanka.
Yeah, right there, Tubman Boulevard. You know, there. Yo, that was a nice place.
I didn't know she died.
That's a good question.
That's
a good question. Somebody in the chat say, you just have one wife, or you plan to have more?
No, I don't need another wife.
I got a question. Since y'all both married to Liberian women, would y'all ever consider just outright living in Liberia?
That's what I
lived in Liberia,
personally, I like what Dave is talking about, building a, and we could pull that off. Yeah, I would live in Liberia. You know, we could pull that off. Yeah, I would.
Bro. So
if we have some sort of autonomy and stuff like that, I think it's possible in Liberia. You know, if we have some sort of autonomy and stuff like that.
Kyla, I like Sano, man. I already did my survey on Sano. I'm just saying, like. I already had like a similar idea with what you said, but I was trying to do it on a private level. I said, man, if I had money like Elon Musk, man, I'll buy Sano. I'll make it my own city and nation state, do my own thing like Hong Kong. I used to talk it out.
That's what Great African wants to do. Great African wants to do.
Yeah, that's what I used to, that's how I used to think when I used to be out there. Man, I want to separate from you niggas, man. I want only the good Liberians, do my own thing, be a Sano.
You lived there for 6 years. What made you want to leave?
What do you mean? What made me want to leave?
You got money. You make money in America.
I gotta make money, but I gotta.
You don't make no money like
games. You know what I mean? I was out there. I got a school out there and everything. I got a school out there. I got stuff running out there and everything. I go out there every year. And I've been going there since I was a kid. I was out there. Man. I've been going.
Like I said, man. Like I said, yo, I really.
You opened the school in Liberia.
Yo, my boy Alonzo, right over there in Liberia, right? And he's like, man, all I want me is a Black American woman, man. He don't care how big you are or whatever like that. He just says Black American women, like that. And they like that attitude over there, you know. They like that Black American woman attitude. When I say, yo, you come over here.
Check it out if you want to check it out, Jonathan. It's real.
Yeah, I do. Just put the information in the back. Put the information in the back chat.
It's fully operational.
You be happy, you know.
Teaches everything. So.
Yeah, put the information in the back chat. You ain't got to talk about it up here.
All right. Go on the Facebook page and everything.
Y'all go to these other countries and scoop these women up because they
No,
know
we're
they
not.
don't know
No, we're
y'all
not.
game.
No, we're not.
They
No,
don't know your game, and they just y'all
please.
taking advantage of them. You really
Please,
are.
please.
And what
Why?
we doing
They
when we
act.
take
They act
advantage
like
of 'em?
women and whatnot. Hey,
How
check us
they
out.
act like
Check
women,
us out.
sir?
Isabella, check us out. Every time I'm there, Herb's jollof rice. Oh my God, it's so freaking good.
Because she cook rice, it's acting like a
Hold on,
woman.
it's jollof rice. And the bottom line is she knows how to cook shrimp,
Because
potatoes,
she cooks
everything
shrimp
like
and
that.
jollof rice. That's a woman.
Yeah, shrimp and jollof.
No, but so you're not understanding, Chantel, the
Anything
principle.
what?
It's
And
the
jollof
thought.
rice.
It's the thought. It's the principle. It's the thought. You're not understanding it
Sir,
as a woman.
stop it, sir. Plenty Black American women cook over here, but I'm not
No, you
mad
don't.
at
You guys
y'all.
don't.
We know, yeah, they do.
I say we
cook.
not tolerating the Black Americans men nasty behavior anymore. So if those
What
women
nasty
will,
behavior?
I say
What nasty
go
behavior,
for it.
you know?
Go
What nasty
for it
behavior?
because we not having it over here.
No, but what nasty
We didn't have
behavior?
it. The bottom. Okay, so that's what. Now you're
But I
lonely.
feel sorry
You're
for
lonely.
them.
Now you're lonely. Nobody wants you. Okay.
What you keep saying nobody wants me?
If you say that
Listen,
you're done with
please
Black
don't give me
American
the
men and whatnot,
challenge
you know,
of cutting my damn
why do you
camera
care?
on. I'm far
Why
from
you
being
why you making a
unwanted.
big deal about if we go overseas and find happiness or whatever like that? You know, why do you care?
Okay, so stop challenging me to try to cut my camera. I'm far from being unwanted. If I want a man, I can pull a man in a
Oh
month.
yeah, sure. I
Even
heard
get
that before.
married. Okay, I'm
Sure,
not
sure.
unwanted.
Yeah. Okay.
So number two,
Why they call you Gary Coleman then?
who Gary Coleman. Who is
Why
that?
French call you Gary Coleman?
Frenchie is a jealous little girl. Do you see her face? She's burnt.
Frenchie's hot, man. You know.
Burnt. She's no challenge for me at all.
What's the
And I'm
difference?
45 and she's young. Just because you're young does not mean you got leverage on anybody. Young means they're gonna come after you to use and abuse
Oh,
you
the young girls
and
usually
throw
have
you away.
better than
Young
the
ones
older
are
ones.
dumb ones.
I don't know.
That's what I
According to
think.
who? Most black guys don't want to deal with old chicks.
Call me Arnold. Would you say Arnold?
Arnold from Different World.
Right. And do you think I look like Arnold
I
from
have no
Different
idea. I've
World?
never seen you before.
You saw my picture, Carla. Please stop it.
I don't. Yeah, I can't see him. My eyes are not that good.
You ain't
man,
never seen my picture?
Yeah, I seen the picture.
chat.
I was looking at it. I said, well, maybe she does. I don't know. I wasn't seeing it.
Child,
Am I seeing
stop.
Arnold?
Child,
Am I
stop.
seeing
I'm
Gary
so
Coleman
far
a little
from
bit?
looking
You
like
know?
a damn Arnold and Gary
Oh,
Coleman.
look at this. Audrey said
She
you got
look
high
like him,
mileage.
if anything.
Look, yo, she said, yo, check this out. She goes, Carl, Chantel got. Are you gonna take that from Audrey? She goes, Chantel got high mileage.
What does that mean?
That means you old. That's what it means.
What does that make you, Carla?
I'm a man. I'm a
It
man.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I'm old, what does that make you in your 60s?
You're 45. That's an
what does
old.
that
That's
make you?
gam. You're a gam. You know. I remember my grandmother was
gam.
45. I never forget that. My grandmother was like, "How old am I?" I said, "Oh, you're 45." I said, "How do you know my age and whatnot?" I was always good to remember all my family members' age. So you're my gam's age.
I'm not a grandmother. I wish I was.
You're the same age. What I'm trying to tell you, I remember my grandmother was 45 and whatnot. You know, she was my
Sir,
gam.
you're way older than me. You know
No,
very
it doesn't
well
matter.
45 is not.
It doesn't
old, so
matter.
cut it out.
You're old enough to
And
be a grandmother. You're old enough to be a great
Hold
grandmother.
on.
You
And
know?
by the way, 45 or more, I don't settle for trifling ass niggas.
So now you're calling me a
I'd
trifling
rather
ass
be
nigga?
old and by myself before I settle
That's
for
why
a
I asked
loser.
you. That's why I said, get yourself a cat. You know.
But I'd rather be
Because you
old by
will be
myself
old and
before I
alone.
settle for a loser.
You'll get alone.
What's your wife's
That's
name?
all you got left.
You said her name is what?
Hold on.
What's your wife's name?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, Chantel.
They can have y'all.
You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You know, no, I'm not 58. I'm 55. You know, so the bottom line is this. If you basically don't settle for somebody right now, there's a chance that you're gonna die alone. You only got 45. You better make a decision.
That's what that guy was saying.
I would get with Aunt Nam. I would get with Aunt Nam right now. You know,
Aunt Nam. That's what that guy was saying. What y'all call that guy y'all love online? He died.
His name is Kevin Samuels, but
That's
I disagree with this whole concept that you're gonna die alone.
Jonathan, 1 second, Johnny. Let me say this. That's what he was telling women, and you know what happened to him, right? He died alone. So
yeah, but you guys gonna live alone. It's better to die alone than live alone.
Well, for you it is. For me, I'd rather be single than to tolerate
the bottom
trifling
line,
men.
no, you would be a happier person.
And I can't stand to see old men with young girls.
FBA stuff if you had yourself a man.
Kyla, we gotta admit that black men generally die before the wives die. They're gonna die alone one way or another.
The bottom line is, hey, look, I just say, like, that's my personal opinion, right? If you had yourself a man and whatnot, you wouldn't be so angry all the time.
Angry? What? You don't even know me. How can you say I'm angry all the time?
You are angry all the time. God damn, man.
No,
Like,
you don't even know me
you
to
came
say
to this shop
something.
taking shots at me all night and whatnot, and goddamn.
I'm trolling like everybody else. And you start trolling me by making little sly remarks like,
you and everybody
yeah, the FBA. When you start saying that, you coming for me. You know that.
You'll come up here and get on the platform. Everybody else is too scared to get up here and confront me and everything.
Because I get on here for laughs and fun and to challenge people. That's why
the bottom line is you're like a gam. You're a gam,
Because I challenge people online.
No, because you like doing things for fun and stuff like that. That's gam age,
I can't agree to
gam.
that.
Okay, you're my gam. Will you be my gam, Chantel?
Okay, can I ask you a reason? Why did you marry a foreign woman?
Well, one, she's not a foreign woman. She's actually African American descent in Liberia.
What? African American descent in Liberia?
Yes, you understand
the history. Born here and then moved there.
Damn, you don't know the history of Liberia? Order my book.
I do, but was she born here? Because if she wasn't born here, it
doesn't matter where you were born. That's what I thought. I thought FBA was a lineage. She comes from a so-called FBA lineage.
Sir, if she wasn't born here, she's not American.
And we don't care about American. She's black and she's African American. That's all I care. She's African American.
When they got to Liberia, you do know they were mixing up with the other Africans, right?
It doesn't matter. But
so you can't say she's strictly from here. Her lineage is strictly.
Well, the bottom line is, all I know is she cooks. Like,
is she of
she cooks soul food.
She looked like she from the African side, because I know they were warring over there. At one point, they had the African, the Black American side and the African side. They got
no. People mix together, so it doesn't even matter like that anymore.
Mix, bro.
I don't think so, because the political people that's in control is majority African Black American people.
They tell us at school about
people mix, man. People mix.
People are mixed. Nobody cares.
So Johnson, the president, she's not of her father. Her father and them is not of the Black American lineage.
No, she's actually a Gola. She's Ellen Johnson is actually a Gola, and she's actually part German.
Her father is a descendant from here.
No, she's not. No, he's
from
not.
From what I read, he is.
Her father's side of the family are Germans. She's mixed race. She's German and Gola.
And listen. One of her relatives is from over here.
No, they're not.
Her grandpa, I believe,
that was her adopted family. The Johnsons adopted her. She doesn't have any.
Well, either way it go, I read that the Black American lineage is ruling still over there.
No, they don't. No, it's not.
They don't run nothing over there.
They don't run nothing over there.
That's it. Y'all really see. I can type this shit up right now and see if that's true.
I'm the authority.
We go around. We telling you, don't run nothing over there.
You can't out Liberia me. I'm the authority. You get your stuff from Wiki. I'm the authority on this country.
Yeah, but y'all be lying because y'all be
lying nothing.
We ain't gotta lie. We ain't gotta lie on that, sis.
Watch what I say.
Black Americans don't run nothing over there.
Johnson.
Ellen Johnson was adopted by the Johnson family.
You have a lot of indigenous.
You really have Gola and
one
quarter German. That's
names
what it is. She's
one
quarter German, and she's basically a Gola. She has no American Liberian ancestry. That's how you can tell people. See how she typing? You hear that?
Yeah. Trying to figure it out.
I hate that when people. I read books.
Yeah,
stuff like that. I don't sit there.
Wait a minute. It says Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who served as president of Liberia from 2006 to 2018, does have a connection to American lineage.
And that's what they always say, but that's not the truth.
I told you I wrote
that blog.
Let me go further.
Who wrote the blog? Who wrote the blog?
Hold on, let me go further. Ty's ready.
She reads something so good with no peer review or nothing,
Liberia was fine. Okay, it talks about the country. Listen, we have information at our fingertips. We're not about to
that's not
sit here and just
information. That's
read
all
what
thing about
y'all
these
think.
people with the information at fingertips. No, you got to go to the library and you got to study stuff and
So her
research.
paternal grandfather, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, which is
That's
American
not her.
name.
That's not. She's not friggin'. Joseph Jenkins Roberts was the first president of Liberia. She had nothing to do with Sirleaf.
I was reading it out.
That's not. I don't know whoever wrote that was lying. They didn't write.
No. This ain't no lie.
Okay,
right
with the blog. Who's the author of the blog?
So it says Ellen Sirleaf paternal grandfather Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Now you know, bro.
Was an important figure in Liberian history. Can I read it?
Was related to J.J. Roberts.
Can I read it? He was an important, prominent figure in Liberian history. Roberts was born in Virginia, in America, and he immigrated to Liberia. He became the first president.
Tell this girl, tell this lady, silly lady, that Joseph Jenkins Roberts was not related to Ellen Sirleaf.
No, she's not related. He's not related to Ellen.
I'm just reading what I'm reading.
That's what I said. People got misinformation. They read online.
That's not the truth.
Sirleaf heritage is linked to this wave of American immigrants connecting her to broader historical Native and Americo-Liberian community. Y'all are saying something different.
She's not Americo-Liberian. She's not Americo-Liberian whatsoever.
She's not.
But why does it say this then?
Because you're reading the wrong blog. You're reading some kid who probably wrote that in his.
No, this ain't no kid. Y'all in the chat, y'all can pull this up too and see if y'all.
Obama, you basically reading stuff and you don't know what you're talking about. Somebody who studied Liberia for 30 years. I know what I'm talking about.
But a local Liberian will tell her that ain't even true. That ain't even true. If she want me to put my grandmother on the phone, she can put my grandmother sleeping.
I'm only telling you what's documented. The chat.
We telling you that's not true. We telling you
do proper research. That's not a document. It's a blog.
No, that ain't it.
This ain't no blog.
It's a blog. Because there's no factor. Where's the peer review? Where's the sources? You got a list of sources.
Who is your sources? Who are your sources?
Well, I'm telling you what I'm telling you. I'm telling you what the truth. And not only that, what I'm saying like this. I have many books under my belt about Liberia and African history. When I read books for years.
They keep on saying that. I pulled up more information.
But you just believe. And that's what's so dangerous about people. People something online. And they believe the first thing they see online. And a lot of times people get misinformation.
I pulled up another article and it said, yes, she is a part of the Americo-Liberian. She's
not Americo-Liberian. She's not Americo-Liberian.
Okay, let me go to your chat. Y'all let me know if y'all can just Google this right quick and tell me if I'm tripping. Because
you are tripping.
I mean, you hold on, let me go to your chat. Do y'all see anything saying in chat? Somebody say Etnam say lies. She's foreign. She's not African American. Carla, stop the cap. They must be talking about your wife. I'm not sure.
Well, she's African American descent, so.
You can have Chantel, she needs a man. I don't need a man. Like, if I needed a man, I surely would have no choice but to have him. And I'm single, so I don't need a man.
But you're not single by choice, though.
Yeah, I'm most certainly single by choice.
No, you're not.
Okay, you can believe what you want to believe.
You're not single by choice. You're single by circumstance. Just admit it.
What?
You're single by
it's funny. It's funny. Me and my son had a conversation because he
got a
like,
son too. You got a kid. You got a kid.
I have. My son is not a kid.
So you got a grown son.
Yes.
Oh, it's over for you, sis.
What? That's so stupid.
You got a grown son. You got a grown son, and you're looking for a man. I mean, no, it's not gonna work.
I ain't looking for no man. I didn't say that. I said.
So what are you gonna do? Like,
I
so 15 years, you don't have a man. What are you gonna do?
I am not dick chasing anything. When I decided to, when I decided not to be with a man, that was because I was pursuing my spiritual life and spiritual
Oh, I
growth.
heard this before.
Yes, that's what I was doing. I learned how to keep my legs closed from these trifling men. Okay, and all of the rest of that, and I'm very happy. I don't got to worry about my
Chantal,
legs
you
the
gonna invite
men.
us to your wedding? You gonna invite us to your wedding?
If why would I invite you? You're a stranger,
Oh, see.
right? And I don't do
That's
men
not
online.
nice.
I don't date
That ain't
online
nice.
people.
I said you gonna invite us to your wedding when you get married. You gonna invite us?
Yeah.
It won't be to no little boy, that's for sure.
Well, Chantel, I tell you what, I would say you should be a passport granny.
I'm not interested in chasing dick. Why do you keep
Why is it gonna be vulgar? I mean, somebody gonna love you. Somebody gonna sop you up like a biscuit and say, Chantel, I love you. I want to do right by you one night. You can find a brother here, you can find him in Ghana, find every place. There's somebody out there for you, there's
So
somebody.
let me ask you this. You think the only thing to wake up to every morning, you gotta have somebody right by your side. You can't
It
just wake
does
up
help,
and do
it does help
life.
if tend to less to be angry and stuff like that.
But I'm not angry. I want happiness with married people.
My sister and her husband Rob, he gave today, her birthday is next week, but he gave her a ring today in front of everybody at the bowling alley. $7,000. I was like, God.
And he probably cheats.
There, so many diamonds in there. I said, I can't tell you, Rob. I tell you, like, that's why I don't say nothing between them two. Like, even if they fight one night, I know he loves her one night. And the bottom line, they're happy together. They're
How
happy.
do you know he loves her?
I know he loves her.
How do you know? That man could be a cheater. He can be giving her.
No, he ain't cheating. No, he ain't.
My
sister knows. My sister's not a fool. She knows when she got. My sister's beautiful too, and he knows he got a good.
How your sister beautiful, but you call all other women ugly? And,
I didn't call nobody ugly.
How old is your sister?
I didn't call you ugly.
How old is your sister?
Huh?
How old is she?
My sister's gonna be 50 years old next week.
50. Is she run through and all this shit y'all say about me on here?
What are you talking about?
Is she old?
Oh no, she's not old. She's young. She
okay, but 45 is old.
Business.
But 45 is old.
Business. What?
But 45 is old.
Well, she's married. She has a husband. She's where she is supposed to be in life.
Okay, so really, let me ask you
all
this.
Our friends at your age and everything, they all got husbands and children and stuff like that. We were out today, and all the women that work with us in our agency and everything, they had their kids there at the bowling alley with us today and stuff like that. That's beautiful. I like seeing black couples out together and stuff like that. These women that have nice families and everything. They was able to attract the right type of guy because it's up to women, right? And they're out there having a good time.
All right. So do you have a faith?
You would be happy.
Do you have a faith that you believe in? A faith that you believe in?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm like this. I believe some things of Zen Buddhism. I believe in some things of Taoism. I believe in also some tenets of the Bible, some tenets of the Quran and the Torah. And so I have it like that. So whatever basically is right, I do believe in Taoism. I'm a Taoist. One yin and yang. Balance in the world. Yin and yang, balance and harmony. If you want to ask me.
Okay, so I'm gonna just say, everybody don't believe how you believe and see life how you see life. So you have to respect that. You might say, well, this person is, and I have family members that find it weird too, because I'm not an ugly woman. So they like, well, why are you single?
I ain't said ugly. You're old. I ain't never said you're ugly. You're old.
And I'm far from old. So listen.
You're old. No, 45 is old.
To you like little girls. That's why.
No, I know you're a little girl. I'm saying, I'll be honest with you, sister.
You like little girls.
45 is old. You're menopause.
No, 45 is not old.
Did you hit menopause yet?
I don't menopause.
All right, did you hit menopause yet?
I don't menopause.
Are you going to be hitting?
And by the way, all women don't menopause. By the way.
Oh yeah, okay, whatever.
It depends on
you're about to hit menopause.
You
basically, when you hit menopause, you're an old woman.
You do know women in their 30s can so-called hit menopause in their early 30s.
Oh yeah, you can, but I'm saying, but for the most part, you're in the menopause zone and whatnot. You know, that's why you
No,
have
that's
these
bullshit. They make up to make more money. But you just got to eat right. Come on now, cut the BS.
Okay, you're menopausal. You know.
No, I'm not. So, sir, you made me forget my question. You telling me about some white folk shit.
Hey, no, you're menopausal. Black people. What it is problem? You think it's white
you made
folks,
me forget my
right?
question.
The problem is black women are the only women on earth, right? They can be 80 years old one night and they think they still got it. You know. You know, it's like a white woman. Everybody else know I'm an 80 woman. Let me go act like a grandma. Let me go get my cane, wear my gray hair proudly and whatnot, and get the gray. Black woman, man, she thinks she's 75 years old. She thinks
Okay,
I'm still young.
so what about like Halle Berry, Janet Jackson, all them women
They're
up in their
old.
50s
They're
and shit
old.
having
They're
children?
old. They're old.
Having children.
They're
Just
old.
now having kids. Beyonce waited till she
You
was
found
almost
behind. You
40.
found how these celebrities and they got money to get away with that because they're rich.
Hold on. Beyonce waited till she was almost 40. So
I know Beyonce was always 40. You talking
she
about?
was 38. She was like 36 when she had
No,
her
she was younger than that, bro. She's not that.
No,
Beyonce
she
was
was
not
in
that
her
old.
30s.
Yeah, hold up. Blue Ivy's 16. How old is Beyonce right now?
I don't think her kid is 16, sir.
Yeah,
I think that little
Blue
girl
Ivy.
probably
Hold up.
about 13. That little girl
Oh,
now.
no, well, yeah, okay. So okay. Let's see. Let's see. You like doing the thing? I could do some research my damn
I
self.
can too. Hold on. Let me go ahead and talk because y'all be lying.
I can
Y'all
do
be
some
lying.
damn. Let's see. Blue Ivy age. Oh, pop right up. She's 12 years old, right? She's 12 years old. Okay. Beyonce's 42. So she had her when she was 30 years old. That's still a young woman. Beyonce's 42. Blue Ivy's 12. She wasn't no 38. She was only 30 years old. Come on there, sister. She's 12 years old. I thought she was 16. I thought she was older, you know?
How old was she? I'm sorry.
She was 30 years old when she had Blue Ivy.
30 something.
No, 30. She was 30. She's only 42 right now. Blue Ivy's 12. So she was 30 years old when she had her.
Y'all be lying, man.
Ain't lying, no.
Pull it up, baby. Information at the fingertips.
Beyonce was smart. She had that girl when her child when she was young.
Okay.
30 is young.
Okay, and she's still having kids, right?
No.
Yes, she is, sir. The lady got about what, 3 or 2 more kids?
Yeah, so the bottom line is this. The bottom line,
Kim Kardashian, the same thing. Kim Kardashian is almost 40. She started having hers in her mid-30s as well.
Yeah, but it's too late for you though. You know, you can't have.
I don't want no more kids.
I'm saying you can't have no more kids.
I don't want any more kids. What are you saying? I could if I want, but I don't want to. Janet had her baby at 50.
Cannot have kids.
Janet had her baby at 50. There's many of them having
children.
Like
I said, yeah. What you gonna look at Vivica Fox?
Hold on, a lot of women who
you don't be like Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox is 6 years old. Well, anyway, the topic of tonight's show, and I gotta get off this line. It was 6.5 hours. It's gonna be all night about Akon, right? Do you agree with the city or what not?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Do I agree with you building a city like
no?
Akon?
I'm talking about Akon city. I just a side note with my city, but I'm talking about Akon city. You know, black people fell for it just like they fell for the Hidden History Museum, Omar Johnson School, whatever like that. Until the Akon city was just another scam that Black America fell for, you know, and stuff like that.
What do your wife think? Is she on board?
Well, border what?
Building a city like Akon?
She don't know anything I'm talking about. You know, she don't get into none of this. You know, she don't have to. You know,
she's not mature minded enough.
Well, she's mature minded, but she don't get into anything I do online.
What? But you say y'all were happy. She don't support you?
Well, she supports me, but she don't get involved with this stuff like that. She's too busy trying to be a woman.
Trying to be by doing what?
Well, being a woman, cooking,
cleaning the floors and cooking
and saying, grooming herself and constantly looking pretty.
We all do that.
You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is this, you know, so and basically making me happy. So that's what her job.
Ooh, child. Ooh,
Her
Lord.
job is.
Poor girl. She's stuck with making you happy every day.
The bottom line, and I make her happy too. So we make each other happy. And so
You gotta wake up as a young
you'll
lady
never,
and
you'll
serve
never,
you every day.
you'll never experience.
Oh, poor thing. I don't know what I would have did in my early 30s, having to wake up and serve some man every day that's way
She don't
older
have to
than
serve,
me.
she don't have to do anything. I could serve her or not. Whatever it would be. We'd serve each other.
Does she go out? Does she have friends? Will you let her
Bottom
go
line,
out?
what would she need to go out for?
To have fun with her
Have fun.
friends.
That's another thing about you women over here. You guys be 45 and you still gotta go out and have fun. Like, you know what her fun is? Being with me.
Oh my gosh, I feel
we go to the
sorry
club
for her.
together. We can go to the club together.
What?
We need to go to the club together.
So she can't hang out with her girlfriends.
Why would she want to do that?
Oh my freaking goodness.
Why would she want to do that? Why would she want to do that?
Wow.
So the bottom line is that she don't want to hang out with her girlfriends or whatnot. I let her do it. She can do whatever she want to do. But the bottom line, she ain't interested in all that stupid stuff.
Does she talk back?
So yeah, she talks back. She tells me, put me in my place all the time.
Ooh.
The bottom line is this, but she's a real woman. I can trust
What
her.
makes her a real woman? I want to learn something. Well, how is she a real woman?
She's a real woman because I'm talking to you and I talk to her, and like she's a real freaking woman.
What's the difference? I'm trying to learn.
Oh yeah, that's the sad part about is you sisters over here don't know. You've completely lost. You don't know anything about being a woman and whatnot. And
Tell me, because I want to learn. How is she a real woman versus the sisters?
Well, I don't know. You sisters, you're 45 years old, and you talk about going out with her friends and whatnot. You're the old grandmothers out talking about clubbing.
No, I ain't say clubbing. Just going out anywhere.
What exactly? Hold up. What exactly are you doing out with your friends? What exactly you do?
Being friendly, enjoying life, building friendships with people. You gotta expand your
what?
Your relationships beyond your husband.
What?
To do what?
Yeah, to do what?
That's her support. Her sisterhood is her support, sir.
Your what? Your sisterhood?
When you piss her off or do her wrong, she has a support network. That's what it's for.
Support network and whatnot. The bottom line is, I'm her freaking support network, and she has family and friends and whatnot that she could confide in. What the hell she needs to run around and putting our business on the street all the time? You know what I'm saying? The bottom line, women mature. They know less and less. They need friends.
You don't let her go out.
Their man becomes their best friend. I'm her best friend.
Oh my gosh, Carla, she can't have friends.
I never said she can't have friends, but the friends know their place. You're over there. We're over here. Don't butt into our business.
You're controlling her.
I'm not controlling her. That's the way she wants it. She don't like this. Her friends and family love me to death. If she gets mad at me and something like that, they'll say, "Oh, Isabella, he loves you." Blah 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 blah. So it ain't like that.
Wow. I just feel so bad for her because she's
I'm
young.
glad you feel bad for her whatnot because she's happy as I don't know what.
Really, let's talk to her.
Woman in the world. She's happiest woman in the world.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you don't think so. But you can do whatever you want to think.
Anyways, let me say this, and I'm gonna let you go. I think that you guys, if you want to push all this propaganda to go to Africa and build,
I never said propaganda. I don't want everybody over there. I don't want you over there.
Okay, that's fine. I wouldn't come anyways. But listen, if you want to do that, you got to hire a public relations person because you can't insult people and then try to insult them to get them to come and support you.
No, that's Akon. That's what I was saying. Akon. He was insulting Black America. He was insulting Black America and basically all Black America, and then basically asking us to come there and help build his freaking bullshit city.
But that's what you're doing too, son.
No, I'm not insulting Black America. I'm talking about you stupid B.A.I.O trolls. That's what
Black America.
I'll do anything I can to insult you people. I have no respect whatsoever.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm glad you're happy, and I'm gonna pray for Isabella.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You pray.
Yeah.
You do that. Anyway, folks, this has been
Good night.
almost 7 hours. 7 hours. I really gotta get up. I got work
Crazy, man.
tomorrow
Thanks,
morning.
man. Thanks, Scholar.
Damn, 7
I
hours,
enjoy
man.
these
God
discussions,
damn.
man. It was
Yeah, man. This is how we do, bro.
Yo, man.
Right.
You know, I work nights, so I catch you like around 11 o'clock.
Yeah, make sure you sign into the social network.
I'm gonna sign up. I'm gonna definitely sign up.
Yeah, you got the app on your phone and whatnot. You know, you could post
Word, I'ma
blogs,
definitely
post
sign
everything, upload pictures, do
No,
whatever
I'm
you
gonna
want.
sign up. I'm gonna join the IT group. I'm gonna sign up. I'm signing up.
Join the Land Development Agency because that's the thing where you could take ideas
Okay.
to develop land. You could take Google Earth images of Sino County and say this would be a good place to build this.
Oh man, I did my survey on Sino, man. I fell in love with that place.
Well, basically, upload to the social network, and we can all look.
Yeah, I fell in love with it. That'll be a good place. It's not landlocked. You know, like you said, you already got a port there. You already got something to start with.
Yeah,
It's not
it's all good.
populated.
Let's see.
It's
Let's see.
not
We should have
populated.
competing. Everybody should have competing territories and stuff like that for the African, and say then we'll decide where the capital is going to be. You know, where the headquarters will be. But if you say Sino, Great African says up there in Nimba, hey, fine. I got other person saying
Nimba landlocked. Why would you know what I mean? It's land.
Yeah, but the Guinea border, there's a lot of commerce coming across the Guinea border.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So there's a lot of commerce going into Guinea and stuff like that, you know, that goes all the way straight to Mali. So that could be a major route.
Really?
Yeah. You know, remember something. You got the Sahel region right there and Burkina Faso and stuff like that. When you connect Nimba, you can connect to Burkina Faso, Guinea through Guinea and all this stuff like that. So the Sahel region will be a friggin' the Nimba will be a great point to the Sahel region, you know, because they're going to need access to the port, you know.
Word. Yeah, man, I like Sano. I ain't gonna lie, I fell in love with Sano.
Right. So yeah, like I said,
I'm about to join. I'm in.
Yeah, join and like upload pictures and graphs or whatever like that to the Land Development Agency. You know, so we can all look at it. Let me see.
All right, man, Carl, let's shut it down.
Look
man.
at one more comment. Look, Carla wants to colonize Africa. We don't want that trying to colonize. Colonize means I want to subjugate you people over there. I want nothing to do with you people over there. You know, and the bottom line is I
mean, with these comments, we might as well just do it the Israeli way.
Just go to war.
Comments, we'll just
go to war.
Huh?
The next step is war. Next step is conflict, right? People say they're going to oppose us, and they have no fight against the white man, the Chinese man, and everything, but they think they're going to friggin' intimidate us into taking what's rightfully ours.
It's a birthright, really.
You know, and they got land over in Africa. They're doing nothing.
It's different from the Boers going to South Africa.
The Boers are white. We're black. We're indigenous to the continent. So
yeah, it's our birthright. So we'll have even more of an argument, you know, than anybody else.
Yeah. So bottom line, I ain't worried about these stupid people. They don't know their own history. They don't know anything. So it's all good. Anyway, brother, I got to go. I got to end the stream. Y'all brothers take care.
Man.
Yeah.
All right, man.